session. I'm curious about Shecklmaster, and to a lesser extent Aperture Science. How did those two do so well out of the recession? What do you work with? You got a lot of retail stores, tons of factories, and the internet on your side. Tell me about your firms. He's profiting greatly off of his factories, which I suppose are selling largely to himself. But it might not be. It might be that he's a retailer. Oh, e-commerce? He is. He's selling through e-commerce. The internet makes money. Damn. So Orbulon was thinking like 10 years ahead of the rest of us. Did anyone go bust and crash out of the game? I figure it would have told us if that had happened. Is there a button for this, by the way? To bring this up. F5. Games don't tend to use the F buttons as shortcuts anymore, do they? Mamazon.com is a site, I love it. We could make up custom websites in the game for the AI to flick through, but I decided against that. The game already has things like Mamazon and Weebay. Alright, liking that. Not so much liking how I'm not taking out the big stacks of cash on it, but at least the bank should be there and make me money now and forevermore. Still only making about as much money as I made pre-recession though. And I still have that bond to pay off, and I'm still in debt to my own bank. To the tune of over $500 million, including the bond that is $1 billion. And let's not forget that that bond matures in 2001, so I can't be left stranded without money by then. Okay, static, expansion, static, static. There's probably a boom on its way, so we should look into working that jewelry. I've already got decent tech on it, and as far as I'm aware, there's no competition on jewelry. Oh, I was wrong. There is. I must have been on Cap King instead of all companies. Who is making? Oh, geez. Shecklmaster is actually on jewelry. Damn. Shecklmaster produces them all. Yeah, I can't deny it's good quality gold rings as well. So I wouldn't be able... I have an idea though. I wouldn't be able to compete on him in quality. It would take a long time for me to compete against him in brand. However, I can outprice him, because he way overcharges, and there's clearly a lot of market that he's not selling to. So, let's get to work on that. But where do we get to work on that? We check the resources map mode, and we try to source some good quality gold and silver. Okay, well, you immediately don't get better than that. 97 quality gold straight out the ground. That is my gold. Sadly, buying this land costs me 50 million and then some, but I'm still going to do it. Natural resource firm, mine. Now, get that gold. Can't I just set you up with mining like this? I doubt there's going to be a huge amount of need for... I might be overdoing it with something like that. But let's overdo it. There we go. Let's get a load of that stuff out. Now, where's the silver? I think it's V for silver. We got some silver over here. It'd be funny. Oh, of course, we've got Henry of Skalitz. Skalitz's silver mines. What was that? 70 something, right? Well, that's even worse. 50 something. In Brasilia. 79 in Chengdu, but then I have to bring it over, don't I? 50. Oh, there's some really, really low quality silver in the world. Lovely gold. And lastly, oh, we're just back in Lübeck, aren't we? So there's 78 there, and there's 63 here. I think I'll take the 78, even though it's at the other end of the city. So we're going to build ourselves another natural resource mine on the silver. Considerably less expensive. And since this is where I do all my manufacturing, I might as well keep doing my manufacturing here. This is a warehouse for raw goods, so naturally it's going to have input, storage, and output. Input, storage, and output for... I can't link it until it's made, can I? No, I cannot. But I want gold. Are they going to get working on that? Might take them a little bit of, or a few days to... Oh, no. Putting in numbers here. Oh, it's on warehouse only as usual. As usual. Right, slow that right down. Link that in. Bring in the gold. Link that in. Bring in the silver. Where's my silver? I didn't set up the mining operation here, did I? As usual, I did not. Dig it all out. Link, silver, there we go. And now, these are on... Wait, did you say purchase? Of course you're purchasing it for my own things, that's fine. Now I need some factories. Factory, large factory. 1, 2. And you are going to be set up for jewelry, gold, silver necklace, and set you up for golden ring. Okay, great. Now they need to go into a finished place. And hey, look, warehouse with space. Oh, damn. No, there's not enough space in you. Fine, we'll store you with the cigars then, as dangerous as that sounds. We will need to wait for these to complete some items. I'm sure they'll be done soon enough. 1 gold ring, 1 silver ring, great. Now we go here and we say, link you up with silver necklace. And I need another story on you. Again, input, storage, output. Link it all together. The other one's linked, right? I feel like I forgot, but I didn't. Link you up with the golden ring. Right, now I need to compete on branding here. Now hopefully Henry of Skalitz will figure out that I want to do that and he will automatically put advertising done on it. And then I need jewelry shops. Probably just 1 jewelry store per place will do it. So retail store, and this is going to cost me an arm and a leg, so I probably want even more money. Sadly, I've kind of run out in places to get money from. My own bank won't give me more. Did the bank have any left in the vault for me? A little bit. There we go. Maybe we shouldn't lend out any more, though. Will officers like Henry gain skills over time? I don't think so. Look at that, he hasn't learned a thing. And then neither is Barry, although I can't see him very well. Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. I would like it if they grew these over time, but it doesn't look like it happens. It means you have people that are useless at certain skills for a long time. However, it puts a value on getting someone that's very good at a job. So I don't mind paying Henry of Skalitz a lot of money for his retailing expertise. The downside is I have no idea what expertise does. I assume it's good. Worth paying for, surely, but what it actually does, I don't know. Right. Forgive me if I just slammed the mic and you heard that, but need a space for the Longmorn 16. Jewelry shops, we need them. Retail store. Actually, is jewelry store the only place I can sell these goods at? If we check manufacturer's guide for it, we can sell them in general stores, and I already have general stores set up. Would save me the expense of setting up jewelry stores, although I hear people prefer to go shopping for jewelry in jewelry stores. Overhead is a big problem for me right now. I think I'll avoid that and instead use my own... Can I check general store? I can, good. General store. Right, anything not making me money right now? The amount I'm making off of fags is unreal. Look at that, 10, 15 times the amount I'm making off of tellies. Wonderful. Now what's not making me good money? Yeah, socks are hardly big money, are they? Backpacks, not worth it. Backpack. Link you up with a new supplier. You're going to have my... Let's make sure it's warehouse only. Oh, my warehouses don't have any yet. I'll need to pass a bit of time, I think. Link you with... Yeah, there we go. Golden rings. And air conditioners, surprisingly not selling very well. Probably because the fight is too hard for them. So, unfortunately, by switching this out, I make my competitors who do sell them do better, but too bad. Air conditioner, supplier, never mind, link to silver. You know, at this point I should just go down to jewelry, if at all possible. Oh, jewelry isn't possible here. Dang, I think I could just check by type. What if I look for jewelry? Oh, it takes that, swell. Nice, that simplifies matters for me. Again, looking for something that doesn't make good money. These watches aren't worth terribly good amounts. Good to see my cigars making me dosh. One more than others. Yeah, the demand isn't so high because we're not in Boomtown yet. Still though, those watches have to go. Elegant watch is now linked with gold ring. And one of these wasn't so hot, weren't they? Yeah, frozen lamb. No one needs lamb, not when they can buy my silver necklaces. Same story over here. Oh yeah, toys are... Wow, there's no demand for sweaters right now. I wonder if that changes with the date or not. Still, gold rings for you. And these belts just ain't making it for me. I have to price way down because I can't compete on brand. That's fair though. So leather belt, link you up with my silver. Those cigars were from Seaport, grey box below them. Thanks for noticing. No, was it these ones? Yeah, wow, what a shame. Link it up with my own ciggies, please. Were the other cigars from Seaport? No, they were from my own. Well spotted. Thank you kindly. So putting the gold rings here. Putting the silver necklace. That leaves just one more. No, I've done them all then. Let's check and be sure. It needs a bit of time to cycle out the goods. There we go. Gold and silver. Where's your gold and silver? Yeah, where's this guy's gold and silver? Alright, well, what's not making money? That's my own milk, right? Of course it is. It's really good quality, of course. Those cameras aren't looking so hot, so let's switch out the camera with my golden ring and what was the other thing I wanted to switch out? Yeah, leather jackets. Then again, I have surprising dominance in the leather jacket market. It's just that I am fighting on price and the AI isn't letting go on that. If I let go, the AI is going to take advantage of me, and I don't like that. There's plenty of demand for these. I might hold on to that and get into the leather market at the not too distant future. For now though, I don't think I'll be getting big into the sandals market, so bye bye sandals, hello silver necklaces. Jake, to answer your question from several hours ago, general stores have a lower attraction rating than discount megastores according to the manual. That doesn't tell me much though. 10% less? 70% less? What's the functional difference there? These vague terms are bothersome. Okay. That was very expensive to set up, and I don't immediately see the benefit from it. Actually, maybe I do. Those past few months look pretty good. How am I performing though? Wow, my market share on gold rings is pathetic. Same with silver. Look at that, my enemy is destroying me. I need to I need to fight him somehow. Fight them on the beaches. My gold rings are about to become incredibly good quality, and to be fair, the quality of my goods that I bring out for them are pretty high. But... There we go. See? Well, I've beat them on brand, if not on quality. My overall quality is way too high. Come on, we need to price those things higher. Oh, yeah, there we go. Come on, get out of here. It's dominance for the Cap King. That's good. That's pretty good. Right, how are we doing on these silver necklaces? I mean, obviously not dominance here. Whoa, there's a bit of a price fight going on here because my quality's too low. But I'm actively working on that quality. We will bring it up. We will win the fight. How are we on demand, though? Oh, the demand is piddly poor for both of them. For every 20 points in expertise, the COO, all departments in a firm gets a free level up. Sounds good. Just a straight level up. It's not very clear what level ups do. It just begets more questions, doesn't it? But that's how it is. Right, I still remain horribly in debt. But my my loan with my own bank doesn't mature for a few years. And my credit limit's probably going up thanks to my increased assets. My stock price is, well, it's there. Wow, I made 315% gain on this. I could sell my stocks in Aperture Science for massive hundreds of millions. And then it would come crashing down. Do I want to do that? This is a lot of speculation, but Aperture Science might go to the moon from here. You increase brand by advertising, Hofnice. You might need to do that for the bond payments. Yeah, when do those bonds mature? I took them out for 5 years, as I recall. They mature in about a year and a half. And it's only 300 million. I'm sure we can make that. Just power on through. Show me the money, my industries. Caesar's Oil has made themselves a compact camera. Truthfully, I was hoping to make a bit more money off of my gold and silver. Everywhere is static except for Brasilia, which is in an expansion phase. You clearly intended the pun there, Chumro. Don't try to deny. They're stagnating. What do we think? Is it time to sell? 311% gain is pretty high gain. I still think they could go to the moon, though. Let's have a closer look what Aperture Science are doing. Sunaj, what are you going to do with the company? Factories, retail store. Factories for what? What is he producing? Oh, he's doing all that e-commerce, isn't he? Right, tell you what, Aperture Science. If I sell, I'm going to regret it. But if I don't sell, I'm going to regret it. So let's just sell a bunch. See what happens to their price. 78. If you appoint a CEO to retail with 100 experience from retailing, departments will go to level 5 trained instantly. True, but you can train that up over time anyway. Give me the 100 million then. Well, I didn't crash their stocks that hard. I'm sure we can crash them a little harder. Alright, if they go to the moon from here, I'm going to be very sad. It'll probably normalize a wee bit, but at least I've still got some of them left. And that raised the money that I need to do what exactly? Why is my bank out of money? Keep my bank afloat somehow as usual. I suppose as the value of everything I have goes up, the amount that I can loan out is going up. Oh, these banks are making me dosh though. Doesn't look to be that high. I was hoping the bank would make me a whole lot more money than I'm getting right now. I want to buy the production technology of cold pills from you for $11 million, says Bink. I will only sell this to you for an absurd amount of money. I reject your offer. Okay, well, his loss. If he'd said yes to that, that would be bad, because it would have ruined this long play. The bank is a money sink. I don't know, it does generate money. Actually, looking at it, if the bank has made me 90 million in the past 12 months, it's accounted for most of my profits in the past 12 months. Then again, maybe that only matters if I transfer it out. It's hard to tell. Really hard to tell. Gotta also remember that I can use my bank to get myself money, which is also rather nice. Okay. Maybe my interest rates aren't competitive enough on the bank. I just had a thought about that. Henry of Scallots changes that. See, my competition offers better interest rates, which is probably giving them their paltry amount of market share. But people would rather queue for longer and listen to my advertisements to come and bank at my bank. Okay. Hard to have too many complaints with how things are going currently. The Aperture stock seems to be climbing. Oh no, don't tell me that. No, you're not allowed to go to the moon. Not after I sold. Maybe I should sell more just to put them in their place. Get the hell out of here. Nobody believes in your company. Crash and burn. Maybe I should go and find another company to speculate in. Tinner and Tinner are not doing so great. Initiatech, not so great as well. Is anybody on the way down and is surely about to bounce back? Well, Bulworth Industries were way down. I wonder what happened to them there. Yeah, I've just gone and cancelled Portal 3 for you. Bulworth getting into the market late must have shot them in the foot. Stock price doesn't show us a graph here. It'd be useful if it... Oh, there we go. The game knows what I'm thinking. Medibay Heart is a private corporation. Oh, right, all the tech firms are private corporations. So that PE ratio in Tinner and Tinner, is that telling me that maybe they're worth more than they're letting on to? Maybe I should have bought them when they were even cheaper. Goodness, this is most of the stress of actually looking at stocks in real life. Something I don't enjoy at all. They do go IPO, Gnaffle. I set them to eventually go public. Right. Things are going well, but they could be going better. I need to make a lot more money. We've been making the same amount of money for 5 years, which is a good achievement, I think, given that we sailed through a recession. But I would have expected more from gaining market dominance on banking. Oh, a strong attitude guy is now at the helm of the central bank. What could that mean for us? One beggar's belief at that. Ooh, that's rather nice. See these apartments I set up long ago? They're actually making swell money for me, so I'm going to look at what other people charge on rent. I think those are all government owned. Is there any privately owned apartments that are doing different rates? Point is though, if there's a demand for housing, I can charge more for mine. Housing index 553. Well, at the very least I can go 100%. Real estate department, set that up to 100%. I don't need to undercut anyone anymore, I'm sure. Now that the economy is stabilized, you put the ratio of the poor C's and triple C's up in the bank. I thought about it, I genuinely did, but they crashed me so hard. They make good money, but man, in recession time they hurt. I suppose we could be a little bit riskier with them, right? It's good money. Why is my bank so low on cash? The money pit. The maximum amount of cash that you're allowed to transfer on balance sheet, the bank net assets must be greater than the required bank capital set by the central bank. Maybe the central bank is hurting me there. When you head into a recession, flip it back. In a recession, I think it should be 0 on those, but couldn't I have somebody else manage the bank for me? Henry of Scallots is apparently setting these for me. I'm not sure if he does anything on this. This is the kind of thing that I want a dedicated CEO for. Yeah, subsidiary company. I need to pour money into it though, and I don't have a lot of money for pouring. This is all the bank's money, remember? We are 641 million in debt to the banks, and a further 300 million in debt to the people that we gave bonds to, and they expect money back on those bonds, which is making it pretty hard to invest in the company right now. But again, at least the company's making money. It's just if we don't make more money, then we're going to be left in the dust, because inflation is a thing and the other companies are going to do better than us. 0 and everything below B in recession, and B in very low ratio. I need to keep my eyes on recession times. It's a recession for Brasilia, but I'm sure Brasilia can handle it. Yeah, it is really time to start thinking about what we next elbow our way into industry-wise. No, pay off debts, right? Spent all this time in debt, maybe I should actually look towards paying it off. But won't make more money unless... It's those bonds that are over me. Knowing that those bonds come at that certain date isn't happy news for me. Oh, tell you what, the interest rate has probably gotten a lot less bad on taking out loans and stuff, right? Oh god, it's still 8.15? Is that because... Why do I have a corporate credit rating of B? Can I improve that? Don't know if I can. The interest rate I took out in my own bank is actually quite favourable to me, so perhaps not. You have lots of loans. You can by paying off debt, existing loans. Right, I see. Fair enough. I don't know what to make of this bond market. What am I even looking at here? I know nothing about bonds. I could... Maybe this is my ability to take bonds. Yeah, bonds that give... Wait, this is me offering bonds? That's quite funny. Alright, not to worry though. Life is good for us, and I'm sure we're slowly taking over on those jewelry products. Actually, we're doing really badly. Why is this? Why do they do so much better than us when it comes to selling gold rings? There's still demand out there, and we've taken a respectable size of that, but what's the problem here? Do I not have enough reach on my one little retail store in each place? Let's look at good old Lübeck, for example. Indeed, we don't. I should be setting up dedicated jewelry stores. Okay, well, I do have the money for it, so let's make it happen. Jewelry and watch, which tells me I can get in on the watches later on. Maybe not even wait for later. Who would really want jewelry? Next to all these apartments would probably be quite good. Oh yeah, right about there. So how are we gonna have this? I want... I doubt there's going to be such huge demand for it that one purchasing is going to do 2 sales things, but I'll set it up that way anyway. There we go. Let's link you with our gold rings and do purchasing here for sales and sales. That is warehouse only. Good. And you are taking those silver necklaces. Keep that training thing high. And I need to duplicate you in every city. So that's Lübeck. Brasilia, buy my gold. That was good information to see that people actually want more of my gold. It's just that I'm not selling enough of it to them. There we go, you do the same thing, as you should. Then it's Chengdu's time. Whoops, I want to be able to copy you again. More production, Jake? No, I produce plenty. I just don't shift it enough. I could tell by the way that was set up. Actually, I'll show you exactly how I could tell when I go back to it. I'm sure you're dying to know. Need to find good consumer index. There really should be more visual feedback on where the good places to build are, because otherwise it's just panning around like this. I mean, you can get a feel for it. You can look for like dense amounts of people living and working and say, okay, that's 42, not bad, but you're still pacing around. See, there's 45 there next to my own bank. Hey, that's good. Go to bank, take out loan, use loan to buy my my overpriced jewelry. Game, set, and match. Nice. Hey, what's that? I saw an icon I didn't recognize. This firm's retail demand bonus. Increased retail demand bonus in falling range. Build more of the same type of the same city. Huh. So I can... What's that? Specialty store focusing on special... That's probably good for me. I'll just accept. Good thing. Keep doing good thing. Good thing, make money. 48 over there. 69 over here. Oh yeah, give me that 69 right there. So, hopefully that'll make me even more dosh from selling these necklaces and gold things. For which there appears to be no demand. What's going on? There's literally zero demand for these. Why is that? Maybe it takes a while to grow? Oh, we're fighting over... fighting for dominance here. Weird. How are you doing? Oh, very low demand. Well, compared to supply, perhaps I oversupply by doing it like this. Even so, there's untapped market share, and I don't like the fact that I'm not winning on this. Also, ouch! It's a big fight on the price. I think I'm being priced out by him. How is he doing so much better than me, the Shekel Master? I have almost as good quality and better brand. I think he's just aggressively trying to outprice me, and to be fair, Orlov the Shekel Master is able to do that. Well, Henry of Skalitz, I did tell you that you could go below cost to do that, didn't I? Yeah, you can sell below cost. I don't think he should be afraid to. We need that market share. I'm not sure if need is the right word. You can bring that cost down at your factory. It's likely that... No, I have a setting made that we sell at cost. At least I believe I have a setting for that. Thought I had one. I'm pretty sure I had it set to sell at cost from own. Where do you even set that again? The bottom one, Jake. Was that on HQ? Henry of Skalitz. Yeah, there we go. Sell factory internal sale products at cost. So I'm pretty sure we are selling those jewelry things at cost. Which is, yeah, ouch. Shekel Master does not want to let go of that price war. Yeah, there we go. As expected, my warehouses aren't making a profit because they're selling them away at cost, but the profit should be made at retail. The difficult thing is that I'm not winning it on the retail fight because I have to lower my prices as much as I am. So if I go to my firm, my jewelry and watch shop firm. Yeah, this place is losing me money because we're selling at cost and we're not winning the market share for that. In fact, we are suffering hard on this. Our brand is really strong, but the quality needs to get better. I would hope that the mines are also selling at cost. It would be funny if the mines are actually making us money. Yeah, no, they're not, because they are also, I believe, selling at cost. Wow, the cost of mining this gold is pretty damn high. Is Shekel Master selling at cost, I wonder? Maybe his PE ratio is bad. You mean his stock stuff? Man, his annual revenue is so much better than mine. We're being outplayed hard by Orbulon. The gold isn't getting sold. Of course not, the gold isn't sold as is. It's used as a product to make the gold rings. Increase the skill in the mines. Surely they have their training on. Oh man, why are they not all being trained? Maybe I just need to go to HQ and say, HR, for God's sake, just set all the training to max. The thing is, Henry... oh no, Henry no longer changes the training budget. Maybe he should. That'll be why things weren't going the way I wanted them to. Maybe this maximize market share isn't working out for me. What if we bring him down to something like balanced? What would he do with our rings then? I want to buy your production technology for cigars. Not at that cost. Forget it. Yeah, we're losing market share now. Nobody wants to buy our rings. They're buying theirs instead because we're charging too much. And whilst our brand is good, they care about the quality of these things. Damn it, Henry. Reverse course. Do you have an HR lead? I don't think there are HR leads. There are intensive training programs, but they're not specific people that manage this. Regularly adjust teams that view talents. Guess that's for research leads. Fair enough. Okay, I'm having trouble breaking into my next big fat stack of cash. Setting up my industry for jewelry has not helped me at all. You can minimize costs if you have only the necessary departments. 2 departments of mining instead of 7. Yeah, but I should be selling below cost if I need to. I don't actually know why Henry of Scallops isn't doing that. He is authorized to. And I don't mind him selling below cost. I want to get this guy out of my face. Maybe review your product demand. Wine was so profitable. Ah, good point. For that we should look into somewhere like this. No, that doesn't look so good. No, the demand for my goods is not very high at all. Nowhere near compared to what I'm making of it. But maybe the shops would tell a different story. If I go to my firm and I go supermarket. How are the supermarkets doing on selling that stuff? Where's my supermarket? Here we go. Yeah, demand is suspiciously low. We're met on cola. Don't tell me I'm getting destroyed on my own game here. Annual revenue, profit. I'm more interested in my dominance here. Yeah, look at that. I'm getting beaten on milk. Getting beaten on cigars. How can this be? How can this be? Cigars are barely making me money. Look at that. He's winning on imported cigars, I think. There's a convenience store in Vancouver. Actually, Stars is getting all over this with their imported cigars. Yeah, just from Seaport. How are his cigars so much preferable to mine? Or rather, how does he have the coal? Yeah, all of my industries, the AI is running circles around me, and I don't know why. Is it the convenience stores? Maybe just having more stores. That's possible. Maybe the AI has opened up so many more stores than me that they're doing a better job through that alone. Let's have a look. Yeah, look at that. I have better quality, better brand, better everything. So I can only assume it's because he has triple the stores, but even that doesn't make a lot of sense. How can he be doing so much more? E-commerce? I don't see e-commerce on this. And if we check... Well, his supplier on these is the port. And I don't think you do e-commerce from that. Look at the price, Jake. Well, he's selling his cigars for $87. I'm selling mine for $249. But I think price only matters insofar as quality does. I might be wrong on that, though. Let's try it, though. Let's go and reduce the price of our cigars massively. Really, I'm surprised that Henry of Scallops hasn't done this already. I tell him to maximize market share, but he's not reducing the price of my cigars. Yeah, maybe it has more of an effect than I thought. Come on, Henry Scallops, you can do better than this. Alright, let's massively lower our price of cigars. Insufficient cash for bond redemption. You must redeem it now. Okay, well, give me a moment. Kinda busy trying to make my cigar market work. Yeah, there we go. The bank has all the money for me. Grab that 100 mil. Wait, my bonds require a lot more than that, don't they? Oocha. Well, here's hoping I can keep on borrowing. Just give me all the money, my own bank. That interest rate is rough, but yoink. How do I oh, maybe that paid off the bonds immediately. I hope it did. Okay, bonds are a dangerous game to play. Let's try and not do too much of that, shall we? And I want to repay as much of that as we can. Borrowing to pay loans, this can only work well. Yeah, I'm horribly in debt. Right, I was trying to keep an eye on the cigars. The game keeps trying to drag me away. So, by lowering the price of my cigars in Vancouver, which is where I think I did it, we are gaining market share. But I'm starting to think he's winning out just because he has more stores of it. Henry changed the price. Did he? Did he jack it up there? Your price is still very high. Yeah, I want that market share. Don't know why Henry insists on... Yeah, look, Henry's just putting it up and up. Maybe Henry knows what he's doing. Right, let's believe in Henry. Let's look at see where else we can sell cigars from and maybe put down more of those. If we look at manufacturer's guide for cigars are under tobacco. General store, convenience store, discount mega store. Convenience stores, eh? Nice and small. Can sell my tobacco. If I slam these down in certain places, maybe put down 2 more in every city. Don't seem to be costing that much. And yeah, let's see if I can't grab some market share this way. More stores, more markets. Share its way. The market share. Okay, we'll give it a go. Purchasing, sales, 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 purchase, link, 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 link. This is where lack of experience will come and hurt me, but the more we play, the more we learn, so I'm not too worried about that. Although, to be fair, when I started off, I thought I'd run circles around the AI. I am feeling a little bit humbled, but only a little. So I'll have you set up there, and I'll also set up one, say... Do you guys want a convenience store? Of course you do. I say I set up 2 in each place, I think so. Brasilia. 60 there, next to my own jewelry shop. That should be fine. And I don't have enough cash. How does this keep happening? I need money. I need money back. Wow, my own bank won't lend me much money. Oh, the other banks will give me some money though, right? Oh no, this is repaying. Fine. Borrow. Take all the money out of my own bank. I need to get better at making money. Here I thought I was doing pretty alright. And now I've come to learn better. What I learn is I don't know jack. Could get some smokes right next to the hospital. Seems like an up-and-coming location. Very convenient, I'm sure. Squeeze one in next to all this. I think we can. And did I already put 2 of my convenience stores in Vancouver? Let's check C for convenience stores. No, I've only put down 6, meaning that Vancouver still needs some. good spot. And then over next to this place that I've built up myself. Also seems nice, but could it be nicer? Just slam it down. Okay, let's see if that helps on the market dominance of our tobacco. It's pushing. But Chengdu was the big problem. Come on. Push, 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 push. Henry of Skalitz refuses to reduce the price of... refuses to reduce the price, even though I'm quite certain that would get us market share. Doesn't matter if you sell at a high price if we're not selling them, Henry of Skalitz. Yes, the idea that Seaport has more market share than my incredibly high quality ones is bothering me greatly. And I really think that's because Henry won't reduce the price. Now I could take it off Henry. But the whole point of having these guys around is to reduce the amount of micromanagement, so I'm a little worried why he's not dropping the price there. You're 100% production limited, Jake. I thought I was production fine. I'll know if I'm working flat out, then that's the problem. Wrong one. Nope, look at that. I am way backed up on the amount of cigars that I have here. And over in the warehouse full of cigars. Output is only working at 20% and 33%. So definitely not. Maybe stop Henry from changing the prices. I don't know about that. Didn't income improve significantly after putting down those stores? I mean, sure it's improving, but I was hoping to get like 70+% market dominance on tobacco. I mean, we're pushing, but look at that lack of market share. Damn you, Seaport. Wait, I had an idea. What if people bought our cigars instead of Seaport's? I just had this amazing idea. Cigars, cigarettes, no longer on internal sale. Now, other people will see our cigars as being cheaper and better, and they'll buy from us. I think. Oh Christ, Henry just put them back on internal sale. Henry, you're becoming a liability, you know that? Never change internal sale. I will decide what's internal sale and what's not. Not sure if people are so keen to change their supplier to me. I thought that might help though. Acquisition. Medical Bay Portable Heating Services has acquired Lanka. Uh-oh, my enemies are getting bigger and stronger, and I'm sitting here not being bigger or stronger. Actually, most of the AIs are running circles around me now. Well, Bulworth is not. Bulworth's having a bad time. Yeah, right, they're going more to the moon than me even. Not happy with that. Okay, I thought and hoped that putting my cigars out there would mean people would buy from me instead of the Seaport. Maybe that's because the price is really high on them? Oh wait, that actually could be a problem if it's coming out at the regular price. Where are they at? Oh yeah, crikey, we don't want to sell them out like that. I'd need to change their price significantly. But nobody's buying them from me. I thought that would change it up, but I guess not. At times like this, you wish you could use all those mega millions to raise an army and take out the competition. Yeah, sadly, I need to use mega millions themselves. Okay, I've hit a plateau here. I've hit a point where, yeah, I've been making money, but now I don't have the skills or knowledge to turn this money into a lot more money. It also doesn't help that I'm still drowning in debt. Yeah, Christ, I feel like I have even more debt than before. 6, 7, 8, 9, $1 billion of debt. Crivens. I would have to do nothing for a year just to get out of that debt. And that's not counting the interest payments, I think. Pepsi Man, you have to diversify your portfolio out of cola. How are our AI friends doing? Check the new stores, see what's happening. Yeah, so the stores that I put down, say this convenience store for example, it's making a hefty loss. Why is that? You're not spending on advertising. There's just no demand at all for the cigars. Even though our quality is that good. I think you're going to have to if the economy takes a downturn. You're screwed with those bonds. Why, oh why is nobody buying these? I mean, there's zero being... Well, no, the revenue is there, but it's not profitable. I would focus on paying off your loans to your bank. That is money your bank could be making off of other people. True, but I'm not making a lot of money right now. Maybe I could take it out of my bank. Hopefully my bank has a big fat stack of transferable cash with my name on it. I need to start paying off these loans and figuring out how to make more money. I'm stagnating here, which is not good. You say that, but frankly I'd rather pay off the loans that I have from others. Actually, this is all just loans from my own bank, so yeah. Repay, repay, repay. It's expansion, recession, recession, recession. Okay, yeah, it looks like recession o'clock. But hey, we've set ourselves up to be recession-proof, right? Although, maybe I should really get away from loaning to these untrustworthy people. I'm not sure if I should ever really be lending to the non-Bs and As. I mean, maybe a little bit since they make money outside of recession time, but it's a liability. I'll just forget to change them if I don't leave them like that right now, but still. You got cash to give to me. At least a little bit. Whoa, where's my cash? Where did my money go? Oh, I think we might be in a very bad place right now. Bank, I need money. Whoa, whoa. You don't want to give me any money? Okay, then I need to transfer money out of the bank like this then. Oh dear. Okay, it's getting worse and worse. My loan has finally matured. And I now owe the bank a lot of money. A whole lot of money that I don't have. How's my share price? Miserable. Selling my share... Oh god, I don't even have the stock value to cover that. That would tank my price as well. Oh dearie me. Right. Well, what are my options to get out of here? Issuing new shares? That would dilute the shares a lot. Actually, might be a good idea to... No, this is a terrible time to put out the shares when they're really cheap. How about some bonds? Everybody likes bonds. I could raise myself 1.5 billion. But I would pay absurd amounts on it, and I need a lot of money right now. God, I am certain I'd have trouble affording that. That annual interest expense is pretty brutal. Ah, whatever, it's free money. Well, now you know you don't lend money to CCC and lower. It all went bad ever since I set up the bank. The bank hasn't really... Well, I mean, it looks like it's been making money. I just feel like I haven't been getting that money. I'm sure I did something very wrong with the bank. But what? I got all this market share. The bank itself has loads of money swimming around in it. What if I were to shut down the bank? Would I gradually get that money? What if we told the bank... No, a lot of that bank comes from deposits, doesn't it? Customer deposits are 15 billion. Current loans... What's the total current loan? Existing loans are 10 billion. So, actually, if the bank gave back all of the money, I would be out of $5 billion. Wow, that bank is one hell of a money pit. This looks really bad for me. I presume King of Capitalism entails market dominance in everything. Just grab the deposits. I wish I could just grab the deposits. Some of them are in for longer ones than others, but as the customers took their money out, the bank would dry up from dosh. Which isn't good. Yeah, how is my bank so poor on dosh? We've got everybody coming in. Okay, well I need to solve the problems that I have right now, and one is to... Oh, I still don't have enough money, even though I took out, even though I did all that bonding. Oh crikey. Alright, well... I guess I really don't want to do shares, not when my stock price is this low. There must have been a better way to do all this. What if we lowered the interest rates? You're paying a lot of percentage on that 1.5 billion. Yeah, my interest rates are already really low, but since I have market dominance, maybe I can afford to do that. Look, the savings accounts get nothing. They never bail out the first bank. It's the rest that do. Can you sell your apartments? The land value might be high now. Don't know how much it would go for sale. But looking at land value... Well, it's worth about $1 million, and I probably didn't pay that for it per square. 6.3 million, it says right there. Oh, that's not worth it. Especially not when it actually actively makes me money, doesn't it? Yeah, why get rid of a profitable thing? Well, the why is because I desperately need money. I can't believe how swiftly this all went grim. Maybe not that swiftly, but still. Where did all the money go? I took out about $1 billion, poured it into this bank, and the bank has not been pouring it back. In fact, the bank itself is short $5 billion. I don't mind that it's gone wrong. I mind that I don't know how it's gone so wrong. The R&D will be a drop in the... Yeah, the R&D is not the issue here. Let's have a look at the finances. Wait, where's my finances? Here we go. Aren't you own your bank most of this money? Aren't you own your bank most of this money? I don't understand. Plus Q? These loans have been dragging me down in terms of dosh. Other profits have been a huge loss as well. Wow, okay, so I don't think I've actually really been making money when I thought I have. Yeah, I do borrow from my own bank. I borrow big time from my own bank. In fact, I think that's what I need to repay right now. Tell you what, I could repay a chunk of this loan, take out a new loan, and use that to refinance my existing loan. I'm still shy on it though. Well, that's nothing a new little bond wouldn't do. And then, wait, I still need to send it. Oh, crikey! You refinanced the wrong loan, Jake. Yeah, starting to feel that that's exactly what I did. I thought I refinanced on this one though. We're in 2003, which is this one that needs to be to be done. So there we go. But it still says I need to... Oh, it's just that I'm out of cash. Wait, what? I'm not out of cash. Nonsense. I have loads of cash. Honestly, my loans don't look that scary right now. You owe 641 million, but you have 275 million. Yeah, but what do I own? Rather. These bonds don't mature for ages. And the only loans I have are with my own bank, and they don't mature for a while. You own a lot of debt, that's for sure. Yeah, I certainly do. Alright, can't I just repay all of these? Well, what do I need that cash for? Right, now I have no loans. Yeah, it keeps telling me I need that cash, but I've sorted that out. Wasn't there a big bond you took out in 1998 to get out of this hole? That might be a big contributor to my own downfall here. Yeah, this is strange. Let's give it a quick save. Might be Longplay Mark II soon. Save that and come out and load that. Yeah, there we go. Now it understands I have cash. We continue to stagger on. Unfortunately, these bonds are crushing me. Annual interest of 60 million. And I need to raise 800 million real soon. With what though? I'm not expanding. That's part of my problem here, I dare to say. Alright, there's something I'm really bad at in this game clearly, and that's standing up to any sort of competition. Don't know why my bank didn't do so well though. I'm looking at this bank thinking, oh yeah, millions of profit, but I don't feel that profit. This transferable cash ain't so bad though, don't mind me if I just grab some of that myself. Uh-oh, recession coming. It might be the last tinner for me. There are some elements that I just don't think I'm getting right though. And one of the big ones is my also my cigars, but also my jewelry, which was the one that was being priced rather bizarrely. Here we go, there we go. They've got no branding. I've got all the branding, all the quality, overall winner, but my market share isn't as good as it should be. I'm just really wondering if that's down to not enough stores. See, Stars and Jeff Wayne's and WIT. See, I figured I'd be eating all of that. Where's the demand? Are the goods affected differently by branding? Yes, yes they are. Some goods care lots about branding, some care very little. And you can get a breakdown of that here, in fact. The branding affects about 29% of the overall score of cigars. But if we were to look at, say, jeans are 39% down to their branding. So every penny you spend on branding is proportionally a lot more important for jeans than they are for cigars. And then you look at something else like, what would it be, tinned? We've got tinned stuff, or is it C for canned? Canned corn. Oh, brand is surprisingly good for canned corn. I guess there are very few things that have very low brand stuff. Coconut oil? Nah, mids don't matter. I'm trying to think of something that has very low brand. There we go. Nobody cares about the brand of a chair. Only contributes 20%. That said, you still want the brand, because it does... if your brand is high, that means you can charge more to offset it. Just depends how much you want to pour into branding. It depends on the city as well. Wow. That's weird. That's very weird. I wonder why it's like that. Alright, come on, see if we can't actually end up with some money here. Although it says I'm making big loads of profit, I can't help but notice my overall money going down. Operating profit. Ah, operating profit doesn't care about loans and whatever other profit is. I'm assuming other profit is... Actually, what would other profit be here? Whatever it is, it's ruining me. I think I might be caught in the death spiral here. Unless I could suddenly dump all... Oh, what if I just took a big risk on the stock market? And that would dig us out of the entire situation. Jake wouldn't profit from the bank be immediately lent out as loans, which if I'm guessing right, means you only see a ratio percentage of the profit. Maybe, but there's... yeah, maybe. I don't know enough to say one way or t'other. That's a fool's hope and you know it, Jake. It would work for me, I'm sure. It's tracking the bonds, so it's the debt from that. Yeah, but I thought that was shown in loan and other bond interests. So what would other profit be? Well, my amount of money is going up at least, but I can feel the noose tightening around my neck when it comes to these loans. They mature in 3 years. I don't know what I'm going to do about that $500 million one. I don't want to put out another bond. That stuff works against me. Loans minus increase in asset value, I think. Other profit, maintenance. It doesn't feel very profitable when it's showing me a loss there, that's for sure. Well, look at that. My lifetime, I've lost $1 billion in loans and such. Crazy. Maybe I have leaned a little hard into that. Not sure I can take the mick out of Baron on that anymore. Well, let's be honest, I definitely can. Keep throwing that money at me. Let's start paying off some of that exorbitant amounts of loan that I have. Wait, those are my bonds, not my banking things. My mistake, I thought uh-oh. My own credit limit for my own bank is terrible. Decrease in asset value, I guess that's the recession hitting us pretty hard right now. Yeah, it looks like that bank is definitely making the dosh. I don't think I can buy out my bond, but maybe there's maybe like the bond market shows. Yeah, here's the bond market for the Cap King. So perhaps there's a way... Yeah, these are the 2 bonds that I put out, right? So if I buy out my own bond like so, then I won't have to pay myself over it. Same with these ones. And now when I look at the bonds, yeah, there's far less that I have to worry about paying out. Well, far less. There's slightly less. It still matures in 2 years, and I don't think I'm going to raise 600 million in a couple of years. That's a good idea. See, what I could do is buy bonds using insurance firm money. That sounds like a lot better guaranteed money. How many people's bonds can I be getting? You'd want high yields. My bonds are the highest yield around. Insurance fraud, you say? Insurance fraud, I do say. Worth considering. Only I could roll back the clock to when we went for the... I might actually do that if and when I die. Roll back to when we went banking and just say, screw banking, let's do insurance instead. Because right now it's looking grim. See, even the money I'm making has fallen below 100 million now. 3 out of 4 are on the decline when it comes to locations. I'm just surprised that the bank didn't make more money. Maybe there's some trick to making big bank money that I've missed out on. It does make profit though, so I don't know. I think the main lesson is to put banking in a subsidiary at least. Not sure how that would help it though. Wow, service quality is... Yeah, it looks like you've cut down on all the training in the banks, so service quality's gone to hell. But I guess with that kind of market share you don't need it. The trick is more C-rated loans during booms. I would hate to micro that, but maybe a subsidiary is the right idea. If my save, if we have to go back to save, which I feel like we might, if that has the banks already set up, I'll try making a subsidiary and have them manage it. Of course, then I have to pay the subsidiary and all that. What's that? The gold reserve near Lübeck is exhausted. Oh, that's pretty bad. All this gold didn't make me much money at all. Mining gold is expensive. Real expensive. Right, are we going to make it on the bonds? Let's see, I got 100. I don't think so. You still have inventory full of gold bars. That I do. I've got a lot of gold sticking around inside the warehouse. It's a shame that gold isn't magically worth all the money here. Yeah, see my... Oh god, look at the lack of demand for my drugs now. Not my grape juice. Grape juice has been my best friend for a long time. But the drugs... Why does nobody want my... Oh my goodness. Why am I being defeated by Seaport, though? We have the brand, we have the quality. Is it really because they've just put down all these supermarkets that they're able to choke me out like that? Price might be a thing. Maybe I've been wrong about this. Maybe you need a lot more supermarkets down. Because I've been getting my ass kicked by stars on things that I previously dominated. It's price. I'm not so convinced it's price. Tell you what, let's experiment with this for a bit. Let's tell Henry of Skalitz that he can no longer change prices of things. Can I even do that? I think I'd have to sack him, and I don't want to sack him. I think distribution is the bottleneck, but only due to lack of stores. Because if I look at my Lübeck branch here, the sales are really underutilized. Wow, really underutilized though. That means nobody's coming here to buy these cold pills. Right, what I can do actually is take this supermarket, take direct control of it myself, and then I can go to these pills and reduce the price a lot. Reduce the price of all my drugs a lot. And let's see what that does for market share. You see, I'm a lot annoyed at that, because Henry of Skalitz has been ordered to play for market share. Uh-oh, well, hopefully... Oh, would you look at that? My own bank wants to sell me lots of money. I can take that out and then repay those bonds. Okay, this place is completely empty. Time to demolish it and sell the land. Does he only look at average ratings? I wonder about that. He's meant to be maximizing market share, but he's not setting the price competitively. Where was that supermarket we were just looking at? Was it this one? I reckon so. See, reducing price, now it makes a bit more sense that we're fighting over, oh, even so, you're not pushing out that many of them. There's something I'm missing here. What is it? My ratings are far superior to... Wait, my competitor is buying my own ones? I thought I had that on internal sale only. Okay, now I'm just getting very confused. How is my competitor using my drugs that are on internal sale? View supplier, here's supplier. Jake, if they set up the buy link before you limit it, they can still buy it. Ooh. Well, that's not very nice. Especially since they're being sold at cost. Oh my god, he's been buying them at cost. Marking them up 1000%. I didn't say you could do that. But the factory was on internal sale. How did he manage to get that? There we go. Let's hope that makes that client screw off. Maybe he did it before it was set. I should definitely have the game paused in that case. Oh, I bet. Yeah, Henry of Scallops just set the price back down. That's not very nice. Right, Henry of Scallops, I'm assuming direct control here. Henry of Scallops is working against me, I can feel it. Well, at least my client is now buying it for a massive negative markup. Is he ever going to stop? Looking on the bright side, I have a lot of money. Oh wait, isn't that money that I borrowed? Oh yeah, I borrowed a bloody ton of money. Whoops. Henry, are there other clients that I don't know about? Oops, didn't mean to come away from there. Back to Lubeck we go. What was I looking at just moments ago? I managed to forget already. It was my drugs, was it not? Okay. Jeff Wayne's Discount Megastore is also buying my own drugs at cost. I've been financing my own enemy. How? How in the world did they get those on internal sale? Maybe Henry, for a very short moment, put them off of internal sale before I told him not to change it. Yeah, Crivens, look at that. And is that where my competition is coming from here? Yeah, it's entirely Jeff Wayne's Store of the Worlds. Right, maybe if I get rid of that, and get rid of that, and then put down a new sales. Yeah, I think we might have gotten Worst Henry instead of that. So, okay, that was me shooting myself in the foot with regards to my drugs, but it doesn't explain some of the other things. I win on the gold, but I barely make money selling these. Oh, the jewelry store sells it for a lot better rating, a lot better price than the retail store. That's worth keeping in mind. I get my ass kicked when it comes to the jewelry. I did not dominate this market like I was hoping to. Interesting. You could jack up the price at your warehouse and sell below cost in the stores to squeeze the money out of your competitors. Jake, you just seen that lowering price will win you the market, but you forgot it already? Well, it's multiple things contributing here. I'm just bothered that Henry isn't lowering the price, even though it's for market share. Let's look back at this. Oh, well, actually, cough syrup's looking okay now. Oh, but this is where I lowered the price. That cost plus freight has gone way up, but that's because I was tinkering with the costs over here, wasn't it? There we go. I think I could put Henry back in charge here. There you go. Have all the firms again. He's probably going to change the price here to be back to cost. There we go. I don't like what I just saw. Why? Why did you become a client again? I don't understand. Never change my internal sale. Okay, maybe always enable internal sale. It's a different product, Jake. What do you mean by different product? This guy is currently buying my goods. He tries to maximize the market by selling to competitors, but he's not allowed to. I think there are 2 products with extra clients. I wonder if there's an easy way to check. Alright, at this point it's become troubleshooting rather than trying to continue this on, but I really need to know what's causing this. I wonder if it might be better just to have him unbalanced. He seems to be taking things a little extreme with that market share charity. Although market share is important to me. I don't think any... Well, what's this? No, that's fine. That's just enemies making their own version of that. Someone else is in on the citric acid stuff, though. Caesar's Oil took over Jeff Wayne. Yunji loses control of Jeff Wayne's Store of the Worlds. That's what they get for trying to buy my goods from me. To be fair, you do have the entire market share just from the factory. Look at that, the demand just isn't there for these anymore, and there's clearly a piece in the puzzle that I'm not putting down. These complicated 4-piece puzzles. Is that really you taking it away from me? Where's the gold SA? But look, he's got crap, it's just that he charges a lot less. And then there's this one that he has the price agreement on. Henry Scout's freaking face when he's doing this. Not to mention the fact that I pay him about $10 million each year to do this for me. Starting to think that maybe I shouldn't have you work for me like that. Alright, tell you what. This whole thing's just getting bulldozed right now. And we're going to remake it. What's this? The Cold Pills Factory. Here you go. Make us the cold pills. Now, Henry of Scallots, you know to have this on internal sale. Sadly, I can't actually change it to internal sale until it pops in here, I think. There we go. Did it look like he flicked it on and off there? Well, there don't appear to be other clients, so I think it's okay. Maybe a medieval peasant wasn't the best choice of C. He's not the CEO. He's the COO. I'm sure he knows what he's doing. By the way, those cold pills, do they get sourced here? Okay, I was worried that Where's the gold was going to end up buying them from here as well. Cold pills, link. Take them from the factory. Should still be working fine. Yeah, the demand for my goods has collapsed, and I'm trying to figure out why. Jake, you have to fix your stores. The stores buy it from the warehouse, so I don't need to do any follow-up in the stores. My best guess is that I don't put down enough stores. If we look at stuff like stars, right, they got sports stores, supermarket, watch store, leather store, that's just over there. They got 2 computer stores next to each other here and a lot more stores here. So I'm starting to think if you want to go retailing, you need to make a lot more shops. Okay, I think I've been vastly underestimating the amount of shops one needs to set up for this. It's a heavy investment to put down lots of shops, but I guess if they're selling well. Look at these guys, their own shops have pretty low demand. In fact, he's not even making a profit on this convenience store. And the toy store goes up and down and up and down. Then again, we're in Recessionville right now. Specialized stores without training is probably the best way to go for maximizing demand from the extra bonus. Without training? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Might be right though, I mean these guys are just rocking untrained individuals. But Special Tactics and Rescue aren't making money off those shops very well. How are they doing as a corporation? Stars make ridiculous profit compared to me. And oh man, their revenue looks good. More stores, lower demand, because more stores to buy from. Yeah, but that works against me when my enemy is making lots of stores. They're slurping up too much of it, even though their goods aren't really worth anyone's time. Ups and downs indicate supply problems. Well, I surely don't have supply problems. Oh, crikey. What was... Oh, this I think was the period where we were buying them in at much too much. Hey! Yeah, I think it's remembering the high price that there was on these. Once it shifts those, it'll be less of a problem, but the warehouse filled up with them. A good car store easily makes 4 to 10 million. Yeah, I've clearly not set up good stores here. Doesn't help that I have all these not very profitable bank branches out here. And since the training is non-existent, they're not desirable either. I think I managed to shoot myself in the foot pretty hard with this whole banking lark. And my bank is still 5 million down. Although, oh, well, the bank is making money actually, it's hard to deny. Look at all that money that can be my money. Okay, I think we need to use what we've learnt here. I'm hesitant to start over from scratch because I like the idea that we have all these companies and people set up, but I think it's time for a fork in the timeline here. E-commerce is the future. Yeah, I still haven't figured out e-commerce. I couldn't figure out how to sell things on it very well. Where do we start up the banking then? That's where everything went Pete Tong. Is this it? Is this the very moment that it got set up? Probably. Right, this must be the save from the very moment that we put down the banks. Let's try this again with a fresh new head on our shoulders. Have you built any residential apartments or offices? They're easy and safe money. Yes. And you're right, they are easy and relatively safe. You just gotta take a periodic glance at the demand for them. Currently there is no demand. Although there's almost demand for office stuff in Vancouver. I could preempt that, but let's try and make this banking thing not kill us this time. So I still have a huge loan taken out, although I don't have my bond out just yet. Man, that's a scary amount of loan to be having. We're in the boom right now, but really I think we should just... Oh, wait, weren't we talking about making this subsidiary? I should look into that. How can I make a subsidiary? There's a way to do that, but how is it? Digital stock, financial actions. Set up a new subsidiary company. Ooh, could steal the logo here. There's a thought. I don't have spare logos for my... Oh, no, I can steal the name The Plague Hearts. Does that mean I could steal Umbrella? No, well, I'll just steal the Plague Hearts. Initial investment into the new company will be reasonable. Give them 50 million. You must hire a new CEO. To do so, in the next screen, select a CEO candidate. Who would be our Nick Brick. He looks really terrible at everything. But I don't think there's a specifically good guy at banking, so there you go. Nick Brick. He doesn't even want $1 million. Well done, Nick. You shouldn't be bothering with acquiring tech. You shouldn't be selling tech. Backwards integration. No, you are just a banking firm. No retail, no production, no R&D. Maybe I'll let you expand in real estate since, well, you do the banking and such. No internet, although I don't know if internet banking is a thing. You can do insurance and banking. Insurance, banking, and real estate. That's what you do. Should I just disable all? You're not allowed to do any of these. Yeah, let's make our way back to 2008. Yeah, this is everything was looking so good for the first 4 years, and then I threw it all away. I don't really care about how you do for all of this. Internet is still checked, Jake. Whoops, I was thinking about internet banking, clearly. Financial. Issue shares. Oof. Merge with other companies? No. Close down unprofitable firms? I guess so. Liquidate firms when out of cash? This turned out the CEO will never offer new shares for expanding the business, but if it's out of cash, he will have to offer new shares to raise, regardless of this setting. Okay, well, try not to do that. Just ask me for money instead. Right. The objective, Baron, and I appreciate it's pretty difficult to make that clear, is to do the King of Capitalism goals, and that means my market cap needs to be 6 billion and I need to have 80% ownership. I have 100%. Things are looking so good, right? Within 4 short years getting 1.7 billion, but the rest of it not so easy, and I'm heavily in debt. So I want to give my HQ over to... Hang on, how do I give this over to my new my subsidiary? Under the firms window, Jake. Yes, the firms window. Unless that's another thing here. Firms. Yes, of course, this is the one. Banking, headquarter. But I swear there was a transfer thing. Where is it? I'm certain I've done this before, but I can't find it. I could have sworn there was a like select and transfer option. Where was it? Under Henry. Not seeing him here. Can you control the plague hearts? I can destroy them. On the previous firm's screen. Under firms. We go to bank, headquarters, and bank branches, but I could have sworn there was like a transfer to thing here. There was a transfer firms button. Where? Wait, firms for sale? Somebody wants to sell Aperture Science? Do you have 75% ownership of the Plague? Oh, that could be it. That seems weird. I set them up. Why would I need to get more control out of them? Let's have a look. Corporation. Here's the Plague. The Plague Hearts. Looking at it, I should have made the short name Plague Hearts rather than the Plague. Ah, here we go. Transfer firms. Ah. And now I wish to transfer them my bank headquarters. You've not selected. Well, I'm looking at it. I feel like I had this problem before and I can't remember how I solved it. How do I give you over? Let me double check the stock control of the Plague. Maybe I need more of it for some reason. Are they even listed here? No, they're under me here. You solved it by buying 75% of the shares. Yeah, but they're not even listed here for me to buy it up. I am confused. Maybe if I let a few days pass. Seems very strange that there's not just an option to transfer over here. Nice centralized place for it, but... Maybe Cap King needs to own the subsidiary. Do I not own it already? You need to be acting on behalf of the Plague Hearts. Is there such an option to change? Oh! Here we go. Now I've selected the Plague Hearts. That still doesn't get it here, though. Transfer firms, Cap King. Yeah, I still can't. Oh, it just says not for sale. I don't care about sale though. Wait, am I changing it from here? That seems a little broken. How do I take these? It would be bizarre if banks couldn't be transferred. Yeah, the select all button, Pandy, does not work for me. I want to transfer this over to my subsidiary. What's stopping me? The reset girl on the top makes me laugh like an idiot. Thank you, sir, says Leo. Well, I'll be laughing when I can figure out how to transfer my bank to my new subsidiary. Let's go back to being the Cap King. Yeah, good question. Would I be able to transfer, say... That seems so mulched there. Yeah, I can't select here for some reason. What is going on? You let me down here, Nick Brick. I want to give you my banks. We're concerned about potential exploits that we've made viable, possible if banks and insurance firms can be transferred. Doesn't seem possible. Oh, what, really? And how do I have a banking subsidiary? Well, okay, the alternative thing would be I'd have to set up these banks as my subsidiary after giving them a fat stack of cash. Delegate under the firms. Wait, what? Firms. Don't know what you mean. I suppose you could loan it tons, then transfer the bank and loot it. Clever block. The subsidiary is currently owned by you directly, not Cap King. I don't know how to use that information. Look at that. Cap King. Stock. Stock in the plague here, but I don't see the plague listed. Does the plague ever get listed here? Damn you, Henry of Skallets. Ooh, I'm lost here. Can you not put it on sale and make the subsidiary company buy it? Now that might be an idea. Let's come back out of all this, because I've let some time pass and I might have screwed something up there. Actually, did I make a sale? Did I make a save from before I made the banks? It might even be easier just to make the subsidiary and then switch to them and give them the banks, but I'm concerned about the fact that I can't seem to give subsidiaries anything anyway. Where was it we made the subsidiary again? I think it was under financial actions and then set up new subsidiary. I like the play cards. If it wants to give me that, then fine. Initial capital, here's your 50 mil. Didn't you have the possibility to transfer firms when subsidiary had HQ? Pass. Oh god, now I gotta set all this up again. Let's just disable everything. Okay. I'm at a loss here. Let's try giving him his own headquarters. Oh, right, when it goes to building, it lets me ask who I'm doing it for, I think. Yeah, there we go. So now I can make you your own little headquarter here. Don't know what that's going to do for you, other than cost you a fat stack of cash. But I am confused as to why I can't give anything over to them. Oh, I can't set an HQ for sale, a banking HQ. But surely I can sell firms. No. But there was a hidden bit of UI that I was able to. This is all very explorative and definitely not what I was planning to sit down to do today, but needs must. I'm looking for my own firms. Yeah, it's not showing here. Maybe you could use the transfer button below Henry. The transfer button below Henry. What transfer button below Henry? On your corporation screen, gotcha. Corporation. Not seeing it. Boy, I'm having a tough time here. Wait, what was that? Nick Brick, member of the party executive for the Republican Party. What is going wrong here? I feel like I want to do something very simple here. Set up a subsidiary and give them some stuff. Could I, for example, transfer this over? Ah, so this is it. So I can be giving it over like that, but it doesn't exist for you. Would it work for the individual banks? No. Alright, so banks cannot be done that way. Question then, could I set up the bank that way for my subsidiary? Also, can I do it with factories? Yes, so it was here all along. And I would dare to say it should also be somewhere like here. Wasn't there a more... yeah, there was a firms one here. Still doesn't show me the ability to quickly send them over. I swear something had a... How did we get to the quick other transfer thing? Well, it doesn't matter. That's not what I'm looking at. That's not what I'm looking at right now. What I'm looking at is a way to set up a subsidiary who handles banking for me. I wonder how I take money away from a subsidiary as well, for what it's worth. Corporation overview transfer button. Corporation firm overview. Doesn't let me transfer them here though. Okay, click on the icon near your cash and pick Subsidiary, then go to Firms Overview. Try to transfer the bank. Go to the icon near your cash, pick the Subsidiary, then go to the Firms Overview and try to transfer the bank. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be something I can grab here. Doesn't seem to be a lot of stuff that I can transfer over easily. How bizarre. Corporation details overview. Corporation details overview. That was it. That was absolutely it. There's transfer firms. And now I can select. Yeah, I can transfer apartments over. I can transfer factories over. Yep, this is it. This is what I was needing. Except it doesn't work for banks. But I still want to set up a banking subsidiary. Okay, one thing to check before I try that. Well, one thing is to make sure I have the save for it. But how do I take the money out of my subsidiary? If such a thing is even possible. And it might not be possible. Your subsidiary. So if they have a fat stack of cash, how do I take it? Transfer your trash loans to the trash bank. That would work for an exploit, I'm sure. Financial actions, click on the 3. Capital injection. That's going the wrong way around. I want it to go the other way around. Where's their cash injection to me? You can issue dividends to yourself since you own everything. Yeah, dividend. Set dividend. Let the CEO set the dividend. So how do I do that? How does that even work? Can I just put it to 50%? Is this going to give a fat stack of that cash to me? Click on 3, special dividend, one-time payment. Ah, here we go. Oh, but it's not letting me do anything here. That will give you 50% of their annual profits. Special dividend is similar to clearing out the bank. Yeah, but I'm not seeing anything that I can transfer over. Company's cash and its retained earnings. Right, so I think it has to make money before I can take money out. In any case, that's the important thing. I wanted to make sure that it was possible to take money out of my subsidiaries. So, gotcha. Okay, we all struggled through that together, but maybe, just maybe, we can set up our... Oh my god, that's painful. My only save was after I'd built all the banks. Yeah, so what do I do about that? I guess I don't want to own these banks myself. Tear down the banks and rebuild. Plausible, probably a bit expensive, but I'd still own the land, and the land is the expensive part. So if I were to just demolish this firm only, and I wanted to build myself a new bank. A bank branch costs about $500,000. We got millions for that. Okay, let's... Oh yeah, the banking HQ is another story altogether, isn't it? You must close down all bank branches before you can close down the headquarters. Okay. Bank branches. Oof, man, I built a lot of these. This is a bunch of money down the drain. Shame I can't just transfer them over, isn't it? But gotta be wary of those exploits. Right. Demolish, demolish, demolish. And I gotta remember to find these things later on with my subsidiary. I hope my subsidiary does a better job with these banks than I do. Imagine if he just ends up going completely broke. Oh, I'm imagining it. Come to think of it, I'm still heavily in debt, and this is probably not going to solve my problems with selling my goods. I'm a little worried about that. Well, I'm more than a little worried, I'm a lot worried about that. Maybe I should sell all my shares whilst the going is good, because it's probably they're probably going to tank big time. Does it become a problem if you're not the majority shareholder of your own company? That sounds like something that would be a problem. Save before setting up Subsidiary. Well, I have this save anyway, so it's no biggie. Depositors received 100% of their money back. Well, good for them. Hang on. I seem to have gotten a fat stack of cash out of that. Oh, I suppose I put money into the bank, didn't I? I'm still heavily in debt, though. But that's good until 1999, so that's alright. Copper cabling's mine now. Okay, let's do it. Set up new subsidiary company. Ooh, wrong logo for 3 mountains. I still like the Plague Hearts, though. So, the Plague Hearts. Initial capital. They're going to need quite a lot of initial capital for building up all that stuff. You must hire a new CEO. I don't know, Nick Brick wasn't doing a very good job. Who should be in charge around here? I can't get the venture capitalists to it. Aristocrat, Virtual Bart, Brelix. Brelix doesn't want to be part of it. It should be somebody with pretty much no skills, I think. I don't know if skills affect how good a CEO is. In a way, that made Nick Brick a pretty great person, because I suspect, like if I want Zhang He, he wants a lot more money than Nick. Ah, forget it. Nick Brick. He has my back. Okay, so Nick Brick, I want you to work in banking, insurance, and real estate. You shouldn't need anything other than that. None of these. Management policies doesn't really matter. You should certainly be able to affect all these things. Don't issue new shares. I guess you should close down unprofitable firms. And I guess liquidate if the need arises. And now I can play as you. And then we're going to make the... Oh my god, the banking headquarters, 22 million. Oh, that's even worse. I can't build on land owned by the big me. Can I transfer land over? Oh, this is getting better and better. Don't know what to make of this. Can you build for the Plague Hearts as the Cap King? Good idea. Let's select the Cap King. Go to build for Plague Hearts headquarters. Wrong headquarters. Banking and finance. Bank headquarters. Let me double check that I'm doing this for the Plague Hearts. No, No, I cannot. Is there really no way to transfer land to another subsidiary? Oh well, lucky them. Lucky, lucky them. Maybe by building that I've been able to bump up the value of this land and then I can sell it myself to get some of that back. Yeah, there we go. Give me some of my hard-earned money back, please. Okay, now to make matters slightly rougher, I got to sell off the bits of land and build banks in them. This will be a little bit tedious. Shame though, but lessons learned. Also got to remember where that land was. Thankfully, removing a bunch of these makes it easier to spot. Play cart. Bank for... oh my goodness, what was it, like 5 of these per area? It's alright, one time done, then we save and hope that we can pull ourselves out of this mess. I'm strongly considering selling my stocks though. Especially since they're probably going to go way down. I should make the money whilst I can and then buy it back at ludicrous profit when the recession hits hard. We've been in a boom for 5 years, so surely recession's on its way. Did I build 3 per city or did I build... no, I'm pretty sure I built 5. Explains why this is here. Don't worry folks, we're all learning together. And tell you what, if sitting through all this and doing all this learning has made you want to play the game as well, whilst I do the hard work for you, I'm just going to throw a free copy of the game into chat right now. You can redeem it on their own archaic website. There's some X's in the middle there to prevent bots from just hoovering it up. Although I'm pretty sure one could easily write a bot to get around that. Still, it's what we do. Where's the last we spot for our bank? Did we put one over here? Eyes peeled for that bunch of land that I bought. I'm sure that... here we go. And then for you, we build another. Not really sure if anyone wrote a bot to gather keys for the Capitalism Lab website. Supply and demand. There's very little supply and really very little demand. Anyway, if you won that code, you can spend your time installing the game whilst I spend another 5 minutes putting down these banky places. Just me spending money for my beloved subsidiary. Wait, this is costing me money and not my subsidiary, right? Subsidiary has 34 million. 34.2. Oh, it is costing him money. Well, it's not a big deal. I can give him the cash injection. In fact, it's the opposite of a big deal because of the way that works. Still though, does mean I'm going to have to go and do that. Where else? Or was that all 5 of them? Play cart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's good. Onwards to Chengdu then. Good job, me, in buying out this land. Alright, I do need to do the cash injection now. Financial actions. I wonder if there's a way to just shove all my debt onto a subsidiary and somehow forget about it. Or is this a firm's thing? Where did I do the cash injection before? You gotta click on play carts. Inject public? No. Where was it? Capital injection, there it is. Well, I can't give you all of my money like that, but I can give you a hefty amount of it. And I can regret it. I already regret it, but okay. I can totally understand why they wouldn't want you to be able to transfer these. It's just bitten me in the bum because it's... As you can see, I think the AI can handle the banks a bit better than I can. I'm sure they can. I've seen an AI get into banking in this game, and they made so much money. And that's what made me think, oh, I should get into banking. It looks profitable. And I clearly have not figured it out very well. The bank we made did make money, but I don't think we grew the rest of our business enough to keep up with it. And the products I was selling, yeah, my markets were dying there, and I still don't really know why. Okay, this should be the last one. And maybe I missed a spot, hopefully not. I'm burning these people through their money and they haven't even gotten their businesses started. I wonder how it's going to work setting up a bank, because it won't it's going to have a hard fight against all the other banks out there. Maybe it can fight on quality or something. It's not going to have a lot of money to invest in marketing and training and such. My poor baby bank. Was there not more space around here that I'd bought up for a bank? When it comes to the plague and their banks... There's 4. Could have sworn there was a 5th. But maybe I miscounted when I did before. It matters not. The point is, let's go back to being Cap King. Let's see the land again. And let's save up. I was a bit too slow. I didn't realize as the X's made the thing not copy in one go, says Avenue. Well, Avenue, if you were a bit slow, maybe you can speed up for another go. Here you go. Right, let's make our save here. And what's this going to be then? Longplay 006. Very, very rare for me to make a lot of saves and jump back and forth during a game that I stream, but this one... Oh, crumbs, I just spotted where it was. It's okay, I can still do this. This game is somewhat demanding for it. Just because I don't know the game. If I knew the game a lot better, I'm sure I'd be blasting through this with my head held high. Right. I've set up my subsidiary. My subsidiary has all the banks. Nick Brick will hopefully make something good of it. I now need to focus on me. I made a lot of mistakes, clearly, and I suspect it's grim times coming. So perhaps what I should do, since we are at the moon right now, do you think it's going to go better now that we're in... Now that we've set up our subsidiary, do you think our stock is actually going to go better because of that? Precisely 10 Rolling Ninja, and I've given all but 3 of them away now. I'll probably give more away as this stream goes on. Very generous of them. Sometimes devs say, hey, thanks for streaming our game. Here's some free keys to give away. I'm just trying to think what else to do with my... Hang on. Henry of Skalitz. Look at that. Why? Why is internal... Why is Where is the Gold able to buy this? I don't understand. And there's Jeff Wayne's Discount Megastore as well. How are they able to buy from me? Because they are hurting me in my own market here. No wonder it's split between them. The goods are every bit as good between them and they're buying them at a massive markup. Do you need a sales unit if you want only internal use? Sales means that it goes out to just about anything. So sales also means that it goes to my warehouse, but I don't understand why internal sale isn't working here. It's all Henry of Skalit's fault. He's already on always enable internal sales. Yeah, we went back in time, but not back in time far enough to prevent this from happening. If that's the only thing that's on that's being given to other clients, Maybe the game was unpaused when I was doing it. That's my best explanation. Game was unpaused when I set this up. Somehow these got out before internal sale went on. Yeah, Henry really screwed me over quite a lot with that. To be fair, that's not the only thing that destroyed me. It's just aggravating that that would happen. Now, how do I get rid of the internal sale? Do I destroy this? Or do I simply replace the sales? If I jack the prices back up... Well, actually, that's what I can do. I can... I could take direct control of it myself and jack the prices right up. Or I could say that Henry's not allowed control of any factory. Because he seems to be... Right, I will take full control of the factory. There's no good reason for Henry to manage any factories. I can do it better myself. Give me every factory. First order of business is to jack up those prices as high as they can go. That's right, you need to hit confirm. Then our so-called clients are suddenly going to be having to spend, well, their markup won't look so good. Now Henry's not going to be passing my goods on to other clients. I really don't want him to be doing so. I just want to make absolutely sure that none of these other things are going to other individuals. That all looks good. Maybe I should run the warehouses as well. Never know what Henry's going to be doing with these things. Yeah, every new warehouse goes to me. That was the problem. I gave Henry unchecked control over this. If you do have a strong need to terminate a purchase link from an AI economy, you may still do so, but not without significant cost. You will have to eliminate your existing purchasing stock, destroying all existing stock along the way. You have internal sales set to on by default. Then set up a new purchasing unit to replace the one you've just removed. I'll just set up the prices. You know, if they want to keep buying it at that high price, then go me. I remember seeing that setting, internal trade only, was not retroactive. You got to redo those. The squares, redo the sales squares? What? They both say internal sale. Internal sale, internal sale. Okay, right. Now that we've discovered Henry's treachery. I'm sure this game has plenty of quirks like that. We'll just pick them up as we go. My client still has a bunch of his, but since he was just taking them directly to the stores, hopefully now he will, well, he's paying me, so thanks for the massive monthly purchase of them. I think the purchasing link from the AI was set up before you activated internal sales. It will continue being active. Well, that's fine. It's active, and they're buying it for ridiculous amounts of a ridiculous price. And he still is forced to price match me, I think, because if you buy from the same person, there's a price match. Oh right, I was thinking about selling stock, wasn't I? Ooh, my stock is struggling a bit. I think we should just sell a reasonable amount of it. Get into toothpaste. Yeah, a good idea is to get into stuff that people are going to buy, depression or not. But all these drugs are things that people buy regardless anyway. Maybe I really should set up more drug stores across the ways. Did you spend more time trying to learn Dom 5 or this game? Dom 5. Well, no, Dom 5 I jumped straight into and had to learn as we went. No, but I spent a lot of time trying to figure out Dom 5. I don't know, might even be a tie at this point. It's better to issue new stock. Why would issuing new stock be a better idea? Is that because it won't hurt the stock price? Makes a good point though. But what is really the difference between issuing new it's new shares, right? Should be lower. What if it's not lower? What if it's not much lower? Couldn't I just do that? That would raise a good bit of money, and I reckon the stock price is going to go kablamo anyway. Might even bring up the stock price because the investors will be all excited in me. If you sell, the money goes into your private personal account. Really? Alright, there we go. 33932 per share. Can I issue some more? Looks like there's a limit to how much I can do of that. The stock will still tank. Well, if it tanks, that's fine, because then I can just buy it back from them. Nice and easy. Assuming people buy it, though. Oh, of course it's out there. I could buy it for myself. Actually, what's stopping me from doing that? Issuing it cheaper and then just buying it with my own company. Of course, the money that I raised, I'm immediately spending. That would probably be it. But maybe buying my own stock would increase my own stock value. Let's have a look at this. If I were to buy just a little bit of it. I'm not sure if that pushed up the stock price at all or not. It's a pump and dump. Well, nothing's stopping pumping and dumping around here. Okay, I might still have problems. Drugstores. Should I be opening more drugstores? Because currently... Currently I dominate that. But in the other timeline we saw that somebody else comes in and fights me on these pretty hard. But that was with my own stock, so maybe if it's not with that, it won't be a problem. Yeah, one store is never enough, says Magdown. Fair enough, then we should open more. Even though... Where's my... What are they? Are they drugstores that I'm doing them in? I forget. No, it's not drugstores. Supermarkets? Yeah, I use supermarkets to sell them. I think I just need more supermarkets everywhere. We'll go up to 3 supermarkets in each place. So we duplicate the firms. Henry does get to own them. Well, not own them, but he gets to run them in my name. Opening this might actually bump up my stock price, so maybe I shouldn't have just sold, but... You live and learn. So, 2 more in Brasilia. We'll have 2 more in Chengdu. Hopefully we can find some nice places to put them down at someone's mega store that I can fight them at. Is that my other supermarket there? Okay, then I might want something a bit more central, like... It's so hard to find the best places to put them down. If you were in this mode, I'd love it if it suddenly color-coded the map. Right there. No, it's pretty close to my other one. Hopefully it doesn't cannibalize itself too much. That's 1 supermarché. Plop down another one right here for 51. And another one right here. 12. Thought it would be better next to the town hall. Yeah, how about next to my own real estate? Force people over there. Is that everywhere? Actually, that's me at 10 supermarkets. Now I don't have a good overview of where they are. Firms... Retail stores... 3, 3, 3, and 1. So Lübeck still needs 2 more. Let's go here and duplicate you. You're really central. Great place for a supermarket. Sadly though, capitalism demands more. Probably not the worst idea to put it next to my existing stuff over here. And... yeah, I think one of the lessons is I really underestimated the amount of well, not just supermarkets, but retail stores that you want. But supermarkets where I sell all those goodies that I myself make. There we go, get those drugs in. Wait, what about the, there we go, the beverages as well. Can't forget my beverage market. Yeah, so to anybody that's wondering what's going on, why we're back in 1994, we had a timeline split and set up our bank as a subsidiary instead of our own little money hole. Although the subsidiary itself might end up being my little money hole. That remains to be seen. Okay, the headache pills have lost their client. Great. Now I can set them to an at-cost price. How about you? Ah, you've still got where is the gold. Can I boost the price up? No. Are you magically going to get that client back? No. Good. My only problem, I suppose, is that now I don't think I can set sell at... where is it? Yeah, no, there was one for it. Sell factory internal sale products at cost. That's not something I can set anymore. I guess I could set it down to absolutely nothing, but I think I'll just have to eyeball it. It's not like the prices of something are going to be that out of whack. I do like the fact that Where's the Gold is paying so much for my drugs, though, and he hasn't noticed yet. Nice. Can you enable Henry now? See if the same thing happens again. Good idea, actually. I will wait until the client is gone from here, and then I'll set Henry to have my factories again, because it is kind of good to have Henry on the factories. If anything, just so we can maintain the sell at cost price thing. But we'll be keeping a hawk eye on Henry. If Henry starts selling my stuff off cheap to the competitors again, that is it. Usually it's best to keep it close to production price for future clarity. Yes, it is. That's why I want to keep it there. Okay, how about our stock price? It appears to be going to the moon, sir. Not what we wanted. Briccoloni is taking advantage of his position in the plague to personally buy a lot of my own stock. Not sure how I feel about that. Probably not great. Also, didn't I take out a fat loan? Where's my... Here we go. Right, yeah, let's not have the hands that have all that loan money of mine. And let's instead take out a big fat loan from the plague. Wait, I can take it with no interest? What? Interest-free loans, those are my favorite kinds of loan. Whoa, oh, no, I was imagining it. I saw that 0 interest, didn't even realize I hadn't selected the money yet. Still, better to pay interest into my own bank than pay it to somebody else's bank. So there we go. So how can I keep a good eye on the Plague's performance as a company? Curious how he's running his bank. He has no money in his own bank. That could be a problem for him. Corporation detail, or is it better to look at firms? Well, he's got cash on hand, and he's losing a huge amount of money, but that's okay. He needs to establish those banks. As long as he has cash on hand, that's okay. I'm sure he'll grow eventually. Check if he has stocks or something. You mean his company? He's not allowed to do stocks. That's not what I gave him management policies for. Yeah, he doesn't have stocks here, but that might not stop him taking stocks. Short name. Ah, here we go. Can I make it Plague Hearts? No, there's not enough space for the Plague Hearts, but there's room enough for Plague Hearts. Nice. But you asked if they have any stock, and I'm trying to think how to think of that. Where would you normally check that again? The stock exchange, Plague Hearts, doesn't appear to have any themselves. My company has... oh wow, the Plague Heart value has gone way up. I could actually sell stock in my own subsidiary for a meaty little profit. Excellent. I'm actually hoping that my own stock value plummets. Although, what's to stop me sending out even more? Issue new shares to the public, another fat stack of them. I could raise a lot of stuff. At a discount, no less. Yeah, on you go. Let's just shove it all out there. There's a lot of money I could make on my own stock here, and with that, I want to clear out my own loans. I shouldn't be so afraid to do this, right? If you play your cards right with the stocks, surely, there's big money to be made. Can you buy them directly off of the people? Can I, like, buy soup dogs, or is this just buying it from public? I think it is. It's hard to buy back. Keep it for emergencies. Well, the way I see it, there's going to be a big recession where everything tanks down. I want to take advantage of that. I also want to get rid of this accursed loan I have in the Hansa. There we go. No more Hansa loan. My only loan is with my own subsidiary. But really, I should repay that as well. And then they can make their interest loans from other people. Look at that. The bank has plenty of cash to hand. A lot of it coming in from these deposits. Wow, they have as much in loans as they do deposits. That's nice and healthy. Especially since those loans are... No. Can I change this for you? You should not be taking that high-risk money. There you go. Much better. Even the Bs. That's too many Bs. Like 10% Bs. Yeah, half it again. Keep it to the steady money. That's still good interest rate to have. Right. If you can buy from other people, but they usually ask for an insane markup, the markup will be less once the economy cools. Let's see, it's still booming almost everywhere, and the only place it's not is in expansion phase. Believe me, I still think look at that! Look at that, the price of my own stocks is tanking. When it tanks a little more, or rather a lot more, I'm going to buy back the public shareholder stuff and make mega bucks on it. But I'm really wanting to get into another industry, especially since now I have all these supermarkets set up, and those supermarkets have space, don't they? Yeah, they got, well, kind of have space. They got space for 2 more things. What can even be sold in a supermarket that I'm not selling already? Is there 2 really nice synergizing goods that I can put in there? Beverages, body care products, drugs, food, household. What are household products? Is there anything that doesn't have an existing market that I can roll into? Is Jake shorting his own stocks? Not really. I didn't know it was going to crash. I was just fairly certain that it would. There's also snacks if nobody's in on those. The seaport brings in that ice cream, uses a bunch of stuff, but not all of it's available. Just trying to think of one little niche, or rather 2 little niches to fill in my supermarkets right now. Because I want to branch out. Snacks, food, body care, beverage. Well, that's our research continuing on at pace. Keep it up, Henry of Skallets. No access to flour. If I had flour, what would I even be doing? Bread, but... Well, to be fair, everybody needs bread. If I had corn and aluminium, I could make my own canned food, and I can bring that stuff in. So we could sell canned corn and bread. And we do have access to wheat. So I'm going to set up a factory for flour, and a factory for canned corn. And your subsidiaries run out of cash. Okay, well, how do I just give them some money? I guess I'll just need to turbocharge them with money, but where did all their dosh go? We haven't even hit the bust yet. Sure, we'll get there though. Capital injection. Here's like $100 million. There you go. I'll need to take out another loan from somewhere else though to get this set up. But yeah, I'm thinking I get in on the canned corn and the bread, and that's gonna, the advertising on that is gonna boost me up as a food manufacturer, and people will still want both of these things during a bust. So flour factory and canned corn factory and bread factory, both all three will be needed. And I'll just do it here in Lübeck, mainly because Lübeck has the lowest real wage cost, so it makes the most sense to do it here, right? Oh, well, we've hit 2 recessions now. If this recession gets really bad, and I hope it does... Oh, wait, before the recession gets really bad, does this mean I can take out a loan at a really good rate? Uh-oh, no, the loan interest rates are sky high. How can this be? Oh, that's because it's for the play cards. For me, they'll offer fairly competitive rates. I can take $1 billion out from the Hansa. How's my stock price looking? It's trying to survive, but it's going to keep going down, and I'll buy it all back. The rates drop during a recession. Really? Why do I feel like rates would go up during a recession? Still though, I need a bit of cash to set up my factories. So let's borrow a modest 5-year loan of not that much. 60 mil? Yeah, 60 million to get this industry set up. So factory. I wanted to check and see if Henry of Skalitz was going to take control of these and start selling these. Oh my goodness, the game keeps on pausing on me. See if Henry of Skalitz is going to do this. Alright, Henry of Skalitz. You can now take all the new factories and every factory I build. Don't you dare start selling these off to clients at cost. I should make a save there just in case he does decide to royally screw me over. They do go up in a recession if your rating also drops. Hopefully my rating... Why would my rating be bad anyway? I take out loans and I pay off loans. Surely that's the sign of somebody that deserves a great credit rating. This is almost certainly far too big a factory, but I prefer it this way so I can scale it up nicer. So that's going to be for flour, and that'll be for bread, and this will be for something else, I forget. What was the other good I was trying to make? Canned corn, because I can import all these things. Bring in the canned corn. Set up the flour, which is a semi-good. And then you're going to be set up for bread, which is under food, of course. Missing supplies, but you won't be for much longer. Maybe there's a small pause before... No, look at that. Internal sale is on immediately. There's our bread. Okay, very good. I will move the bread into one of these factories. You're not working full steam ahead to pour out that grape juice anymore, but I still think... I don't know about that. I don't know. The demand for grape juice was so high for so long. You need to default it in the options menu. Oh. Gameplay options, default internal sale, enabled. Good call, thank you. I reckon demand for bread is going to be sky high most of the time, so I actually don't mind setting up another input, storage. No, there's a better way to do this, surely. Input, storage, output. And that way the inputs can link up to these, and the storage can go out to the output. I don't know if there's any point in linking storage or not, but there you go. and you're going to be getting in the bread. Show me the dough. And then that goes out to my supermarkets. And I need to set up one here. I'm not sure how high the demand for canned corn is going to be. Sounds so nasty, really. Canned corn. I like sweet corn, but I like it straight off the cob. So you get that go, in that goes, out it goes. I'll wait until both of these show those goods. There we go. And now my supermarkets are all going to be told to stock that. And now I'm a little worried because that's a lot of supermarkets to go through to make them have that. It means each of these I have to go da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Maybe there's an easier way to do it. What I suppose I could do is go plus all cities, warehouses only, and then I can go bread. But then I'd need a second sales unit here for it. I don't know, I already don't like the look of this setup. Then I go another one here for canned corn. And another sales and link it up. That is fugly. Is there not a way to like copy over this setting to another one rather than scroll through them each one by one? He doesn't know. Canned corn sounds nasty, so I'm not surprised people would think it is. So again, link it up, bread and corn. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's just a faster way to do this. The premise is simple, right? Oh, I've got a new good for a store that I have. I want to have it sold in all of them. I can't see a fast way to do this. I've had creamed corn before, it's quite nice. Out of a can though, perhaps not. Well, Marvin, ask yourself, what do you think cream corn would be? Give us some food for thought whilst I work on... I shouldn't have said food for thought. I'm quite hungry. I've been at this for almost 6 hours and the only substance I have is Longmorn whiskey, which was poured as a celebration for successfully setting up a banking firm. And now, well, maybe I can pour myself another one as a celebration for successfully setting up a banking subsidiary. I can justify that to myself, right? It's not often I drink on stream. In fact, I could probably count in one hand the amount of times I've done it. But it just feels fitting for this kind of game. I rate Longmorn 16 as a good budget whiskey because you can go and get it for like 50 or 60 quid, which I don't want to sound too much of a toff, but that sounds budget range to me. But then somebody told me it's nowhere near that price, it's much, much higher. And then I worried and lamented because maybe I'll never get it cheap again. Maybe I advertised it too well when I did my review on it. If I did, I'm not entirely sure I did now that I think about it. If you were to look for a bottle of Longmorn 16, what would be the going rate? Purchase, purchase, sale, 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 sale. Setups like this feel really patrician-like, and I mean that in a good and a bad way. Press F7, then add the setup to user-defined setups. It's quicker. Hey, I know this one. User-defined, add this. Oh, I did not realize that it remembered these specifically. Awesome. Thank you for that, Pulsar. That's not the first time you've given us a good bit of advice as well. Yeah, it doesn't change the other floor, it's just the current one. Oh, but it clears the existing stock. Oof. That's a sizable oof. That's many thousands of units of grape juice that go away. That's painful, but probably less painful than the micro. No, I don't want to add this. Delete that. I wanted to use this. Touche, trying to make me lose my money here. It's okay. Artificially create that demand for my stock. But it doesn't say the supplier? Hopefully it does. Attempting to find a supplier. Alright, let's pass a bit of time and see what you get. Why, whoa, why are you not? Why are you not taking my corn? Scallops. Uh-oh, this has caused more waiting for me, because now I need to go and link these. Okay, that didn't work quite the way I wanted it to. Maybe it's because I didn't... maybe I saved one before it had established the link. That makes even less sense, because it already established the grape juice. We know that much. Okay, you know what? I'm not really trusting of that system. Should find a better way to do that. Go. Bring in the bread. Bring in the canned corn. I wonder if I'm going to be struggling on... don't seem to be struggling on too much here. Bottled milk. Ah, I'm on the wrong floor, that'll be why. I need to get better at this. There's clearly going to be a lot of setting up stores like this, and I'm not doing it very efficiently. Lagavulin is about 70 to 100 quid right now if you can find it. Okay, so it's not inflated that badly. I feel like I was talking to someone who said, yeah, those go for about 150 quid each. I was like, crikey, that ain't right. It's good, but it's not 150 quid good. Seldom is a whiskey ever that good. Okay, what's your problem? You don't seem to be getting any canned corn or bread in. Is that a supply problem? Let's go back to Lubeck and see what's going on. There's plenty of flour outstripping demand, but there's nowhere near enough bread to meet demand. So I actually need a second bread factory, which seems good since it looks like you produce twice as much. Oh, come on, keep that training up. Human resources, training, supermax everywhere. I think Henry's allowed to change... there you go. Henry, you can alter the training budget, but I believe training should be sky high. And Henry is not giving these away dirt cheap to easy clients. So good. It must have been an issue where it had internal trade off when I built it, and then that split second the AI decided, hey, free, almost free meds. Right, I need another... Oh wow, there's demand through the roof for canned corn. I definitely need another bread factory though. This is such a good feeling. It might be a little strange to describe, but it is such a good feeling when you have an industry and then you immediately see what you're producing is great, there's more demand for it, and then you just know that the next thing you build is just going to be squeezing out money. So that should put you hard at work, and the training should mean that the production keeps up nicely. Unsure about the canned corn though. We certainly offer... Oh right, our quality is far higher than what anybody else can offer. I think what we need is more canned corn on the market. So I will be duplicating you and hoping that no evil enemy gets into my canned corn brigade. Yeah, but if you could set a price for competitors and one for your own, then why would competitors ever buy your stock? They'd be forced to sell it at a higher price. Because that's of course what you would use it for. Man, that is good. I never would have imagined I would be into whiskey in at least a relatively big way. I always just figured, you know, it's like wine. People just say it tastes better to justify the cost, but no, there's good whiskey, and there's bad whiskey, and there's very good whiskey. Alright, hopefully with the passage of time, we'll be able to have more... actually, I didn't even check to see if my problem was not enough goods coming in. And it might be that problem. Look, my purchasing things aren't working fast enough. The problem was not in producing corn, it was in acquiring corn and aluminium. That's a problem. That's a problem that's not solved by building you, actually. I'm actually just going to demolish this firm because that's not necessary. I wonder if the same problem is with you then. Yeah, okay, even though I was talking about how, haha, I just need more bread, that wasn't it at all. I need more wheat. I need quite a bit more wheat. Because we're trying to manufacture... Oh no, these manufacturers are working flat out. No, maybe I was wrong on that one. The flour situation seems okay. Because these things are working flat out on creating wheat. If they weren't flat out, then that would indicate something else entirely. But I need corn. Corn and aluminium. How do I even make aluminium? Or do I mine aluminium? You can probably set up an elaborate system of warehouses to sell yourself for cheap while stores sell expensively to competitors. Again, if it comes from the same source, there's a price match enforced upon you. Damn, look at that control on the canned corn. Look at that. Profit on the canned corn. You can get behind that. Still, a farm for corn is needed. When is corn sown? That's a farmer's guide for corn. Sown in April? Ah, it's already May. No, it's sown in August. April, May, June, July, August. 3 months' time? I'll forget in 3 months. So let's just put down a large farm already. You are to make me corn and nothing but. Wrong one. There we go. Corn. No, don't give me eggs. Give me corn. Very simple. Wait, cocoa? No. Corn. I don't know what about this is difficult game. I want corn, not cocoa. Probably trying to tell me that nobody needs that much corn. But I don't have any use for cocoa right now, do I? What would I even do with cocoa? To be fair, I could make cakes if I had eggs. Ooh, I could make chocolate bars. Okay, maybe there's a slight desire for cocoa. Fair enough, give me the corn and cocoa, but more corn than cocoa. Corn, corn, corn into here, cocoa, cocoa into here, sales of both, very good. Cocoa is sown in April. I guess that means the farm is used in both seasons, so nothing's really wasted there. I think it's min-maxing time used, Jake, because cocoa is planted on the corn's off time. But it doesn't use the same space as corn, which means you don't really winning anything there. Still, there's a good thing to be said for putting out chocolate bars. The trouble is that I got supermarkets all over the wahoo here. Unless I wanted to set up convenience stores that just do snacks and that. Right, it's the middle of 1995. How is my baby getting on? And how are my stocks doing? Stocks are doing bleh. So I could buy them back at a profit, but I think the big crunch is coming. So I reckon I could make some... I reckon I could still make some if I wait for it to tank hard and then buy it back. And then when we're back into the moon, we sell again. Yeah, although I have to make sure that I maintain good control of my own stock. But how do you force others to sell? Oh, we were just asking how our subsidiary was doing. They have run out of cash. Okay, don't worry, I'll give them some dosh. You can offer to buy. Okay, that's good. I can offer to buy it at much cheapness, I hope. Jings, I just gave you guys 100 million. And didn't I take out a loan to get you guys that 100 million? How do they keep running out of dosh? There, enjoy your injection. Please stop losing all this money. You're not even selling to Risky Biscuits here. You get the same problem I do, though. It's all tied up in the bank. And they've already transferred everything out of the bank that they can. Are they investing that money? Yeah, I wonder about that. How do I even get a good idea on what they're investing in? If indeed they're investing at all. They have 19 banks. I don't recall giving them 19 banks. There we go, I'm 100% shareholder in the Play Cart, so I could sell off my shares in the Play Carts if I really wanted. I don't, but it's a possibility. Annual profit negative 25 million. Please, please start making a profit, my little baby. You don't want to end up like Tinner and Tinner. They could be issuing loans to the public, perhaps. Oh, they are issuing loans to the public, but they're doing it in a very safe way. You can set the distribution of loans to invest in, if it's your own bank, to make it more or less risky. Not sure if it's your subsidiary. Yeah, I can set them to loan to these incredibly dangerous, defaulting individuals in the C brands. Oh, look at that. They're already defaulting to the tune of 22 million. Then again, even A lenders are defaulting. Holy moly. Heck, even the AAAs. That's the double recession for you. Maybe you're not the only one thinking of investment. Maybe setting up a bank right before a crash is not great, but oh well. What happened to Tinner and Tinner? Gee, why would you care, Maharaja Nick? So Tinner & Tinner is an insurance-focused company. They actually have a pretty high net worth. They don't make any real profits. I reckon they just have a lot of stock. Well, a lot of people have stock in them. In fact, Maharaja Nick, you only have 7% of a share in your own company. You have been hemorrhaging your own stock just to live. Huh. Do you have... Okay, well, they're setting up new insurance things, but Andromeda's buying you out. I have no idea why Tinner and Tinner are doing so badly, really. Oh god, I'm pulling a Baron. Well, do you have lots of stocks hidden somewhere? How do I check that again? If I go to Tinner and Tinner... Is that the way to check it? I want to see what you have in terms of stock, man. Your stock is so cheap. You do own stock, right? Every clever person owns stock. The only thing you have as a person is your 7% share of your failing company, Tinner and Tinner. Sorry, Maharaja. Doesn't seem to be going well for you. It's going alright for me, at least. Maybe you can buy them out and merge them with your own subsidiary. I don't think I want to buy a failing company. Although, you make a good point. I could buy them out. Well, actually, not a lot of it is public, is it? Corporate details, Tinner and Tinner. I need to look at stock exchange for them, I think. I'm a 41% public shareholder. I could become a majority shareholder, but I'd have to poach other shares from other people. Damn it, I was hoping my stock would collapse a bit more than this. Come on, I got money to make here. I've made a mistake though. I was making that corn, but wasn't the whole point with that I needed more aluminium as well? Here's the aluminium, but not enough of it comes in. Where can I get some other aluminium? Is aluminium a good that I dig out of the ground? If so, it would probably be A for aluminium. Yeah, there we go. What's the price to do so? 7001 quality for 26 mil. It's limited though. 77 at 24. It's in Lubeck though, so at least the price of mining it out in Lubeck's good. So what was that, 77? 74? 77? 71. So let's go and get this aluminium. So what are we under? Natural resources, mining. Let's just diggy. Bye money. And let's just set up a modest mining operation. So mining. Whoa! I clicked on something there. Don't even know what I was clicking on. Hopefully nothing too bad. Mining into inventory, into sales. I don't know what I clicked on, but I bet it was telling me that the play carts are out of money again. Cash. Oh my god, play carts, please. You're killing me here, although you are making a profit at long last. I think it was just establishing themselves as a bank wasn't going so well, but now it's going better. I will take the financial risk for you, don't worry, I'm a good big brother. Too big to fail, brother, that's me. And I actually don't have any current outstanding loans. I was hoping the loan interest rate would be going down, but it's not. I can't seem to borrow a lot of money from the Hansa for some reason. But I'll borrow what I can. Oh, that's because I'm looking at the play carts again. Get off the play carts, get over to me. Yeah, damn right, I can borrow, but I've already borrowed quite a bit. What am I going to take out? Take it like 200 million. And then I go to the play carts and I give them another cash injection. Don't like the fact that they just keep on crying to me whenever things are going bad for them. There you go. Stop losing that money. You're still up on the play cart market value. You could have them IPO too. Probably, but I think their stock is going to go to the moon. Although it's a private assessment. Oh my god, Tinner and Tinner is dying. Could buy them up for pennies if we think they're going to bounce back. I don't though. I really don't. Tinner and Tinner have got like 100 million on them. Maybe they could do something with it. How much could I throw at Tinner and see if they come out ahead? Nah, the recession has only just begun. Let's wait until we get thick into the heart of the recession. Anyway, that aluminium is going there. Do I want to stock it up? It is a nice raw material, so actually let's have input, storage, and output for our aluminium. I guess we haven't mined any yet. No, not that, please. Where's the aluminium? Are you not operating or something? You're on internal sale, you've got a bunch of it there, so why are we not taking aluminium? Weird that we mine it out in neatly pressed aluminium for cans, but it's just how it goes sometimes. Buy low, Jake. I'm at my lowest point right now. I don't get it. Where's the aluminium? Oh, because it's on warehouse only. My biggest mistake that I keep making. Bring in that aluminium, and as for you, get your aluminium from not the seaport, but from my own. There we go. From our own warehouse, please. And that should solve our production problems. Assuming that mining out that aluminium is fast enough. It's where I wish throughput was a bit easier to see in the game. I don't know the throughput of a mine, and I don't know how much we need here necessarily. But these guys are working flat out to make corn. Maybe I do need another thing set up. Oh, but the corn, right, it's the corn supply that's hurting here. So we've got to wait for this corn farm to actually operate. Alright, what are our thoughts regarding stock here? Has the time come That's 42 million worth of shares in Tinner and Tinner. He's looking pretty low. But then again, so is Where's the Gold? We have to make a call here, and I'm gambling with other people's money here. Remember, it'll cost more as the price goes up as you buy. Yeah, I know. Could always put out some bonds to afford it though, right? Freaking bonds. Can't pay off bonds early though, that's where they can really hurt you. I still think you can go a little lower, Nick. I'm gonna hold it for him to go under $3 a share. It's foolish to gamble with your own money. I don't know, I don't like it when people back me on bets. They'll blame me if I lose and they won't thank me if I win. They just expect me to win. To be fair, when I got gambling, I quite enjoy betting on other people as well, so it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. Alright, it feels much better when you're not playing the game on speed 5 mode. Datadyne just bought Cap. Whoa, why are people buying me? I didn't think my shares were still open to the public right now. Well, I guess I did sell them out, didn't I? Stock exchange for Cap King. Oh, look who's making a bounce back. It's Tinner and Tinner. That's his last dying breath, I'm sure. Well, glad to see Plague Hearts finally making a profit. Their annual profit doesn't look good, but at least they have cash in the bank. And me, as long as I don't take out ridiculous amounts of loans again. Looking at the wrong guys again. Oh god, I got $250 million out in loans. I need to get to working on that. Others buying the dip. They heard you mention bonds, says Orlov. What's that? Gunnar's buying sales in Cap King. That's pushing up my share value, or at least one would hope it is, but I want it to crunch. Christ, Lubeck is avoiding the recession altogether. We're in expansion mode in Lubeck. Think you can resist more loans? Well, depends on if I'm drawn towards other industries. But hopefully with my excessive amounts of supermarkets, things are going a bit better. It's kind of hard to see myself on the map. Oh god, mansion for sale! Could I buy this mansion? El Coro wants to sell it. The market value is higher than he's selling it for. Oh, come on, everyone's a mansion, right? Give me that mansion. The market value is da-da-da. I will pay you this much. I don't want to sell it at this price to you. How about a little more? Okay, yeah. You're not even committed. Alright, sweet. And now let's put this mansion up for sale. And we're going to sell it for just only slightly below market value. We win again, El Coro. Thanks for the free money. What I could actually do is build stuff up around it to make it even more valuable. I have no idea what good mansions are. I guess you just kind of like buy and sell. Ooh, Aperture Science and Helden have become one. That's dangerous. That means Aperture Science is moving their way up in the world. Too high up in the world. Let's keep this sorted by... No, okay, good. It keeps my subsidiaries at the top. Worryingly, Orbulon the Shekel Master is really catching up on me. It's got more than half of my revenue. More than half of my annual profit. But where's Aperture? Real up-and-comer there. I'm not growing enough. I'm stagnating. I don't like to stagnate. Why am I stagnating? What am I holding on to money for? I think I was looking at Tinner and Tinner, right? Come on, Tinner. Time to die. Coming for that #1 spot. Okay. Plague Heart. Is there a way to see Plague Heart's market value, or do I have to make you into an IPO to get an idea on that? If I go to corporation... Oh, where would it be under? Financial actions, plague hearts, initial public... So that's what IPO stands for. I need someone who understands IPOs to explain this to me. So it goes live with a stock price of $10. I don't get it. Okay, it raises me funds to put it out there, but I think that's severely undervalued. Could I put it out there and just buy all the stocks for myself? How much would I keep for myself? I really think that we're being massively undervalued, though. Isn't that what the PE ratio is? The undervaluing of your... well... You already own 100%, so no need to do that. A high PE means it's overvalued. Yeah, but that means it's undervalued, which is bad. Wait, is that bad? I have no idea. I still think I could buy it for myself and then watch those stocks go to the moon. Is this a good or a... Is this a very good or a very bad value for going public now? Overvalued is high P and E equals not worth buying. So right now they're absolutely worth buying. You can change the share percent. Oh, so it's gonna raise a lot more. Your subsidiary is losing money. It's fine. You do an IPO to raise money to expand. I still think my corporate might... Look, he's making a profit. It just looks like he's doing bad. Only IPO if you need the money to do something with, says Rolling Ninja. Gotcha. I need to look at... Ooh, another mansion for sale. The Maze Meister is selling this one for under market value. Not sure what I get out of owning that mansion, but... Look at that, the market value for it's going way up. Alright, we need to keep that up. Well, you know what, if the market value in general is going up on these, I think it's time for me to own a couple of mansions, but we're gonna lowball them. There you go, Maze Meister, 3 million. I pay this much. I don't want to sell my... No, I can't do Maze Meister's voice. I'd need Helden for that. Someone with the voice acting skills of Helden. Yeah. Wow, what did I do to cheese off the Maze Meister? 3.3 mil? Yeah, I bet that value's gonna go way up as we build more here. Everybody wants to live next to an airport. Helden is the best professional. There is one person out there who genuinely thinks Helden does voice acting for games, and he should. He's got a voice. Out of all the voices I've heard, Helden's is one of them. Demand isn't keeping up with my fat supply of sweet corn. Starting to wonder if my shops are performing as well as they should. Look at the lowering amount that I'm making off of the likes of my pain pills and that. But that could just be because I've saturated the world with my supermarkets. We should take a quick look and see at how our products are doing. So I want to look at all of Cap King's goods. Whoa, there's a lot of market share out there that we're not capturing with cigarettes. We need to peddle more cigarettes, and while we're at it, more cigars. Wow, why is the cigars down? Must be the recession. People don't want to buy cigars. We're having to fight on grape juice. Somebody else is making it. They must have seen how good it is. Okay, so we see the problem here. More people need to smoke. Where do we peddle our smokes again? Don't we have... Yeah, what kind of stores do we have for smokes? I forget now. Is it not the general stores? It's only showing me one general store. I'm sure I have more general stores than one, right? Something ain't right. Why is nothing showing in Brasilia? Why do I only have one general store? I'm sure I had many more than one. Ah, it's just showing me per area I go to. That's strange. It used to take it between cities. Okay, search for product. Cigarettes. This really is the only place I should sell cigarettes. Something's going on here. Why am I locked to Vancouver? What I must have checked this. Right, it wasn't checking all cities. Okay, that makes more sense. Now we want to check for general stores in all cities. My firms, of course. So I reckon what I need are more general stores for selling cigarettes because, yeah, look at that. The demand... Oh man, they'd actually demand a lot more cigarettes than I'm selling. The question is are cigarettes best sold inside general stores? Hard to know, so I should check and see where they sell to begin with. I did sell my bread and canned corn, right? Yeah, of course I did. Why would I not? Unfortunately, the seaport has given me a run for my money on the canned soup and the bread. I hope advertising's been done on those. I'll take a quick look at that before I deal with the cigarettes issue. Is the music looping weirdly, or is it just bad music? It's pretty bad elevator music. Next time I'm going to find a better bunch of music for it. Yeah, look at that. It's not being advertised at all. Don't I have a dedicated advertiser? That must have happened in the split timeline. Right, I need someone who's good at advertising. Who is good at advertising again? Marketing, that is. Lucky is great, and I can hire Lucky. Lucky is a full-on marketer. Chief Marketing Officer demands a lot of money, but there you go. Target brand, there-ish. CMO decides which products to advertise, yes. Media firms, yes. Prefer our own and subsidiaries, please. Now I want to see if he immediately goes to advertising. Come to think of it, the advertising shouldn't be done there. The advertising should be done in the warehouse. Makes much more sense that way. But he'll just do advertising where it makes sense. Currently you're doing no advertising on these, which surprises me. Surprises me even more that, well, maybe the brand is already, yeah, the brand is already strong there. The brand on our corn is actually quite good. But you're not spending on it. Are you spending on the bread? No. Oh my god, Plague Hearts is out of cash again. And yet, their net worth is really high. Good thing I have money to give them, but didn't I take out loans to give them that money? Didn't Ninja... Yeah, he did, but I don't change those out midstream. Right. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. I'm always taking care of you. You know, I thought my subsidiary would do a lot better a job at just keeping itself fiscally afloat. So, another cash injection. Maybe I set up a subsidiary way too early in this game, or maybe it's just the joys of running a bank. It's hard to know. Capital injection. Here's another $100 million. Holy smokes. But they are becoming profitable. Holy smokes, look at that revenue and profit. I think we're onto something with them. You don't transplant a plagued heart, it'll just kill you, Jake. I know what I'm dealing with, we'll be fine. Demand for the corn is still through the roof. Do we have that actual corn yet? Sowing in August. Well, at least it's almost August. Oh, but we have corn in inventory. We are working flat out to make corn, and it's not enough, so maybe I do need a corn factory. Yep, fair enough then. I will happily duplicate you if you think we need more corn. And look, I already bought this place for it. Ka-chunk. You take the supply from the same warehouse. Wait, corn is coming in from Seaport? Do I have stocks of corn yet? No, actually, I think you're full of corn. I never actually set you up to bring the corn in here. So, input, storage, output, and this is linked with my corn. Oh man, Baron is trying to corner me on corn. Not on my watch, you don't. I have everything set up that I need. Give it a little bit of time for that corn to flow through the system. And then we're going to go to you, and we're going to say your supplier is now my warehouse full of corn. There we go. Let's see how you work with that then. Set up your dividends, Jake. Again, I don't really understand what I'm doing with dividends. I'm sure somebody explained it in a really easy to understand way. Still don't get what's happening with dividends. Are we sure they haven't just snuck your capital injections onto their balance sheet as revenue? You know what? We should make sure that's not the case. Plague Heart's balance sheet. Land and natural resources. Bank net assets. Here you go, Henry of Scallots. You do a good job. They go to all the shareholders, specifically you. Yeah, but that's me as a person, right? Well, maybe me as a company. Still, I'm not buying it. This recession wasn't bad at all. Lübeck's still in expansion phase. Yeah, you as a person, but I don't need money as a person. I need money as a company. I need to be making a lot more money than this. Because, yeah, Shacklemaster is catching up really quickly on top of that. It'll encourage the share price increase, but I want the share price to go down so that I can buy it up, pump up the company, and then dump it again. I'm glad I sold at this point, but I want it to go way down so I can buy up. Oh, there's no public shareholders around. Interesting. Set dividends. Special dividend? Pay special dividend? But doesn't this come out of my company's... Yeah, it does come out of my company's amount of money. Okay, so that's actually a good way to translate this into share price, which then you can pump and dump all you want. You say that, for example, 10% of the company profit is being divided between shareholders. More shares, more dividends. In this game, use the CEO, and major shareholder will also get a dividend. Great when I want that personal money, but I need to raise company money first. I'm doing a pretty bad job of it so far. The company is the shareholder, the company gets dividends, not Jake. I'm a minor shareholder, most of it's owned by the company. That bank profit's looking really juicy now. I just hope he can keep it up. That looks to be what I set it at, so it's good to see that he's not jiggery pokering with what I set it to be. He's got even more money in the bank than I did when I set it up, but I think that's because he keeps buying more banks. Yeah, maybe he's got 4, 5, 5, and 5. I thought he bought a lot of banks. Hold on, you don't have a... You haven't been getting into... What's the word for it? Insurance, have you? Nope, no insurance, just those 19 bank branches. Those 19 very unprofitable bank branches, but that's alright. Profit is all brought in through the bank HQ. It seems to be working alright. Look, that's a lot of money to have in the system. You should definitely be investing that somehow. And the bank itself has all that cash available. Whoever the shareholder is gets dividend in the ratio of how many shares they own. So it could dividend the company, but I still need to pay that money out. Good way to increase the share price, but I just don't have the capital on hand right now. I need to be making a lot more capital. It's coming in at a good steady rate, and unlike before, I'm not cripplingly in debt. I'm only a $250 million in debt, which I would like to not be. You could set up a 10% dividend on play cards. 10% of the profits will go to your company. But the problem is, I need play cards to be making that profit so they stop coming to me saying, oh, we're broke. Because they do keep coming to me and saying, oh, we're broke. Well, if we watch the time pass by, how's his cash situation? Yeah, relatively steady. Hopefully they end up quite profitable and then I'll just drink from them regularly. So yeah, dividends from that just means I would more frequently have to inject money into them. Build some apartments near your factories. I don't think this is a great place for people to live. I don't think people like living next to factories. They like living next to stadiums and grade schools and fire stations. You know, like my sweet mansion, whose market value has gone up by $1 million in a year. Man, what sucker did I buy this off of? I think it was El Coro. Tell you what, things are going well. Better save up. Save new. Longplay 007. That split timeline never happened. I've no idea how I'm going to break this up for YouTube. Probably in a way that doesn't respect YouTube viewers in any way. Oh Christ, I forgot about fags. Where is my... Here we go. We had a problem. Not enough people were smoking. Look at that 50% market share that I am not getting in on. Oh Christ, it's even worse over in Brazil. These Brazilians need to smoke, and I need to figure out the best place to sell them my smokes. So... Just upload the whole thing. No, Amayui gets that treatment. Capitalism needs to be broken up in, you know, episodic. Kind of like what I did with State of Decay. Right, Jake, try and focus for 5 freaking seconds. You're thinking about tobacco. Where do we sell tobacco best? Convenience store, general stores, or convenience stores? Convenience or general? I don't know which is stronger. Probably the more expensive one. Convenience stores are more expensive. Same price, probably better pool. So what if I set up some convenience stores that just sell more cigarettes? Makes a lot of sense. I'll set up two more convenience stores in every city to peddle cigarettes and cigars. So one of you go in there. And this might be a little close to that one, but man, I can't deny that really sweet traffic index that you get there. Is that university? No, it's a high school. Oh, great age to start smoking. Not working out so well for me here. Oh yeah, Christ, loads of places for people to be smoking over here in Lubeck. 24, 15. Again, I really hope that they improve the ability to find the right places to put down shops in the next expansion. Alright, oh, by the way, I set it down, but I didn't actually tell them what they're going to be selling, did I? Where did I put it down? Here you are. So, what I want is... not this. I should certainly be saving the layout if nothing else. So, purchasing. I don't think the demand for cigars is going to be so high that they need loads of these, but it's just easier to think of it uniformly like this. Also, it's level 5. Nice, I've been trading my people up well. Or maybe that... No, it's level 5 because I've got such a good guy in charge. I got you now. Anyway, I want to add this to my user defines. Oh, it's already there. Well, damn, should have been using that. Still, link you to my tobacco, coming from my own warehouses, ciggies, and cigars. And later on I want to sell chocolate or whatever here, but for now, let's just dupe you. And where did I say looked good? Probably around here. 36 is good enough. 2 more in Brazil, because the Brazilians seem to be smoking. Did I put them down here yet? Feels like I did, but... oh. So easy to forget what I'm doing in this. Put 1 here, and... oh, that's a very good place. Chengdu. Chinese need their smokes. 1 right beneath, right between all my own built-up things, which is lovely. Mm-hmm. Don't worry if you're concerned. In Britain, it means something very different to Babafag. Vancouver. Oh, I'm out of cash myself. That's never a good sign. I suppose I could take out another fat loan at, ooh, that's a good interest rate. I could actually borrow heavily to refinance myself. So what I could do is just borrow that. And then at the 5.1%, I can repay the 5.6%. Nice. Let's try not to pay off the other good loan though. And now I've gone and lost my good convenience store. So go find myself convenience. And duplicate you. And where were we over at? Was it still Chengdu? No, it was Vancouver. Vancouver needed the smokes and I was looking around here. 72, can't say no to that. And this is my area, so I might as well fluff it up a bit. Next to my own supermarket, but the supermarket doesn't sell smokes. So there we go. Is our subsidiary Plague Heart a successful bank? Well, they've done a very good job at taking money away from me. Not so sure about the general public at large. Okay, let's repay as much of that loan as we can, but still have some money for ourselves. There we go. I'm digging myself deeper into debt, though. All this to just try and get more cigarettes out into the market. Let's hope that people are going to buy it up. Let's see how we do on Crivens. Products, yes. Tobacco, yes. All cities. Let's see if this improves. Oh my, the cigarettes certainly are. I like what I see. Excellent. Taking over that market share. We're certainly producing plenty of them. I hope we can fight well on the cigar front. Again, we charge... Actually, seems to be doing a bit better on the charging front. Mind when Henry of Scallots went insane and decided that we should be charging 200 per cigar instead of charging something in any way market share gaining like. Your bank will cause economic crisis 2008. You can buy cheap land. Genius, ahead of your time. Who really won out in that 2008 thing? I mean, I wasn't too fussed about it. Well, actually, maybe I should be. I lost my job, but, you know, that might not be related. Actually, it might be. Company got bought out. Oh, I can see him tweaking the levels here, though. Keeping a respectable waiting time. Quality service growing. Competition. He doesn't have... Oh, wait, he does have the market share. Holy moly, he did that. And he got all the money from me. This Nick Brick is a clever guy. Did you R&D your ciggies? Yes, yes I did. And it's working its way up. In fact, a whole bunch of our stuff is due to go up in profit. Alright. You know, this recession is only hitting Vancouver and Brazil, so it's hardly the worst thing to ever hit the world. Can you R&D your CEO? I wish I could R&D them. I really don't think their skills change as time goes on, which is a little saddening. I should keep an eye on real estate. I haven't been looking at it for a wee while. Brasilia and Vancouver, oddly enough the places that are in recession, have a demand for business buildings, or, you know, these buildings. I might do well on my real estate again. I don't think anyone has a housing demand though. Brasilia does. Vancouver far less so. But I might be able to run away with bank again if I buy land and build it up. Especially if it's around here where people seem to be reaching out to. Would be a good place to build up some... well, some everything, really. We have 36 million. That's nowhere near enough money for what I want to try and do. Just keep an eye on those interest rates. Nice and low. I'm going to try this out, right? We're going to borrow a fat load of cash from the Hansa, as we often do. Couldn't help but notice that my interest rate went through the roof when I borrowed that loan. Don't worry, Hansa, you know I'm good for it. Let's try and see if we can't do this. Buy up the land for ourselves and work on it. We'll do it. Well, this will probably be more expensive than when we did it at the start of the game. But we know that there's a demand for commercial, so let's smack down commercial here. And I'm missing a spot actually. It goes out by 4, so I should have bought some stuff over here. This land doesn't seem very cheap. It's like 800,000 each, almost $1 million a square. That's incredibly expensive. This could backfire big time on me if I'm not careful. Flank it with some awful apartments. Okay, but the land value went up considerably, so I might actually be able to make my money back. What did I say I was at before I did this? I forget how much I started on, but I'm on 773 million now. How much of a loan did I take out? That'd be a good indicator. Oh, maybe I should get rid of that loan. Okay, well it sorted out my interest rate at least. I'm not so convinced that worked out well for me. I mean, I got these at a knockoff rate because I developed the land a bit, but I was hoping for a bigger boom there. I think you're being harsh on Henry. When I was thinking about it, he obtained complete market share by putting your price up so high that it wasn't selling, but competitors were buying as much as they could to sell to undercut you. Quite genius when you think about it. It would have been genius if we weren't selling to our competitors at cost. But, you know, if that weren't the case, I think Henry did a good job. I think Henry was a victim of circumstance there. But look at that, look at that. Now that we have it set to nothing but internal sale, oh, the market dominance is sweet. We can cause more headaches to get some headache pills. That'd be a nice way to look at it. Okay, oh, well, speaking of, our pills are researched further. But my profits still aren't going up. This is what concerns me. I'm not really making more money. Whereas my enemies like Shacklemaster, like, what is Shacklemaster doing? He's making crazy money. I'm just stagnating here, waiting desperately for my my little plague heart buddy to make more money. To be fair, his profit's almost going to the moon. Past 12 months he's made 44 million. I would quite like, you know, a lot of that for myself. If we look at you... Oh, you've got no cash on hand. He's about to ask for a bailout, isn't he? Always ask... Where is he putting that money? He's got massive net... there's massive net worth in the plague heart, but where is it going? Better borrow some of that then, Jake. Yeah, so he's got 8 billion. But he's keeping it flush, right? The 8 billion is in there. But the 8 billion is also in there. Lent out, so it's pretty good. Good yin-yang there. Expansion, depression, recession, expansion, so it's more expandy than depressy. Replace Nick Brick with Henry. Well, Nick Brick has no skills. Henry has decent skills. If you want high profits, go in electronics. I'd need to be doing some researching on that. Some real investment would have to go in. I just want to be a bit more debt-free than I am right now. The capital ratio of your subsidiary, so even this becomes my problem somehow. Wait, that's for him to do. Don't yell at me that that's a problem. Oh, right, he has no cash to get. Okay, so really it's just the game's roundabout way of saying inject more cash into plague hearts. They've taken like all the money that I've made. I'm not selling the subsidiary. Not after all the money I've dumped into it. And that said, I'm having a hard time keeping them afloat. 8 billion in loans, but no cash. Quite. Alright, there's another 40 million. Please stop wasting all my money. Plague Heart is... Oh, they dumped that money immediately into their... Oh, jeez, I can't keep borrowing money like this. Are you telling me you immediately sank that money into your own bank? I think they did. Nick Brick is a disaster. Nick Brick's got good market share and he's got a lot of money tied up in the banks. Maybe the problem is that he's put this way too high. I wonder if I can... Oh, no, not that much. Stop lending out so much money. Alright, I will... Jeez, what do I even do? How's the stock market on my own company looking? Not good enough. The bond thing is a dangerous one. If I were to issue more bonds, the amount I'd have to pay on it would be unpleasant. Yeah, I keep having to dump money into it. Maybe it's just that banks are money sinks, but the AI I've seen manages to do it alright. Maybe he should have to borrow some money. Maybe that'll put a boot up his own arse. I'm sick of being the one to borrow the money all the time, right? Financial actions, Plague Hearts. You borrow some money at a rate that's not the same as mine. Maybe we share a credit rating. So you go and borrow money from the Hansa. Here's, I don't know, like 60 million. Borrow that, pay it back, stop causing me issues. Maybe that's a bit much. 50 million. And hopefully he doesn't dump it straight into the bank again. God, the bank has a lot of cash. The bank's got $1 billion and I'm sitting here in debt. Maybe it's because you take loans from your competitors' banks, all your debt goes towards your enemies. Yeah, but if I take it from my subsidiary's bank, the subsidiary bank still needs money paid into it to offset all of the money that's lent out. Maybe sell 40% of Plague Heart shares. I mean, I could go public with them, but I have high hopes that they're going to be worth the big dollars. Also, what's with that IPO stock price? Why does that seem so low? Ooh, their PE ratio's actually gone way up now. The market cap at IPO, total share. Maybe it's the total shares that's... Ah, I see, it's the total shares that matter. Would certainly raise me a nice fat chunk of cash, but it seems short-sighted. R&D of grape juice is complete. They can continue on with that. Yeah, if I wasn't paying off so much in bleeding loans, this would be nicer. But it's not that much, not compared to the other... The share price doesn't matter, all that matters is market cap. The market cap seemed alright, but again, it seems short-sighted. My subsidiary is going to go to the moon. Especially once we pull ourselves out of this depression. Depression and recession in 2 places. 2 others are expanding. I thought it could go into the Plague Heart pocket. No, the money would surely become mine in due time. Alright, so hopefully he's not going to die to that loan. Oh, look, his cash is actually way up there now. Seems he's taken... Oh, well, he must have dumped it into the bank as usual. Oh god, why is his operating profit falling? Don't be doing this to me, Plague Hearts. Get away from me there. It's always tempting to raise the cash like that, but no thank you. He did pay off his loan. Did you notice that? I didn't notice that. It would be under financial actions. Plague Hearts under his loans. Okay, yeah, he paid off a fair chunk of his loan there. Where'd he get all that money? He must have taken it out of his bank. I will stand by my suggestion. Replace Nick Brick with Henry. You do not need COO for your own company. He does a lot of stuff for me. I'd rather keep him around, even if he commands like 10% of my profits. Having somebody around to take care of these prices so that I don't have to fiddle them myself, I like that. I don't like fiddling prices all over the place. Somebody's trying to get on my corn and my bread here. Well then, is there no one else than Nick Brick? Is Nick Brick really a problem? I know he has no skills whatsoever, but at least he's cheap. I have no idea what the skills of a CEO does for them. Nick Brick poops bricks. I read it in the company's toilet stalls. I don't mind the cost of Henry, it's just that I need to be making more money, and I'm not currently expanding my company. I need to be thinking what I can do, instead of just been pouring money fruitlessly down into my own bank, which doesn't even pay me dividends. Maybe that's how I can squeeze out the money. Right, it seems... oh god, where's the profit going? Don't tell me it's all defaults. 113 million in defaults. Yeah, I think the thing to do is start taking money out of them. So where's that under? Set dividend? This is your subsidiary. Who should be in charge? Let the CEO. Oh, I guess that means let that CEO, as in Nick Brick, decide. I'd rather think not. I will set the dividend. I would like 25% of the company. There we go. So hopefully they'll start paying me a bit. He put 250 million in C-class loans. To be fair, that's pretty low compared to how we do things. Risky biscuits, but they pay the big interest rates. I mean, look at that. We put what's that, like 15 times as many into AAAs. Don't get 15 times the amount of money out. But again, to be fair, we don't get those defaults. Yeah, I need to look into more ways of generating money. And I did set up a whole bunch of convenience stores, didn't I? Yeah, now they've got plenty of spaces to be selling more goods, so I need to think, what can I sell in a convenience store? I need to set up a new industry because I am flatlining right now. Convenience stores want to sell body care products. We did this one before. If we can still do that again, it's nice and recession proof. So look into all body care. It's kind of split apart here. Oh wow, I got some real competitors going here. I don't like the idea of that fight. I should look for somewhere that's really lacking in enemies. Yeah, like toilet cleaner, tissues, and washing powder. Not a bad idea, actually. The household products. Can I sell those in convenience stores? Can't believe I can't. Damn. Can sell them in supermarkets, though, right? But I think my supermarkets are pretty full. Where are my supermarkets at? Oh yeah, chock full. Body lotion has no competition. I think it has high necessity index. Yeah, I was hoping to corner the entire market, but maybe just getting on body lotion would be fine. Yeah. Manufacturer's guide on that's pretty good. And I can buy in everything. Right, very well then. Let's get on that body lotion. It's probably free money if I just set this up, so it's a clever thing to do. Build ourselves a factory, a large factory, right about here. And you're set up to do body lotion. You'll bring that in, and we will keep it nice and snug over in this warehouse once you get that done. Since I'll have the market for myself. Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure Henry of Scallots can figure out how we do the advertising for it, because we want to corner the brand on it. Do you have permission? Do you have permanent Darkyard imports? I think they are permanent. I don't know if they fluctuate. Probably check that in my settings, can't I? Game settings, environment. Where is that shown? Products? Constant import, yes, so I don't need to worry about that. Right, there we go. Out comes our body lotion. Add another level to this. Does that mean I could just put you down with my user-defined, predefined input, storage, output? That's what we like to see. And you're going to not bring in that. Bring in the lotion, the body lotion, not from warehouses. There we go. In and out. Quality of my body lotion is really bad, so we'll have to aggressively price on this one. And I might benefit from doing some tech on that. Yeah, get it done now rather than later. Production tech is really what matters on that one. Okay, very well. Let's duplicate you with the lesser known duplication button. And hire us a team of body care product experts to start R&D on body lotion for 2 years. I never mastered how to make profits from villas in Capitalism 2. Well, I bought a villa, and by chance its value has gone up by about 1.5 to 2 million. But I'm sure there's much better ways of making $2 million in this game that'll result in continual income of 2 million. Right, I am not liking how things are going economically for myself. At least the plague hearts have cured their loan problem, but I have not. I've only grown in the amount of loan that I have. And it's getting more and more expensive to be taking out these loans. Maybe I could just borrow from the plague hearts. Yeah, borrow from my own loan company. That way the money flows back to me one way or another. Take myself like 50 million out of them. Yoink. You're a real pal. Excuse me. Right, now I want to add this body lotion, obviously. Hopefully it's getting some advertising love. Well, it's not currently, but maybe it will someday. Maybe when I actually start selling it. And I need to sell it in my convenience stores, right? It was convenience store. I'm gonna believe it was convenience store. Purchase, inventory, sales, wrong one. There we go, just add that in. No, wrong one. I need to hit use, not add. Wrong one. Pause. Don't take that, and instead take my... Where's my body lotion? Oh, 'cause it's under grape juice again for some reason. Take my warehouse body lotion. Maybe I should just delete this, it's getting in my way. Much better. Stop hitting add. It's use. Link that up with my body lotion. That makes it easier to find. It's a lot to keep going through for this. This is quite a lot of expenditure just to get my body lotion out there. Hopefully it proves worth its while. Okay. Kinda glad I spent my time playing or trying to figure out this game off stream before starting this. There's certainly been a lot of floundering here, but better than near on 100% floundering. Right, let's see how that works for my share of body lotion. My share of body lotion. Well, gotta start somewhere. The average quality of body lotion is so low that my crummy ones are going to do just fine. Spending heavily on marketing for it to corner the brand. Which is fine, they care a lot about the brand for it. If brand is high, my prices can be high. I just hope we shift plenty of it. Look at that, that quality is way too high. But he's going for market share, to be fair. I came here after watching all those Frostpunk videos and YouTube. That was years ago now, laughing gore. Feels like I poured that whiskey years ago. It's all gone now. Right. I don't think body lotion is suddenly our saving grace. Though those loan costs are starting to really rear their ugly head. I might need to raise money to dig myself out of this soon enough. I'm doing an IPO on my play carts. I didn't want to do it, but I might have to do it. Oh, they're at... Oh, okay, my bank is making more profit than I am. Where the heck did my profits go? Actually, no, really, where did my profits go? Is somebody fighting me on my goods? What happened? That's scary stuff. Hmm. The IPO money will go into the play carts, not Cap King, so only IPO a little, then sell the shares that Cap King owned directly. Our stock prices seem to have crashed. Now be a time to buy in. Yeah, if I had the money to buy in with. Let's look at the stock exchange right now. Actually, our stock prices are doing fine. How would it be if we IPO'd the play carts now? Man, they're rated pretty well now. The play carts does a reverse purchase as Cap King. You bought all the cigarette stores, new factories, and new R&Ds. Yeah, but surely that wouldn't. No, of course that would display on profit, wouldn't it? But look at this. The amount of profit we're making just isn't looking good. Yeah, you were looking at profits chart instead of shares chart, but I bet we've been overtaken by Orbulon now. Lucky demands more money from me. Go figure. Oh, crikey. Lotion production was more expensive than we expected. No wonder no one was in that market. Doesn't make me the fat stacks I was hoping for, but let's have a look at the body lotion. We got the share. Is that somebody else trying to get in on me? Okay, they've got much better quality. Wow, somebody else was working on that. We're working on researching it though. We can always outdo them on price or just the quantity that we have in the market. It'll be a couple of years before we can catch up on tech though. And somehow they have the brand. Maybe they came over from their other brands. Oocha, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. Their level is just so much better. Why do I have two different levels here, though? I think they're priced differently. Yeah. Oh my goodness, he's even pricing lower than me. Undercutting me with a better product with better branding. That's how you win. Shame I'm not on their side. At least I have the initial market presence. Okay, my profits have gone haywire here. And this is during an overall boom time. Especially Lubeck. Lubeck is booming. And the bank has got... Ooh, the bank's got a lot more in here than... They could be lending out a lot more by now. Riskier, but they're going to run out of money to do that, aren't they? If I set this any higher, they'll have to dump their cash in here for the loans that they put out, I think. You always look at firms which are profitable and those which are not. True, we haven't been looking at that much at all. How do we check that again? Here, firms. Well, we lose on the factories, but that's a given. Our money is... Why would warehouses be profiting? Ah. I said I would take over all the warehouses, didn't I? But actually Henry of Scallot should be having that. Because he can set this to price. That was during my earlier moment of anger where I told Henry that he wasn't allowed to have warehouses anymore. And then it wasn't selling selling at cost anymore. But it is now, so it's okay. Still though, I'm deeply concerned at how my profit has just evaporated, and I can't even tell you where the problem is. Suppose I could look at all of my products and see if any are making me horrible losses. It's looking pretty fine across the board. So where's my lack of money coming from? Yeah, advertising spending, it's probably because we're reaching out for that brand level 90 on new products. And on top of that, we have to maintain them. Why did the price of wine crash so much? Am I in a price war on wine? How much was it going for previous? Anyway, Stars are trying to get in, but they have inferior quality wine to us. So we can get them there. The cart showed our wine crash. Oh, the chart showed our wine crash. It was nearly $20. We're showing $20 now. Maybe Henry is too aggressive on market share. Maybe I should tell him to put a more balanced approach. If I were to do that, what's it going to set the price of wine to? What's my wine at? Well, he's certainly raising the price a bit. Okay, the numbers look a little better here, but not here. And let's not forget that I'm still really rather heavily in debt. I'm certainly not forgetting that. Youch, those loans. And one of them's gonna come mature in just a couple of years. Someone did... No, nobody made a Cool It Inc. But Keppa is a character. Plague Hearts pay an annual stock dividend of $2.19 per share. Did that go into my pocket or the pocket of my company? Probably of the pocket of my company. Right, things aren't going as bad as they did in the other timeline, but I'm really stalling out. And I'm having a difficult time seeing what I can do to break out and make loads of money. Somebody keeps suggesting electronics. There are certainly electronics out there with hefty existing markets. I bet your apartments and offices are red. The offices are usually not red. Look at that. Oh, well, actually, no, we're making profit on apartments and offices. It was a bit of a slow burn on the apartments, but they do make money. However, I should almost certainly be setting them to make me more money. Real estate, up we go. Is it completely non-profitable to just sell primary goods? You'd have to sell them as a wholesaler to other companies that use them, and I don't see the value in that. I'd rather sell them as retailer and make money every step of the way. Plus more control, more branding. Oh boy. Demand for that canned corn is far higher than I'm meeting. Wait, how does oh my god, I haven't been researching better quality canned corn, have I? Or bread. Damn, I forgot both of those need R&D. Get on there. We need a team. We need a food team. Tell me how to make better bread. And then make another one here. And tell me how to make good canned corn. And I do have some cocoa that I'm just doing nothing with. So what I should probably do is make sure I can have it in here. Build another floor. Put in these, and you take in that cocoa? I was making cocoa, right? Yeah, look at all this cocoa here. Sales, cocoa, nowhere to go. So why can't I... Again, it's warehouse only. That's gonna catch me every time. Ah, I'm not the only one that makes cocoa. Also, you're not being trained. These guys really need to be trained so that they produce better quality goods. Henry of Scallops, what's going on? You're able to change the training budget, but he doesn't like to set these very high. You planning on using any mods to make the game deeper? Yeah, when I get a better grip on the game, I'd like to check out the Real World mod, which adds so many more goods to it. I need to think what to do with this cocoa. Cocoa. Thought double clicking on this brought it up here, but no. Farmer's Guide, cocoa. I could make... Oh, well, I produce milk, don't I? I could make some chocolate bars. What's the market like on chocolate bars? Children United have that. Well, time to take the fight to them. Chocolate bars are probably a snack. Yeah, so I'll probably have a hard time fighting them on that, but I can do it anyway. Build ourselves up a factory. Get in those chalky bars. I think stock market a bit broken in this game. Using it feels like abuse. What's your stance on stock market? I don't know enough about this this game to say how one can use and abuse the stock market. I'm really bad at it. But I only picked up this game this week. There's a lot more for me to learn. Evidenced by the fact that I'm doing so miserably. Making so much less money than I had before. And now all the AIs are running circles around me. But hey, we can bounce that profit back, I'm sure. Can't believe Nick Brick, our own subsidy, is doing so much better than us. Subsidy? Yeah, there's probably a better word for it. Right, out come those chalky bars. Get them over here. Here we go. Link. Chocolate bar. I'll probably have to outprice my competitor, but I don't actually know where I'll sell those chocolate bars at. Product. Subsidiary, thank you, that's the word. The word that evaded me. Snacks can be sold at general supermarkets, convenience stores. But I set up convenience stores for my cigarettes, didn't I? Didn't I? Here we go, convenience store. So I just need to add another floor onto them. Hang on, I got chewing gum here. Why am I buying chewing gum? Oh, I see now. I see it all now. That's because our esteemed Henry of Scallops fills those up if he thinks he has a better idea than me. Which you might not be wrong about. Right. Chocolate bars. Stock those instead. Bring the fight to the foes. Cigarettes, cigars, and more cigarettes. No. Link it up with the chocolates. Cigarettes, cigars, wine, body lotion, bread, canned corn. Oh, that's strange. Why did this one not do all those as well? Yes, and yes. Yes, and what am I missing here? That's my own wine, right? Maybe I should be selling wine here since I sell wine in my supermarkets. I think I sell wine in my supermarkets, now I'm not so sure. I don't like the fact that it keeps changing over to the product that I click on for that. I want to switch it out for the chocolate bar. I certainly don't want to be selling other people's frozen pork. Let's get our chocolate bars out there. What do I even sell this at? Yeah, the markup on me selling this toothpaste isn't great. Although it does come from the seaports. Not interested. Sell my chocolate. Guy, really? Ooh, right, he wants to sell lots of body lotion here. What's up with that? Cigarettes, cigars, canned corn. I think I see it now. Still, it's strange that he wants to sell so much of it. I feel like my profits went way down when I started putting down all these convenience stores, but I could be wrong. Tell Henry to sell only your own products, then this would be automatic. Yeah. You should at least have a preference for selling my own products. Henry of Scallots. Look for better supplies. Better supplies in retail stores, factories, and warehouses. Better supplies means it will not change product when it sources new supplies. Better products. The AI may change product types at will, so I don't think I can stop him from I don't think I can stop him from buying our seaport stuff here. I think the growth in the competition is the real issue. Destroyed the wine profits. The AIs have enough funds to seriously compete on branding and R&D. Yeah, I had an early advantage and I lost it. Maybe by pouring it all into the bank instead of going for things that I could make. This bank has been... I mean, sure, it's profitable. But I poured so much money into this bank that I could have poured into making more products for selling at better prices. Dunno. I'm having a hard time seeing how you keep your head above the water in this. Evidently you can. I mean, there's people that play this game on 800% difficulty. But there's some nuances that are not happening to me. Yeah, the massive opportunity cost hurt me there in the bank. I mean, I'm still in debt from the amount of loans I had to take out just to keep my own bank afloat. You got slowed down by investing in the bank. Bank is now successful. Strongly recommend you raise dividends to 50%. The bank can manage now. I like the idea of taking money away from that bank. Keep forgetting where to set these things. Financial actions, play carts, set dividend. Yoink. Actual dividend yield, percentage, calculating, da 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 da. I'm still wondering if it's worth setting these guys public. Look at that market rating. That's a huge amount more than it ever was before. I'd raised myself a fat stack of funds, which I could then use to invest in new industries, pay off my loans and such. It's tempting. So very tempting. Don't do public, you will lose on... Oh yeah, that's right, the dividends go to everybody that holds the stock, right? And I hold that stock. So it would be... Wouldn't be so hot there. Special dividend before your loans mature might be worthwhile. You mean a special dividend from Nick Brick's play carts? He only has 70 million cash. You said it yourself, once it goes public, just buy the shares yourself. I'd still have to do some back and forthing on the shares. How are we looking on the stock exchange anyway? Ooh, we've relatively gone to the moon. I'm actually surprised that my company's looking so good out of all of this. Maybe it's time to sell some more shares. Or at least issue new shares. I was kind of really hoping it would crash. Maybe it'll crash soon, right? It's boomtown everywhere. I never did try buying it back when I sent it out. Anyway, I want a fat stack of cash. Let's go for ourselves and issue new shares to the public. They're not getting a discount on it though, heavens no. I don't know why you would ever... Ah, right. The bigger the discount, the more shares you can put out, right? If I put out all of that, I can raise myself 300 million, pay off some of those loans. But I'll lose a lot of my own shares. Your bank being successful is going to make your own stock go up since you own it. So I should crash my own bank for a bit, you say? I'm going to wait. I think a recession will be on its way soon. When we see the first signs of a succession, sell off as many shares as we can, make the big bucks. But I've got a fat stack of cash right now. I want to pay off my bleeding loans. Especially this one that's costing me 5.1%. Although this one's going to mature in a year. I'm going to need the money for that, but I could always take out a fresh new loan for it, maybe? Well, a loan out of my own plague hearts. Wait, I already have a loan out of my own plague hearts, people. Whoops. But again, well, actually, I should be taking that because the interest goes straight back to myself. I should definitely be borrowing from my own company to pay off the other loans. So just give me a fat stack of cash, and we'll use that to go into a new something. So we go to the hands, we say take your filthy blood money, and now we consider going into a new industry. The question is what industry? Look at that, our income has repaired. What a wonderful time. To get high valuation, go public, sell their shares in that company, and then sink it. But do not worry, as they got away with money. Cars and motorbikes would be fun. I'd need to get a lot of goods for those. I'm not sure if anybody does cars or motorbikes. That's under automobiles when it comes to products, right? Where am I looking? Manufacturer's guide, automobile. Well, actually, bodies, engines, and tires, so somebody must be on the car market, right? Wish I could just click on it to find information about it. Aperture Science has cars and motorcycles. If I thought my tech could be better, I could buy in their goods to make motorcycles out of. Internet infrastructure is free money. Oh, right, I wanted to get into the internet and I never got around to that. How are the current internet companies doing? We made surprising money in it when we were testing it out before. So we have some internet companies. Prome is on it. Lanka Limited is on it. None of them are performing that well. They don't have the kind of revenue that we have, that's for sure. So we might be able to just stomp them down. Actually, the cart pushers are doing well on internet. Alright, well, let's give it a go. Let's try and do internet. I forget how this works, so this sounds like a good place to make a save at. Longplay 008. If you buy out a company, do you steal their R&D? Possibly. Not sure I really have what it takes to buy out one of these internet companies. Well, actually, you've got very little to show for yourself, don't you? You have 2 internet companies, which actually make surprising amounts of profit. Cart pushers, what if I were to buy you out? What's the implication here? Cart pushers, cart pushers. They're not public, are they? No, they're not. None of the internet companies are public now, I don't think. Is there a way to check that? Stock overview? Yeah, private, private, private. I can't buy up any of these internet companies. Much as I would like to. But I might be able to buy their tech. Headquarters, here we go. Acquire technology from other corporations. Cart pushers probably have all the good stuff. Oh wow, but what I could do is get into something that hasn't really got any good tech going for it. No, maybe not. Depends what I want to do on the internet though. You know what, let's just jump into it. We've got money to play around with if I take loans from my own bank. Where do you get this game? I can't find it anywhere on Steam. Actually, I've got a link for it. It's sold through their own website. And it feels like you're surfing internet in the 90s, but here's a link that gets you 20% off as well. It's not affiliated, so just get it if you want it. What was I managed to kill my thought process. I figured I was just going to build an internet company and see where we go with that. So, do you need internet buildings in every city that you do it? I feel like that is the case. Alright, digital age, internet company. They started around in-game internet companies. What? Alright. If it was affiliated, I'd expect everybody to be buying it up. Right. You know what? I want to get back to my Twitch stuff. But if I do video on demand, I'll need the tech for it. But I might just try and buy it. Internet companies work worldwide. Telecom companies are in every city. Gotcha. Oh, that means I should probably set up telecom everywhere. Yeah, probably going to be a bit of a money pit, but I should set up telecom everywhere. Let's make our own streaming website again. You need an R&D to get the stuff, which means I'm probably going to be paying through the nose for this, but let's just set it all up, shall we? Digital age, telecom. Wow, that's expensive. But hey, free money. Free money. Believe in it that way. Peculiar shape for it as well. Shame you can't rotate buildings, but it makes sense since everything's done in sprites here. Set you there then. I wonder if Henry of Scallots can manage these for me. Here you go, Henry. You're going to be working all my telecom for me. And let's... Oh, I can't duplicate you. Alright, you know what? We're going heavy on this. I want to speak to the banker over in the play carts and demand a fat stack of cash. The more money you have, the more you can play around with. And let's go hard on it. We gotta believe. Also, I want to set this up next to where all my own buildings are. It's just better that way. Actually, it's more expensive to set them up there. But the way I see it, it raises the quality of my own buildings, so probably for the better. I don't know, things get a little fuzzy at this, but whatever. There you go. Henry of Scallots can manage these for me. Again, these are the buildings that I've set up. The cost of these are enormous. I can see why you wouldn't do this at the very start of the game. Bad positioning for a lot of this. There you go. Now, can any of this be done from the headquarters? Doesn't seem like that. Do I need a... Hopefully I don't need a technical person. Investor relations? Public relations? What does public relations even do? If you're using the corporate brand, this will affect... Ooh, that's a good way to make corporate brand better, but we don't do corporate brand. Investor relations. Improve your corporate stock performance. Well, I think I wasted money putting those in, but it was just a couple 100,000. Alright. Feel like Homer Simpson when he set up his internet company. Right, Henry of Scallots will make sure that people start subscribing to us here, but I want my website. And to get my website, what does technical do? I have to hire somebody and they will handle, I think R&D for me? We can set it up. I keep forgetting what this one does. Yeah, I need a CTO. I wonder if there's someone that has no skills at all that would do the job. So we could get them in for cheap. Someone like Nick Brick. Nick Brick 2.0. Yeah, I think this is an R&D related thing. We got anyone that's any good at R&D around here? Can't filter very well. I don't really want to have another big expense going for me. If you were our CTO, you'd demand way more money than I'm willing to spend. Okay, back to Lübeck, where we set up pretty much everything. And we've got our internet company right here, my website. So I think we're going to call it the same name I did before, which is Twatch. Original name, do not steal. Now I need tech. But which tech do I need? Required tech. I need video storage and video streaming. I would rather just steal that. Acquire product tech? No, I think it is technology. Wow, Datadyne is way ahead of us on that. Video storage and video streaming, but I want to be a competitor, so we're not interested. What if I offer you considerably more money? Like, just how much money do I have to offer you? Oh, he straight up won't do it. Dang. Well, at least it gives me time to set up subscribers to my internet service. I'm gonna have to chase him a lot on this. It's gonna hurt. Maybe do social networking instead. Yeah, I should get into something that doesn't have competition. Wait, this says video on demand. How do I change what we actually do here? Can I change the operation of this? What was it when I set it up? It was just internet company. Oh, cripes. Is there no way to change it once you set it up as one thing? That would be a shame. That would be a real shame. Nah, not a new timeline. These things aren't that expensive, are they? Internet company only costs $1 mil. Alright, we'll set up a new internet company then. And this one will be... Okay, so I need to look at what the competition is before I pick this. For that, I should look at digital existing tech and try and find something that hasn't been broken into yet. That's the wrong thing to be looking at. I should look at internet. Top tech is really high for just about everything. No, videos on demand. Alright, no, we're looking at this, aren't we? Video storage and video streaming. How do they have so much video storage and video streaming if there's no tech for it right now? What do they use their videos for? They use a video sharing website. Well, they could break into this other one easily enough then. I still think we could do video on demand, which makes it all the dafter that I've set up a second thing. Car search engines. Car booking. Can I acquire either of those technologies? Car. Wait, is car search engine here? Or was it core search? I thought it said car. Now I'm gonna have to double check because I'm doubting myself. No one has developed it, Jake. So we could set up a an R&D to develop it ourselves. Right. R&D center, you're needed. Or is it tech R&D? Is that a separate thing? Now I'm trying to remember. You know, I tested all this stuff so I'd know it coming in, and I've managed to forget it all. I don't think software company though. Or is it? Crikey game. Help me out here. Build an R&D center and set up tech R&D to get the required tech. So we'll look into video streaming. I'll need 2 for that then. Video streaming and car rental. How hard could it be? Again, we use the hidden duplicate firm. So we get some... Oh, crikey, wrong thing. This is all product stuff. I've just lost like $1 million because I need to set it up for tech R&D. Ouch. This game punishes you for getting those kinds of things. It is car booking. Sweet. But I actually want the video streaming stuff. Video streaming, please. Just throwing money away. That hurts a lot. Video storage system. Give it 2 years. Another 2 years. Bit of an investment this, but you gotta do what you gotta do. And you need to do tech R&D for car booking. A UI and a search engine, I believe. You I can relocate, or duplicate rather. And get that car search engine. 2 years, there we go. Right, let's hope I don't hemorrhage money too hard during this, especially since I'm paying a lot of money into my own wee bank. Can't quite remember, I believe you need to set up your internet company to use your telecom service in the marketing tab of the internet building. You didn't start the car booking R&D. Sounds like something I wouldn't do. Cheers. There we go. I was wondering where all my industry had gotten to. Can't quite remember. I believe you need to set up your internet company to use your telecom service in the marketing tab of your internet building. Well, we're doing some heavy marketing on this. That's going to cost a lot of our money, but that's okay. This is the hill we got to die on. Getting our videos on demand and our car booking thing. Okay. I don't expect you'll be making me much money for much time. But Henry's on the case. Oh wait, is that profit going... No, that's profit drawing a line down. Operating profit 2000% in the red. Don't worry though, we'll bulk up that market share. We'll take over the internet by storm. And I'll have to get rid of some of my loan right now because I'm hemorrhaging money a bit. Better pay off the one that's coming soonest. Repay. Goodbye. Repay. Goodbye. How's your wee bank doing? So, as best I understand it, after pouring loads and loads of money into it, their profit's finally looking good. They've got cash on hand, they've got a staggeringly high net worth, and they make an annual profit more than I am. But you see, I'm going online, and their profit is my profit, so really I'm making 200 million every year. The troubling thing is that we've got competition that's making 400 million. Aperture Science are big. What are they so big on, though? Antivirus software making 100 million annual profit? Wow. Yeah, they got into mobile phones, motorcycles, computers, crivens. I bet they're making Norton. Your regular John McAfee there. Is he still alive? Ah, forget I asked. Orbulon's even styling on me. Building up his factory for cameras next to all my R&D. Oh, nice of the government to build a golf course for all my R&D people, though. Bet that means that the value of the land has gone way up. Can't really see its value here. There must be somewhere here that shows the value of the land that it's on. Oh, never mind that. Yeah, antiviral software is such malware. Okay, right, we're working on that market share. We're spending absurd amounts of money on it. But look at it this way, we're making all this profit despite investing so heavily getting into telecom. If we win out in the telecom race, that's great news for us. The cities, I'm just checking quickly to see if they have much demand for housing or for office space. There's a wee bit of a, well, There's not quite demand for it, but I'm sure there soon will be demand for office space. Even this old apartment of mine is starting to make a profit. Thought I'd never see the day. Can we see the overall telecom market share versus competitors? These are the kinds of questions that I love to see come in this kind of chat. The question is, where do we see it though? Does it come under a product? It would be T for telecommunications, but I don't think so. Or is it under digital? Huh, where would it be? Firms, perhaps? Especially if I go down to our telecommunications. Just shows this. There must be something that shows the competitors. Why not cut their profit on antivirus? Because I need to research a lot to get into the antiviral scene. Okay, I do not know where I check the breakdown of market control for that. It must be somewhere, right? Nation, perhaps? Digital? Personal computers, PC, economic, city graphs. Huh, where in the world do we see the total telecommunications share? Even releasing the crappy version of antivirus for cheap will dent their market. People will go for a cheaper alternative. Well, there's certainly a market there. I don't know. I want to get in on my internet rather than stumble into that. I feel a little insecure with my lack of money, even though getting into that might help me out. As we saw when we had the cigar fiasco in the alternate timeline, people do like cheaper. Holy smokes. Like they've got electronic stores next to each other selling the same good. They are saturating that market. And you know what? They're each making... Actually, you're not making a profit at all. That one's making good profit. That one's losing money. What is going on, Aperture Science? Also, wasn't I expecting a recession? Everything's booming right now. I hope my stock price is doing well. Even though I wanted it to... Holy moly, we've gone to the moon. Dang, that's nice. I almost regret selling off all those shares that I did, but we were able to put those to use back then. How's my play carts looking? If I were to IPO them, yeah, that market cap, it's just going up and up. Oh man, look at that. I could have billions straight away. Buy high, sell low. The trouble is getting my own shares in the company back. I actually feel a little bad that I only own 75%. Oh, wait, what? Play cards? There we go. I only own 75% of my own company here. Let's actually see what it's like. How does one offer? Right, I have to offer them. So that's it. They have 104%, so I'd be offering to buy it at these prices. Don't know how much they'd... Oh, what if I lowball them? Will you give it to me for nothing? No, I don't want to sell my stock to you. Soup Dog, will you offer stock to me? Is it something that you can say yes or no to? Like, what if I offered to oversell? Overbuy, rather. I will reject your offer and demand 900... Oh, okay, right, that's how much they tend to go over. They almost want double what it's worth. I'm certainly going to say forget it. Interesting. So buying it back is an expensive affair. But given that our... Oh my god, Tinner and Tinner have really crawled their way out of that hole they were in. All the stocks are in the up. Must be because of the boom time. That's 1.04% of the company. It certainly is. And it costs as much as the entire company did when we started out. Right, I'm not sure what I have to do other than pass a couple of years and get my R&D ready for my internet sites. But as time passes, I'll get more market share on telecom. It's a hard fight, but Henry of Skalitz can spend my money to do it. Henry of Skalitz basically runs my company for me. Hopefully profitably. I don't think any of my products are doing that badly right now. Right? I'm not seeing losses out of anything. My cigarettes collapsed for a wee bit. Yeah, my tobacco doesn't make a whole lot. But I'm not wholesaling my tobacco. Nor do I intend to, because I'd be selling it off at market price. Any cheap technology to be had, help with catching up on internet tech. Nobody wanted to sell it to me, sadly. Acquire technology, and it's just no, no, no. Although, what if I was trying to get into the aperture science? Would you be daft enough to sell me your technology for antivirus? They just straight up don't want to sell. What if I offered you ridiculous money? I don't know how ridiculous I can do. Uh-oh, I bought the wrong tech. I bought really crappy tech for multi-gorillions. Let's pretend that didn't happen, shall we? I know I will. When's this save from? Oh god, that's 20 minutes ago! Ah! I thought they would give you a confirm or deny on it before you sealed the deal. Ah, guess I gotta roll with those punches. Well, lessons learnt. Can't believe I bought crappy tech. See, I thought I was still in aperture science there. There we go, it resets to the top of the list. I was actually a little excited because I was buying that super good tech for it, but no. Scrolls back to the top. Okay, well that's a shame. I burnt a lot of money on something quite useless. But let's try and make it useful, shall we? Let's go to the digital age and start our software company. Just shove it right over here. And then we're going to make... is this what we need? We'll get ourselves the best team lead around. And the best programmer around. And you're going to make me some antiviral software. Wait, encryption and internet security are both available. Is anybody in on any of those? Products, software, all companies. Wrong place to look at it, surely. Encryption. What's that under? Computer security, surely? Encryption. Okay, the aperture is everywhere apart from encryption software, which Moss Incorporation to by Medibay. Who's on that? Moss Morris is. I reckon we could tangle with Moss Morris. His quality's kind of crummy though, and he's got good branding on it. Jay, can you share that link again? Sure thing. There you go. What's all this tech stuff though? I don't really need to do some tech on this, do I? What about internet security? Is that also held onto by our sworn enemy? Antivirus, internet security. Well, the Shekels also get in on that. Maybe I should just take the fight to him on antivirus, offer a cheap alternative. We have to do it on Medibay OS. King Cap's anti-V. How about McTaffy? Just going to take 6 months to crank it out. And then we're probably going to sell it in brick and mortar stores. But hey, at least we'll have it. Oh, but that means I'll need to process it into DVDs that we can sell. I should probably have these tech things to work on better antiviral tech. You guys keep working. Is it purely based on antivirus technology to make antivirus? Where do we see it here? I'm going to assume so. So is there any other tech worth doing here other than just antiviral tech? Nah, probably not. We'll leave them be. Oh man, that was a big, costly mistake to make. And I'm still horrifically in debt to my own subsidiary's bank. How much am I in debt? $500 million. Well, good thing all the interest I give them I just take back in dividends. And hopefully they can invest the money that they're getting. Then again, he's probably paying himself a fat salary. I should be taking bigger dividends off of you, Plague. Look at all that cash you got that should be mine. Ah, good point. We have the software guide, don't we? I was expecting it to be next to all the other guides. Foolish of me, I know. Computer security, antivirus, encryption, and internet security. And it's just antivirus tech for the antivirus. Well, that's what we're fighting them on, so we'll take the fight to them. And I think once you've finished with that round of tech, I'm going to switch it so that the tech is done here centrally and it branches out a lot. Unless, can I have another R&D? No, I think you can only have one R&D going for a thing at one time. Okay, debt to your own subsidiary banks is not a real debt, Jake. You can always make them public to get money to pay them off. That is true, but I'm hoping it doesn't come to that because they are going to the moon just like me. It's boom time everywhere. I expect my own... well, hopefully the stock market didn't get wind of my little bit of a mistake that I made. My PE ratio seems a little high. Oh, not higher than some of the others. It's still tempting to sell off right now, make the big bucks. Keep your eyes open for a recession. Looked like 2 techs required. Really? Oh, I see. Antiviral tech and security tech. Okay, well that's all the more reason that I should have you guys set up on security. Where's security? Get me a team on security. Keep working on security. We'll make our competing antivirus and offer a cheap alternative. Whether that works for us or not, I don't know. It's all just killing time whilst we discover the stuff that we need to get Twatch and... Someone got a good name for a car rental website? I struggle to think of anything I'd be less motivated to do in life than work on car rental. But there you go. Carmazon, rubbish. Hertz Rent-A-Car. I like Hertz Rent-A-Car. I don't know if that's what that's taken anything off of, but I like that. Hertz Rent-A-Car. Good job, Safid. Hertz is a real car hire place. Ah, I've never hired a car before. I wanted to when I touched down in America. I'd gotten everything sorted out for it, but they said, no, you can't. You're too young. I was like, what? I think I was 24 at the time. They wanted me to be 25 or older. Felt so betrayed. I wanted to drive around in America, but it wasn't going to happen. Probably just took one look at me and didn't like me, but too bad. I hate sitting around just making a bigger dent in the chair whilst we wait for tech to unlock. Because it always feels like I should be investing in more things. But I feel vulnerable because I've made so many mistakes, it kind of freezes you up from wanting to make more mistakes. I should definitely be making more money during boom time like this though. Well, nothing else I can speed the game up a touch. I think it goes faster on this screen. Well, it certainly goes lightning fast if I set it to speed 5, but speed 5 feels dangerous. Henry of Scallots buys shares of Cap King from Giovanni. Should I be concerned that my own COO is getting in on the shares game? I'm a little concerned. He's getting a bit too big for his boots. He might buy it out from under me. Also, he paid top dollar for that. Jock Dongle. Even Jock Dongle's getting in on this. It's quite nice to see that we are the... Oh my god, remember all those stocks I had in Aperture Science from 1,000,000 years ago? Well, they're worth the good money now. I own 8% of that thing for $500 million. What a wonderful thing to forget about. Right, well that stuff's all going away. Alright, well, suddenly we've got a bit of money to play around with. What do we feel like doing? I wonder if what I should do is actually buy stock in some other company. But no, this is a bad time to buy stock. Everything's booming. Repay? Nah, like I said, the stuff I pay on this goes... Well, actually, maybe it is a good idea to repay. Because that way my bank can lend that money to other people. So the money is going to be fed in from elsewhere, but that still leaves me with a fat chunk of cash. I cannot believe it! I can't believe the money we threw at... who was that again? Who did we just sell our money off? Was it Aperture? Damn, and I'm about to fight with Aperture. We bought those on a whim ages ago, and they ended up making us $500 million. What the hell, I love the stock market now. Better invest the money than repay the debt. Yeah, but what do we invest in? Many things that we try to do require a lot of tech. Why are you not spending a whole lot more on marketing this Henry of Scallops? I think he's out to get me now, isn't he? Oh right, because he's not on market share anymore. We do need market share, my friend. That's a pricing policy thing, though. Jake, that's not marketing. Oh, upgrading infrastructure. Who cares about infrastructure? But I do still care about market share. That's increasing capacity. Oh, then we definitely don't care about that, do we? Where's our marketing then? Can we even do marketing on this? Perhaps not. I suggest a social media company to make your own advertising revenue. Yeah, but then I'd need tech for doing social media. However, it wouldn't be too bad an idea to get some tech like that. I'll see what's available. Let's see, digital guide, internet guide. Geez, what does advertising? Not immediately apparent to me which of these do advertising for me. And I'd have to lay down a building to check which one's which. Social network would be that, but I need a lot of social network stuff here. Screw it, I'll just put down the building to check. Digital age, internet company. Right. Advertising is blogging, photo sharing, video sharing, social network, search engine. It's a subscription for news, but I don't fancy doing news. Search, social, video, photo, or microblogging. Let's see if we can steal any tech on any of those. Wire technology. I've managed to forget exactly what I was looking for already. Social network stuff from Cerberus. Do you think we could buy that? How much would we be willing to offer for it? 25 million? No, they just straight up don't want to. What about the cart pushers? If we offered them a low amount... We are not in need of cash, but we're not interested in selling our tech. What if it was more cash? Well, that's Cerberus again. Again, there's good tech levels for just about everything out there. Not e-commerce so much. Buying from the elusive man, Jake. Yeah, quite. Gee, it's hard to get an overview of what does what here. Social network seems hard to get into. Chrome are huge on their news engine. I wonder if I could just buy out Cerberus. Probably not, but it's worth having a quick look. Where is Cerberus? Oh, of course you can't buy out tech companies because they're not public yet. It doesn't stop them buying me, though. What kind of tech uses video sharing site? If I had to guess, the video sharing website. Oh, Lucky's buying Cap King stock. He must be getting a... Whoa, hold on. Oh, that's him buying for someone else. I thought my stock price was up at 780. I tell you, that wouldn't be so bad, but we're only at a measly 574. We'll get to the moon yet. Yeah, we can acquire private companies by buying them out, but tech companies start out private. I have them set to eventually go public, but they're not doing that just yet. Okay, think. I would quite like to have an advertising setup. Can't deny that. But maybe I could make my own search engine? What do we need for search engine? Digital guide, internet guide, search engine needs core search tech and image search tech. The tech level is pretty damn high for these. Core and image search tech. The ordering of this is bizarro. Image search tech. Maybe I could get Cerberus's. We're not in need of cash. I could get Datadyne's crappy version of it. Not interested unless you offer... Oh, well, that gets me a leg up. Sure. So that gets me the image search technology. And then we need the other one. What was the other one? Was it Core Search? Anyone remember that? Core Search Tech. I could get... well, maybe Datadyne will sell me this as well. No. Cerberus? Nope, not in need of cash. Andromeda? Hey, Andromeda took it. I should have lowballed them, but what you gonna do? And now we should have the tech to just start our own... What did I even buy that for? Was it a search engine? Probably. You do not have the required technology to start operations yet. Total tech. Adding up the value of individual tech adjusted by assigned weights. Da 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 da. Well, don't I have this tech? I just bought it. Nobody is in a depression right now. Ah, okay, there we go. Just needed to figure it out. New internet companies are run by Henry of Skalitz, of course. And he could figure out what to do with this. Anybody got a good name for our search engine? And don't make it some take on Google, because that's done to death. Now, if you came up with the name Goggles, that would be something. Hard to believe it, we've been at this for 8 hours today, and I'm not ready to stop yet. I like it. I like it. We should be calling it Ask Jake. Alright. I couldn't help but notice that we're doing a whole lot of nothing with this, but it's probably going to take a wee while until this thing has the kind of reach that we need. Is that profit? I would like profit. A reach of 0.95%. Who would ever go there for advertising? Please do auto-adjust based on inflation. Someday we'll know how to work with cars. I am researching that myself, right? Yeah, and you know what? We're over halfway there. So really, despite something costing me a lot of money recently, we're on the up and coming, and our company is only going to look better for it. The Hansa's on the way down. I think the next time we see a real slouching company, we're going to invest in it heavily. Buy all the shares that we can, but I'm hoping for another... I'm really hoping for an economic crunch, because I feel pretty economic crunch proof, right? This bank is set up to have very, very good lending out. Although I don't like the fact that they're actually really in debt by $4 billion. Oh, whoa. Okay, now it's millions, not billions, damn. I thought that bank had $4 billion transferable cash, but no, it's just cash. Damn. Don't forget to set up research for core search and image. That's right, now that I have it, I should certainly be doing that. Set up more techy looking R&D things for tech R&D. Careful, Jake, too big to fail doesn't exist. Of course it does. Alright, we need... what are we doing again? Someone said core search and image search. Thank you, that helps me a lot. Get me a core search team to do core searching. And image searching. There you go. Shouldn't you start to make money personally on the stock market so you can eventually buy the rest of Cap King? Well, Cap King would buy itself back. It's not about me owning it, although I make a decent enough salary from... well, you're right, maybe as an individual I should be buying stocks. But maybe I'd rather do that in the global market. Who do we think's the real up-and-comer? Let's look at people with really low prices. General Electric, Pfizer, Coca-Cola, Microsoft, Intel. Don't we look for low P&Es to invest into? Look, Goldman Sachs are pretty low P&E. I bet Goldman's going to go to the moon. Oh, he's way down, right? Let's shove everything onto Goldman. There we go. I'm now a 0.04% investor into Goldman Sachs, which is not a pleasant sounding thing, but there you go. And I'm certain that's going to go to the moon. But you know, the amount of money I have is piddly compared to what my company has. What would happen if we sold our company's stocks to the bank? Bankroll buying out someone else's company. Sold our company's stocks to bankroll buying out... Oh, right. Possible, but I feel like I'd be overspending. I mean, if I really believe that Goldman Sachs is going to go to the moon, I'd be buying stock with my main company, but... I always feel more certain about things that I actually build and create. Speaking of, do we not have... Oh, crikey, we must have finished this and I've been leaving this forever. We should be automatically making new versions, are they? Oh, they can make it when there's new tech around. Anyway, I have my antivirus, but I actually need to get selling it. I think what I need to do is make a factory that makes the DVDs for it. So if I make, probably a small factory is going to be plenty for this. So I'll try just squeezing you in here. And we're going to make McTaffy's Medibay OS. We can buy in paper. And DVDs, those are all available, right? Of course they are. And there's no point stocking up warehouses full of this stuff. But I should be putting out... I don't think I can put it in supermarkets, can I? Digital guides, software... Might better check the stores here. I'm not seeing software on that list. Oh, it's right at the top. I can sell it in my own general stores, which I already have. Alright, that's convenient. General store. I don't have a lot of them, but I got some of them. So we find whatever's not making the big bucks. Well, sandals are right down. So we go sandals, and instead we link to our own software. Not warehouse only. And Cap King only. There we go. Sell our own really crappy version of antiviral software. The McTaffy. What else ain't making the big bucks anymore? Navigating multiple floors is not that great in this. I really don't. I appreciate being able to put more goods in one store, but I don't think it's done well with this UI. This antiquated UI. Anyway, yogurt. We're changing you out for my antivirus. I don't think that frozen lamb makes me the big money. Toothpaste is crashing down though. Bye bye toothpaste. And what's crashing out here? Those handbags aren't making the bit. Wow, leather wallets are. Probably because I'm fighting on the price here. I'd hate to just hand over the market to you on our imported leather wallets. I get rid of this shampoo. Yeah, bye bye shampoo. There you go. Got to retool the yogurt factory into it. I don't have a yogurt factory. That's just cheap Chinese imported yogurt, which probably doesn't taste so great. Imagine me, the store clerk, being told to remove all the yogurt, probably in a freezer, and substitute it with crappy antivirus CD boxes. I'm imagining it, and I like it. Okay, for some reason my income isn't looking too good, but it's still boomtown in all the towns. But again, you know, over the past 5 or 6 hours, I have not really gone to the moon in terms of my income. I figured, you know, great, I'm making 100 million. Now I'm going to invest, and now I'm making 1 billion every year. It's not gone like that. I'm a little saddened by that. However, I did pay off all my debts, so we are debt-free. Right? Of course we are. Of course we are. Even my subsidiary is debt-free. And how are you doing, Plague Hearts? 8 million transferable, 62 on you. You could probably afford to loan out more money by now. Hopefully that... Oh, oops. Well, they can take out a loan for that. Maybe that was a bit big of a swing for them. In this timeline, you didn't eliminate that you sell seaport imported cigars. No, and we've probably been doing that for about 7 years. Where do I sell cigars? How do I check quickly what they are? Well, no, there's probably an easier way to check it. If I check products of my own under tobacco. Cap King, there we go, I import them. Only one in Chengdu, thankfully. What a mistake, though. No, I'm paying over the odds. Look at these cigars costing me 76, and they're crummy ones. They're not even advertised by me. So if we just change the supplier of you and link you over to McTaffy antivirus software. No, heavens no, give me the cigars. Cigars from my warehouse in Lübeck. They cost a lot less, and they are much higher quality. Just wait until it's shifted all the crap on the shelves. Each day people buy loads of cigars, apparently. Well, now we're charging an arm and a leg for them because they're so much better. Yeah, I was selling crappy Chinese cigars, trying to see if tough-nosed cigar smokers could really tell the difference. I'd be terrified of doing a blind taste test on whiskey, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm 90% certain I would easily tell your swill from your not swill. But, you know, that 10% chance is a risky one. Everything you know just coming tumbling down around you. Couldn't handle that. Doesn't seem worth the risk. There doesn't seem to be any payoff for that risk. Alright, I'm liking what I'm seeing, relatively speaking. There's nothing to worry about time-wise other than the AI's destroying me. How's that investment that I just did turning out? Also, it's still boomtown. Where's my Goldman Sachs stuff? Where does that show up? Figured it would show up as my stocks here. Ah, right, it shows me here as owning some of that. But where's my increase? Oh right, that's own percent. But what about the value of it? Usually at the bottom it shows you how your stocks are doing. Or does it not want to show a 0.04% ownership? Hard to say, but I believe in the Sachs. They'll manage it. Can you check the price of acquiring a digital company directly? Again, they're not public, so as far as I'm aware, I cannot do that. If any of them go public, hopefully we'll get an announcement about it, but if we look at corporations and check by stock overview, hell yeah, my own subsidiary is private. But yeah, digital one, private, private, private. Internet, private. Software and internet, all private. I believe they'll eventually go live, but not yet. The Briccoloni company has just been doing stocks themselves, although they do so pretty well. I'm surprised you don't see more failure out of the AIs. Good lord, some of them have insane market caps going. Now it showed your stock. Oh, right, so it did. I wonder why it wasn't doing it before. Still, now it does. Right after you bought the stock, it did show up. Now it's at the bottom. Isn't Aperture public? Aperture's public. Right? Yeah, look at that. Good stock price as well. That's the stuff that I had stock in before. I'm probably going to find that I sold it at the wrong time. It's usually the case. Well, that was a 99% gain, but I sold it at a price of 102, and Aperture is now 183. Whoa, crikey. So yeah, I could have made 2 billion instead of 1 billion. Well, that's how it goes sometimes. Shekel Master's going to the roof, though. Boy, I reckon if you know how you play your cards right on the stocks and shares, you can make the omega bucks. But I don't have a good eye for it yet. Someday I'd like to. Tech is up, good, as well it should be. Just continue figuring out how to make good bread. There's something to be said for it's not worth continuing to do tech if you already have the best tech. But I don't see an easy way to check how your competitors are doing. Oh yeah, Aperture do have some IT, so buying them out would get me that. But buying them out, they've got a net worth of 3 billion. That's comparable to my net worth. However, I also have the billion that's stuck in plague hearts. It was a slow burn, but I'm glad to see you finally making money for me. On top of that, I think we can up the amount of loans you give out just a bit more. Alright, things are going smoothly, but at the same time I feel like they're not going smoothly. There's a whole lot of no progress with my company. I really felt like I'd be swinging from branch to branch on money-making excursions, but now I feel awfully slowed down. Researching new tech when you have the best tech actually destroys your competitor's quality. Isn't that good then? I suppose their relative stuff goes way down, and that I suppose also makes sure they're never going to enter the market. So probably good to do that to ensure that you keep dominance there. Speaking of dominance, good to see that our internet service provider is actually getting there. We're at 21% market share. It's barely profitable. Maybe that means we should up the pricing in the future. But as we get more market share, we can bring that higher. R&D for everything continues to go up, as it should. What about our stuff here? We're still working on that car. Have we not got that car stuff yet? And we don't have... Oh yeah, the video storage and the video streaming. Are we still working on those? Oh, they're almost done. Actually, that's great. I'll just speed up until those are ready. Subsidiaries run out of... Well, tell you what, subsidiary. Go and borrow some money. I just had a thought. If I had a subsidiary that was out of money and I owned a bank, couldn't I lend them money? And then if I ran out of money, then I borrow from them. I could see that working for everyone involved. Go and borrow like 30 million there. What could go wrong? Well, I could write it off as a loss for both companies. Right. Why do I not have the car booking you? Probably because I took a few days until I managed to do that. But hey! Twatch is now online. Hertz Rent-A-Car is about to go online. Yeah, there we go. We're going to invest heavily in our new websites and hope that we can print internet money galore. I don't think Ask Jake has the reach here. We should go for traditional still. I'll leave it up to Henry how much we spend on that. Right, you can change your advertising budget, but can you also change the advertising as in where we do it? That's the wrong person to ask. I should be looking towards my Chief Marketing Officer, Lucky. Go for a good brand, prefer own and subsidiary, but you know, not if they're that crappy, please. Alright. Oh boy, that doesn't look like profit, but hey, we're working on those features, and we're continuing to work on that tech for our car booking and video streaming. Let's just ignore that for now. It'd be kind of nice that didn't keep popping up down there. I'm not so sure I care about how that performs, as in getting constant updates on how our tech is going along. Nice to see a bit of reach on Twatch. About 10% reached internet users. We're taking off. Although we're spending a huge amount on making our own content, so definitely big losses had here. But don't worry, we've got plenty of money. Plus I invested in Goldman Sachs. Oh man, our own share price is going down, but I kind of want it to... Oh, it's contraction. I reckon the big bust is coming. Although for my company it already has. If I wanted to sell, I should have sold then. Wow, where's the gold is tumbling down? Okay, the market reckons that we are overly expensive. So is now a good time to sell, I wonder? Or at least to make new... Well, you know, back when it was 670 was the right time to do it. Maybe... Nah. Nah, I think not. I think not. How are you doing, Goldman Sachs? Where's my money? Why does it not show up here? How bizarre, it just doesn't want to show up sometimes. Shorting your own company, a bold move. Well, it makes the company more money in the end, I think. But I really reckon that our stock price is about to go down, down, down. Oh, whoa, 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 what's happening here? Oh, of course, our entry into the internet is going to make people see that we're a great company and people are going to want to buy into us. I wonder if that means what I should do is actually put out one of those fancy dividend-y things to boost the value of it. So what was it again? What do people call it? A special dividend? You may arrange a special dividend payment from your company. Right, so this is just like, hey, we're going to give you this money because we're really nice, right? And this is going to make people think that we are, what's that retained earnings thing? Whatever, a nice gift to all the people that believed in us. Hey. And hopefully doing that's going to make our price go to the moon. To the moon. It's stalling a bit. R&D of body lotion continues on. Good. Brickoloni is selling their shares in me. No, no, don't sell. It makes us look weak. Expansion, contraction. Okay, so things are still looking okay. It's not horrible times yet, but I still think shorting my own company is the right way to do things. I can feel the credit crunch coming. My subsidiary is looking damn good. And did something. Stock price is going up. Do dividends actually affect the prices in this game? You think if the setup was Econ 101 Sim, it would have no effect. No idea. But we're still hitting our way towards that moon. Oh yeah, well, with profits going up like that, why wouldn't they? How do I stop getting notifications about R&D? Must be an option for that. R&D completion notification, yeah, no thank you. I'm thinking we hit over 600 and I'm going to create a lot more stocks and be anticipating a massive collapse in the global everything. Sounds pretty risky though. Sounds pretty very risky. Hold on, what's happening to Tinner and Tinner? I don't think Tinner and Tinner is a great thing to invest in. They've never done particularly well. Come on, go up, you bugger. Yeah, I reckon the big bust is about to come. Like I said, 600. And this is where it just goes down and down, isn't it? Right, let's go for it. Let's go. Let's not accidentally do that, shall we? Issue new shares to the public. They're not getting any discount, heavens no. And let's put out quite a bit. That doesn't raise as many funds as I thought it would, though. Ah, but of course, the bigger the discount, the more we can put out. Although the difference isn't that large, is it? No. You can make another subsidiary for only your marketing group. Branch out from just internet marketing. Sounds a little more complex than I can wrap my head around just yet. Alright. Gonna try this. Out it goes. Yum, yum, yum. Now that dilutes my own holdings by quite a bit. Now granted, I could also sell off 5% of my own company and try to short it to crash my company. Of course, this is going to hurt me if this backfires big time. But it might. On you go then, just have it all tumble down now. Tumble down, 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 down. This is where it doesn't go down at all. Of course, now I need to do something with my $400 million. I'm not in debt at all, but where do we invest this kind of money? Not sure. Tricky thing is, I don't really know where to be looking for this. Look at Shecklemaster, right? His operating budget is going way down, 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 but his stock price is going up, up, up. I reckon when that stock price catches up with that, I'm going to buy out quite a lot of Shecklemaster. But Shecklemaster is going to bounce back, just like Aperture would. They have too much. They're too big to fail, right? On down, down you go. Oh hell yeah, yeah, get that stuff in free fall. Same with Shecklemaster or the other one. Just get it down, 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 down. There we go, we're in contraction, depression, recession, recession. He called it, he saw the market. Also, I haven't saved in ages, so let's keep that saving. I hear this game has really infrequent autosaves. Like 10 minutes between. It doesn't seem to take much to save the game, so I'd like it if it saved every Like month, I even say. Where are we? Cancel that, I don't know where we actually are. We're on 8, so Longplay 009. Longplacky. So I've been in and out of this game as a candidate for creating perfect X. If I get better at the game, certainly possible, but we'd need to come up with a definition for perfection. Alright. I still think the stock's going to go down and down and down. The question is, how far down is it going to go? Profiteering from shorting myself. Surely it can be done. But how low will it go? Oh, Caesar's Oil's made their own camcorder. I should probably be, you know, working on things right now instead of just playing the stock market, but the way I see it, I've got my internet set up. Oh god, Ask Jake has no reach. Are you sure are we even marketing this thing? Come on, Henry, spend that marketing money. I set them up, but they're not actually spending anything on getting the word out about our things. Is Henry going to change that again? Not really doing anything with it. Whatever, I'm here to play these stocks. Shekel Master or Aperture? I reckon once business picks back up and we're out of this recession, things are going to look good for stock prices, but for now they go down, down, down. That does mean I'll probably want to buy my own stocks back. I can only buy 13% of it back. But this will be a heavy recession, I can feel it. Feel it in my bones. They're already writing the Wikipedia page on the causes and effects of the 2002 recession. Are you producing the latest version of McTaffy? I believe that's set to auto-produce. Doesn't look like it's being auto-produced though, does it? Own tech, quality, top tech. Yeah, looks like it's out there. Barely selling anything. That's pathetic. Don't tell me the factory's working full steam ahead. Look at all that supply, that titchy demand. But, you know, we're there. We are there on the market. And it's apparently making money. I don't believe it. But apparently it is. No one's going to buy this during a recession, though. Still, gives me time to work up my tech. Let the guy think he has it all in control, and then before you know it, bang. Norton antivirus needs uninstalled from your PC. Liking how low that stock price is going, but it can go even lower, surely. I'm wondering if Shekelmeister's going to go any lower. Be hard to buy out a bunch of him here. Brickaloni's way down. Whoa, Moss Morris. Not a lot of things available publicly to buy, though. I think that's the downside from having so many players on the, so many companies on the map. What are these guys? Recession-proof? We got negative growth everywhere. Not liking how my price is holding steady. Come on, I'm wanting my own price to go tumbling down. My profits are way low. Surely that's what people need to no longer believe in me. Yeah, the scary loss in profit is there to scare off investors. That's the point. And then bang, I'll be on top of things again. Subsidiary's out of cash. Well, they need to learn to borrow, don't they? There's another 45 million for you to take care of yourself. Yeah, they're holding steady. They're holding a little too steady for my liking. Like I said, I wanted to buy into these companies because I think they're going to be going to the moon. We're still in depression, recession here, though. Wait, what, you ran out of cash again? Oh, right, yes, recession, not good for bank. Well, I suppose I could give you a little bit of a capital injection, although I don't want to. That's way too much to be capitally injecting it. Whoa, that's far too much. Play cards, take this and don't do anything stupid with it. I'll be doing the stupid things real soon. Yeah, I should lower their loan asset ratio whilst we're in Depressionville. It's probably where they're sinking all that money into. 70 is probably safer. Contraction, depression, recession. Thing is, I don't even know if this is the right way to be looking about how to deal with the stock market. Maybe tanking your own company, not the best idea, but it feels right. That said, I don't like that perking up that it's doing. Get down, I need to buy those stocks back. Good, Scheckelmeister's going way down, way down. I'm passing a lot of time here without doing anything, which is probably not a good idea, but I don't know what I would be getting on since my eye is on the stock market right now. I mean, all my goods are out there. Oh, the demand for them isn't great, though. It's hard to know what to be proactive at this. At least my my internet companies seem to be chaving awa, as we say. But I'm not so sure this marketing is paying off for us. I mean, look, the profits are going way down, and that's largely because of the marketing. It's also largely because they're not making any bloody money. Well, monthly subscription fees of 3 million? Wow, the twatch is what's really making the money. Better keep that spending up. You, on the other hand... Oh, Christ. Well, nobody wants to advertise on us. We've got no reach. But we'll get there. Like a true business mogul, Jake's completely neglected his core operations now that he has enough cash on hand to play the market. Yeah, well, much like playing the fiddle, I'm not doing too great at it. Contraction, depression, recession. Oh man, can we push it below 300? Oh, we can go well below 300. Can we go even lower? Medical Bay Portable has acquired Lanka. Bye-bye, Lanka. Probably not going to go much lower than this. It's never been this low. Maybe I should buy out those public shares now. Yeah, I think now is the time. I'm going to be buying that stock in our own name. The price will go up from doing this. Hopefully this doesn't cost me too much bleeding money. So I got my stuff back. I believe I made money out of that. That's what I choose to believe. And now I have to decide what else we're buying in. Hold on. I feel like somebody disappeared here. Not being sorted by price properly. Ah, no, it's going... Wait, what? I say sort by price. Okay, it's either sorted by price or not sorted at all. Gotcha. But wait, why would Scheckelmeister be here if it's sorted by price per share? You're the one I'm keeping my eye on. Randy's random goods are dying. Why? That could be an opportunity to sweep in and make a hell of a steal. Did he just go public or is he a brand new company? RRG. Wait, what am I looking at here? You've got no revenue, you lose a lot of money, you have some cash on hand, you've been around for 13 years. What are you doing? You have a bank headquarters. Oh, I think the credit crunch just killed your bank. Do we think they're going to bounce back? They're about to go bankrupt. I think they're just going to straight up fall out of the game. Buying into them now would be a suicide pact. Oh my, there are some... Oh, Hansa. What's your story, Hansa? Another okay, the banks are all failing. The question is, will they survive? They only have debt. Better to buy another company. The Hansa are losing a ton of money, but they have a lot of cash and a huge net worth. I think they'll be able to bounce back. They'll be able to cash their way through that. So someone like the Hansa is a great opportunity for me. Yeah. Your bank might be the only survivor thanks to you. The Hansa has too many assets. They'll be able to be fine. The trouble is now the right time to buy them. You can always save the economy by going on a massive spending spree. Nonsense. I'm thinking about doing an acquisition. Well, it wouldn't be an acquisition. I can only get about 30% of the company. But I think the Hansa can bounce back. And if I'm buying it at 10, I'd make 4 times my money if they go back to the way they were before. Yeah, I just wish I had more money on hand to buy more stocks, but what can you do? And of course, the stock price is going to go up from me doing this, but come to me, Hansa. I'll take 25% of your company. And who else is way on the down? The Children United, led by Urangu McBain. They've never really made a lot of money. Why would I think that they're going to turn that all around? Last year they lost about $150 million. There's a lot to be bought out of them, though. Remember, you have 200 million personal assets. Where did I get all those from? I'd rather my company had the money than me, but see their R&D? Maybe it's worth it. Oh, don't think I'd be buying them out. That's some nice personal wealth. Dividends? Oh yeah, I could have gotten some swell dividends, couldn't I? Tinner and Tin are on the up. Who would have thought? Well, what I should be looking at, of course, is a way to compare them all quite easily, and that's looking at corporation stock overview. So I just bought into the Hansa big time. Jeff Wayne's Store of the Worlds. Wait, what do you even have? You've got nothing but retail stores. You just buy cheap crap and then sell it on. You're a disgrace. The real people I was looking to get into are the definite successes, Aperture Science and Shekel Master. But their stock's held pretty strongly. I mean, their stock price looks like it's going down and down, but trust me, I know better. It's just they didn't go down nearly as much as I wanted them to. Oh, that's still down quite a lot, and there's plenty to be bought, isn't there? I think I'll take out a fat loan and buy those. So what I can do is go to the bank for myself, not for my my own little plague heart friend. Who, come to think of it, how much would you have been worth? Wow, market cap has gone down by 75% since I looked at this before. Probably because it's recession time. Nobody wants to buy into a bank at recession time. I, as a random viewer, recommend to buy majority of Hansa Bank. What an opportunity. Not so sure about that. Children United have software. What would Unji do? She wouldn't betray you. That's not what I recall happening. Alright, I'm thinking we go for the sure thing on the Shekel Master. I will personally buy a bunch of stock. And then Cap King can also buy some stock, but I wanted a fat loan to do that. So financial thingamajigger. Buy a loan, really nice low rates. And if I take it out of the Hansa's suddenly going to start looking better. Maybe I should have invested in the Hansa. Hold on, what happens if the Hansa goes bust when I have a loan with them? Do I have to pay the loan back? What if I don't? If I take this out, they're suddenly going to have to put money into the bank, which they might not necessarily have. Let's give it a go. What's the worst that could happen? No, it becomes insolvent debt. Well, as long as I get that nice interest rate on it. Still, I'm going back to the stock exchange and I'm buying stocks in Shekkelmaster with their lovely, lovely rates. Trade War CB will bring it on. Right. Shekkelmaster doesn't have a lot left to buy in, so let's just buy it up. They do not approve of your purchase. Your corporation cannot buy stock in which you have ownership. What? Oh, because I own it? Ooh, okay, we have to choose between me owning it and my company owning it. Wow, the capitalism is actually checked. Aperture's going to go to the moon. Let's just buy lots of Aperture Science shares. That's man, these are expensive shares to buy. Sure, it'll be fine though. Get me that Aperture. Even more? I don't have even more to be buying. There we go. Now I need to pray that this recession ends and all those stock values go up. Children United have techs in software. What kinds of techs? If they're in dire straits, maybe they would accept me lowballing them for it. Children United know about 2D drawing, 2D graphics. They're the best at backup tech. Let's make them a really lowballed offer. Not that lowballed. Not interested. You sure? What if I go up a little bit? No? Alright, well, your loss, Urangu. Alright, now I gotta pray that the stock market starts going my way. Of course, if this recession continues on, and we are deep in recession everywhere, then it's not gonna pull out, but I'm sure it will. Play cards 700%. Aperture Science just gained 75%, but that's probably from me investing in them. Oh yeah, it's on to Gain Street for me. Show me the big money. Yeah, it's all going to turn around, it's fine. That money's going to become big money, just you watch. Merge with them, probably cheaper. So you have to acquire a certain amount of shares to merge with somebody, right? And that would mean buying out a lot of shares that other people own and probably don't want to give up. Who was that again? Who was the children UT thingamajigger? Wow, I bought 100 million of them? Well, anyway, they're going to come back up. It's not like I'm going to merge them by owning... How much do I own of them? No, I was looking at the Hansa. Where's the... Oh, I didn't buy anything from the children company, did I? 61 to merge, 51 to have majority shareholder decision making. Gotcha. I suppose it's last opportunity to buy anything in a company that I think's gonna rebound. Still reckon the Hansa's gonna do fine, but... Oh, there's more to buy from the Hansa. Well, you know, if you insist, Hansa. Let me help you out with your own problems. What did the Hansa even do again? Wait, they're banking. Why did I buy Hansa? Did I take a loan from the Hansa? I did. I took a massive loan from the Hansa. If they go bust, that's bad for me. I took that loan thinking they might go bust. I've gone and confused myself with what I was even trying to do. Oh yeah, I looked at the Hansa and went, they have way too much worth to go bankrupt. I'm pretty sure that's what I said. Take a loan, use it to buy more of the Hansa. I reckon they're going to bounce back like crazy. Once we're out of this recession, they're going to be like any other bank, doing fine. But I already maxed out my loan, I think. Well, no, I could take a whole lot more. Could even take out of the play carts if I wanted to. That's a huge amount to be paying back. But hey, if we really believe in the Hansa, and I believe in the Hansa, then this money's going to do just fine. Back to the stock market, look at the Hansa, and start buying the last of the publicly available stocks. And who would be willing to sell theirs? Someone called Molly. Molly, you want to sell me yours? I don't want to sell my stock to you. How about for more money? The radar truck? It wants 26 for it. Yeah, that's going to be fine. Nancy Drew has quite a lot of stock in him. Make you a 30 million offer for it? 36? Absolutely. Hey! I now have control of the Hanseatic League. More banks for me. Wait, banks tend to shoot me in the foot. Is this actually good news for me? I wanted to just sell the shares when things look good for them. Although I could always pump them up, and then sell all the stock and dump the dump. Look, plague hearts. You run out of money, you just borrow more money. It's very simple. Oh, they can't. Well, I gotta give them what I have. I have a feeling I'm doing some very, very bad moves here. Very, very bad. Well, that's alright. You don't learn about doing this, believe it or not. When I played Frostpunk before, I was streaming it. I made plenty of poor choices. Financial actions, plague heart, capital injection. There you go. Take that and stop causing me problems. I wonder if you can buy stock, then take a massive loan to shore up the bottom line. Just wish I knew how to do this better. I feel like I'm only 30% equipped with the knowledge to do things properly. Where's the Hansa Bank HQ? Where indeed is it? I would want to go corporation, Hansa. Oh, it doesn't show up here because it's not a subsidiary, is it? But it should be easy enough to find the Hansa. Anyone could recognize that. Is there a like go to headquarters thing? Firm, bank headquarters, go. Here they are, they're over in Vancouver. Oh, right next to a wee play park. It's even got a wee roller coaster there. A kind of scary roller coaster. How does it go? Up, round, down, over. Well, I wouldn't trust that. I'd still ride on it though, but I wouldn't trust it. Same playthrough. There might have been a split in the timeline at some point when I sank myself into debt I couldn't escape from, which is somehow different from me sinking myself into 1.3 billion of debt, which I'm not sure I can get out of, but I can certainly try. Besides, I have that loan with the Hansa, who I now somewhat control. Wow, my subsidiaries can have subsidiaries? What a world. I wonder if merging the Hansa and the Plague Heart is a good idea. I kind of have the Hansa just to make a quick buck off of right now. Although, honestly, I am shedding money like nobody's business on my loan payments. I think every bit of profit I have is going into that. Speaking of, I bought all my stocks back. I have a feeling that that's not going very well for me. Yeah, my stock is not going to the moon like I want it to. Keep both banks separate. Remember, Plague has shares in Hansa, but not King Cap. I don't know how I could use that knowledge. Right, Shekels is holding strong. Aperture is looking great. I'd really like to just hold on to those stocks forever if I can. Recession, but that's not depression, so things are looking a bit better. Euristo sells his share of the Hanseatic League. Datadyne also sells a lot of shares in the Hansa. That's gonna make the Hansa look worse, probably. Ah, believe. It'll all bounce back once this little silly recession is over. Come to think of it, I should probably check and make sure that, I don't know if I can do meddling with them, but if our new Hanseatic friends, I should check and make sure that they are doing decent loans. Wait, that's the wrong person. Where's the gold? Where's Hanseatic? The Hansa, firm, bank HQ, go. Whoa! I can see how they went down fast. They focused 16% of their loans on people that are going to default like crazy. It's alright though. We're just about out of this recession. 8% of cheap public shares there. Oh, you mean on the Hansa? I did buy them to dump them. That is nice and cheap, isn't it? How can I say no? Oh, right. You cannot use a corporation that you control to... Oh, right, so that means Jake comes... Wait, what? Ah, no, it means that Cap King needs to buy them. I like this stock game, I just need to understand it better. It feels really good to be manipulating money like this. It says we've lost on the Hansa, but don't believe it. How's the Vice Division wine, cigs, most importantly grape juice during these trying times? I haven't been checking them out so much, there's almost no demand for my goods right now. I hope that isn't because I've lost a lot of market share. Products, all by me. Well, I can sort it by types. So my body lotion, well, it was never that hot to begin with. Bottled, wow, we're actually doing really good on the beverages. It's just for some reason people don't want to keep buying them. Must be this silly recession. This I don't like at all though. How am I getting kicked in on drugs? Come on, drugs are what I do. And I'm getting licked by people who have inferior products to me. And I think it's just that they're doing it so much cheaper than me. Damn it, Henry of Scallops, I told you, we need market share. Yeah, maybe Henry used all the pills. He thought these must be the 2004 version of his potions that he loves so much. Alright, my stuff is bouncing back. Whoa, it just lost tons in 0 time at all. Well, it's certainly bouncing. Maybe not back. Is there still recession everywhere? Come on, folks, get out of that. Drink some grape juice. I want to buy the production technology of bottled milk. Only if you pay me silly money for it. I reject. Plague Hearts is out of cash. That's fine. I'll just give them another cash injection. Which I feel like I've been doing a lot of lately. My banks might be not big enough to fail. Well, the Aperture Science stocks are doing good. I've gained 300 mil on them. How about my Goldman Sachs? Oh, come on, Goldman. Keep it local, keep it local. Good point. If you switch to market share and your share price tanks, then switch back to balance after you could probably stock manipulate. I recommend not buying out competitors. Let them fail. There's no need to oversupply a market with necessary goods. Let the masses pay a higher price for low supply. Not sure about that. I'd rather sell more. Besides, the competition isn't failing. They're moving in on... Well, no, the competition's making far less money on theirs, aren't they? Let's take a closer look at that, shall we? The product that we were checking out. This, for example. Aperture Science is selling their pills here. Oh, but they're barely making anything on it. Ah, okay, that's alright. It's a shame though, because I have stock in Aperture, so I'd like them to perform a bit better. Right, how's our internet money doing, by the way? The Hertz Rent-A-Car and the Twatch are making decent money. My search engine is just struggling to come out of making a loss, but I'm sure it will. Is that profit even though we spend all that on marketing? Well, I'll be damned, we're getting somewhere with it. 2.2% reach. Had to get somewhere. Okay, someone's at the helm of the central bank. Hopefully they will... Oh, look at that expansion static. We're almost out of this recession, and that means my stock's going to go to the moon. Downside is I've got all this loan stuff that I need to worry about. Yeah, that 1.3 billion isn't going to come out of nowhere. But, yeah, I got 1 billion worth of Aperture Science shares. That doesn't really justify anything though, does it? But like I said, these things are going to go to the moon. Now that we're out of Recessionville, Aperture's going to go woo. Just like we're going to go woo. Yeah, look at the profits come back. That's what I like to see. Ouch, that loss on Hansa. Don't worry, don't worry. Hansa can bounce back. Hansa better bounce back. It's only 100 mil. And besides, I had to pay over the odds for a lot of those. Plague of insects descend on crops in Brasilia. Stripped of vegetation. Well, that sounds like they'd want my corn, eh? Or are otherwise hungry. See, Hansa's working its way back. Just like I am. Just like Shecklemaster is. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Yeah. Show me that freaking money. Loss of 100 million, nothing compared to gains of 500 million. Why is Hansa not bouncing back? What's your problem, Hansa? That's not Hansa. The Hansa still has all that net worth. They're making profit again. I have every reason to believe the Hansa's going to do fine. They're just probably being bullied by external factors. That's a good reason for me to move in and buy more of them. Sadly, there isn't a lot more of them to be bought, but... do I really want to buy from others? It's currently rated at $9. It's gonna go up to $50. So anything I pay a relatively small amount on is money in my pocket for nothing. Netsuki, I would like to buy your shares, please. Shame you can only buy them 5 at a time. Yeah, that's a great deal for me. Natsuki, I'll buy the rest of your shares as well, since you're such an idiot. Oh, right, now she wants a lot more of it. Forget it, I'm not paying you that much. Ugh, that is kind of worth it though, but... No, I bet Pepsi Man will do nicer things to me. That's even more expensive, isn't it? I don't know, I didn't pay attention to what Natsuki was saying. What was Natsuki saying? Pepsi Man said 20. You say 22. Nah, forget it. You can now merge the Hansa into the Plague. Do I want to, though? Am I really going to make profit off of that makes this worth my time? I was hoping to just make a good gain on this, but maybe just buying them at a low price is just outright good anyway. I think I should buy all the stocks that I can first. 22, oh that's a hustle and a half. 23 now, are you having a laugh, Natsuki? Press, be reasonable. 22. Nancy Drew. 22. Probably because I bought in and I don't want to sell to you. Alright, fair enough. Right, let's see if we can do this then. Can we take the Plague Hearts and merge you? How would I merge you? Not the Plague Heart, Hansa. Issue, set dividend, set up subsidiary. Anybody know how to do a merger? Because I do not. It needs 75%. Okay, well I guess we gotta go the extra mile. Sadly, I don't think anybody wants to lend me any money. Oh, no, no. The play carts would give... Wow. I actually have a lot more current loan than I thought. Oh well, not a problem. Just take out more loan. Your lovely, lovely loans. It's on the stock exchange window, apparently. Seems like a weird place to have it, but I would believe it if you need 75%. Alright, who's going to take it then? It's going to go up in price anyway, right? Press. Alright, that's me on the Hansa. Cap King. 23, it's only going up, right? Better take it while I can. Press, give me a little bit more. So. Stock exchange window, Hansa, and play carts. Merger. Play carts. Click here to... Right, this could go pear-shaped, so let's make a wee save. And what's this? Longplay, I put caps lock on. Longplay 010. So... Play carts, merger. How would you like the play carts to acquire the remaining... Wait, I need to buy it all? By paying in cash? That's a lot of cash. Issuing the shares of play carts in exchange for those. Hold that off. Wrong button, you will merge with play cart. Is it this one then? Merger? Right, that looks more like it. Cap King. No, wait, aperture merger? It's merger no matter what I click on here. Weird place for the merger button. But is this actually merging it with the Hansa? And wait, why would I want it in Cap King? I want the Hansa and play carts to merge. Click play carts on the who part. But I don't... Then I'd be issuing stock and play carts, and I don't want that because play carts stock price is pretty grim. Although I could buy those back up. But I wouldn't have the money to buy it back up. Well, unless I sold some other shares. Depends what I think these shares are worth. Alright, well, let's issue the... You can pay cash, yeah, but I don't have cash. And no one's going to loan to me. No one sane is going to loan to me. Alright, let's do it. Let's merge. I pay flat cash. What do you mean I don't have enough cash? Oh, Nick Brick needs the... Oh my god, I gotta cash inject Nick. I don't want to do that. Alright, so... They have about 100 million cash on them. And what was it, like... Nick Brick, do not spend that money. You better not spend that money. Okay, financial action. We're going to click on play carts, do a capital injection. I forget how much it was, so let's just say it was 300. Well, I'll just give them loads, give them like 500 million. I can always pull it back out afterwards. I want to buy your cigars. Nope. Well, actually, how about for 3 billion? Nope. Okay. I should probably set it to amount of money that they actually have. Right, where was I at? Yeah, I need to pause the game because things keep moving here. Inject them with that cash. Is 400 million enough? I hope so. Stock exchange, play carts, merger. 400 and... Oh, that's probably not enough, is it? Nick Brick, you don't have enough... It's such a stupid freaking picture of Nick Brick. Right, play carts need a little bit more of a capital injection. Another 100 million will do them. I'm running out of money for this. I'm 2 billion in debt. This merger had better be the start of something amazing. Get that merger done. Pay in cash. Hey, Plague Hearts and Hanseatic League have become one. What's that going to do for their stock? Wait, they're not public, are they? Which kind of means I just sank all that money for no good reason. Well, to merge them in, of course, but... let's just hope that works wonders for the Plague Hearts. Market share. Yeah, the Plague Hearts got all those banks for free. Well, for me paying for them, I guess. Let's hope your profits look damn juicy, because they've been down a lot lately. You still owe the debt, though. I do? Who do I owe it to? The Plague Hearts have all my debt. I wonder if I can exploit that in some way. Did Plague Hearts get those loans? Well, it looks like they got deposits there. They got 17 million in transferable. And it doesn't look like they'll give out new loans for a wee while. At least I hope they don't. Okay. You inherited the Hansa's debts. No, I'm pretty sure that was my own debts. Alright, I can at least pay off Randy's random goods-ish. Not sure if I want to, though. Well, yeah, I do. It's an 8% thing. That annual interest is killing me. Actually, I am just straight up on loss street right now. I need to... Well, I need the stock situation to improve a lot so that I can sell my stock and make wicked mad amounts of money. I got... Alternatively, I put the Plague Hearts public and make some money off of that. But at that market value, it would have to be really good. Oh Christ, it's still recession o'clock for many places. Ah well, just believe that although my money is going down, 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 the stock will go up, up, up. Even if it's not in my own company. Take loans, pay off loans, that's always a sound decision. Yeah, but the loan rate wouldn't be better than what I have right now, I think. Yeah, my existing loan rate. This is a nice loan. The loan I got for 1.3 billion is nice and low. But all the other stuff was significantly less nice. Perhaps I should repay all of that loan for starters. Get that out of my face. Get that loan out of my face so that I can loan to other people. And get rid of much of that loan. There we go. Now I'm only in 2 billion debt. Jake, you could sell or demolish Plague Heart's extra headquarters as they inherited it from the Hansa. Surely they would do that themselves. If I check out Corporation and I go to my beloved Plague Hearts with freaking Nick Brick. Yeah, he only has one, they must have gotten rid of it already. Come on, stocks, I believe in you. My Aperture stuff has doubled in value, and I still believe Aperture is going to go to the moon. Look at that, that's just making me money. Unfortunately, you know, I'm losing money from all this stuff that I have. This crippling debt. I want to buy your technology for bottled milk for a reasonable sum of money, but let's make it a little less reasonable. I should actually make it money that he has. This is Orbulon of Shekel Master, but he only has 200 million cash. Well, maybe I should charge him 200 million. I could do with 200 million. What's his current tech on milk anyway? This is kind of getting in my way. Can I minimize it? Did that minimize it? Forget that. Did that go away? Is he going to ask me again? Also, the game isn't paused. Right, I thought it was paused. I could have sworn I'd hit 0 to pause the game. Damn, I was going to charge you 200 million for that. You probably wouldn't have paid, but I'm curious what your level of tech would be. Let's What's my best way to check that? Shekel Master. Is there just a way to check their tech? Tech in... Whoa, that's a lot to look at. Looks like they don't have anything in milk. Bottled milk. It's not in alphabetical order. Scary stuff. Oh well, I think I would have lost out by having that kind of competition. Tech product. Okay, that would make more sense. Oh. Bottled milk. Oh, he only had 30. Right, there's no way I'm giving him my 414. I should not be giving that out to anybody. Heavens no. 70% markup isn't enough markup. Much like my stocks, I need the biggest markup you can get. Aperture Science, stop failing me. You're meant to be making the big money so that I can pay off my own debts. Oh god, it's going down. Don't be going down on me. How about my own stuff? I've made a decent gain on Shekel Master. Oh, I'm hemorrhaging money here. This is a little dangerous. I'm just praying that aperture money goes up and up. What's with this second round of recession? It's meant to be boom time. What it's worth, Nick Brick. Good, you're still not selling a whole load to these C-class scumbags. Double dip recession. Yeah, I need a not double dip recession right now. I don't have the dosh for this. Could always take out more loans to just keep myself artificially alive, but I think they're costing me more than I'm gaining on the stock market here. Come on, go to the moon before I run out of money. Medical Bay acquires private company, custom name. Okay, Prome is out of the picture now. They've been acquired. I think I'm going to have to sell and start digging myself out of debt. But that's going to be a lot of digging. Remember, Jake, you don't make the money till you sell. Yeah, I'm going to have to sell. Cap King, Aperture Science. I mean, I know they'll go better than that, but the money is needed right now. Did I sell it all? Maybe I only owned 5%. Did I sell the right thing there? Oh, right, they fell below Shekel Master. Right, that's fine. That's kind of fine still. Cap King Aperture Science. Well, I made 1.2 billion, which ain't too shabby. I've still got some good gains here, but I think I'll hold on to Shekel Master. I just slaughtered Aperture's price there. If they end up dipping down again, I might end up just buying it back for the hell of it. As for me, though, I've got some very high interest loan that I need to clear. So bye-bye. Stop with that interest rate. And let's see if we can't repay that. And now the only loan I have, which is admittedly large, is low interest-ish. So make do with that. Any cheap CEO to hire for tech? Why would I want to get... Oh, no, why would I want to get rid of my beloved Henry of Skalitz? He's done nothing wrong. In fact, he's done a lot of things right. Ching's Ask Jake is just not picking up market share. The top tech is 334, whilst mine is 197, so go figure it's not that great. But we're working as hard as we can, I think. It's not really going profitable. But our rent-a-car is looking pretty good. I hope Henry of Scouts has been changing these up. Oh yeah, wow, look at the monthly revenue we're making on Twitch. That's the way to do it. And is that people signing up for my telecom? Nice. The search engine market trending towards monopolistic is realistic. I still want to have a better idea of who it's split between. Like, who owns all the market share on search engines? So if we were to look at it here, we'd look products. But these are all physical products. So where can we see it for digital? Not digital products, but internet products. Must be something that shows it. So, yeah, some software is physical. The ones you sell in boxes, like my really crappy budget antivirus, which I'm not entirely sure makes me any money. Well, it claims to. And look, it's given them a fight on this. It doesn't cost me much, at least I make a profit on it there, but still. Software is on the top of the list. Software is on the top of the list. I'm not looking for software stuff. What I want to know is the split between search engine market share. Here's search engine, but I don't see... Yeah, this is software that's sold out in boxes and things. Maybe it's under cities? No, I checked this before, didn't I? Yeah, I did. PC internet users way up now. Excellent. Alright, not sure I can see that, but I do know that Ask Jake is not doing great. Oh. Well, at least it exists. Nah, it's not under products. At least I couldn't see it under products. Holy smokes, Aperture Science is everywhere with their stores and stuff. I feel like I'm being left in the dust since I haven't been building anything for a long time. I've just been busy tinkering with stock and going heavily into debt. I feel like I could have made a lot more money or not gone into 1.3 billion debt if I'd been actually building up industry and selling things to people. When you're looking at corporate products, top of there is a software category. Really? Yeah, but again, that's software sold in boxes. I want to see who has the internet search engine stuff. Market share. But it's not shown here. Again, I'm not looking for this. I'm looking for this. Although maybe that comes under somewhere else. Brand dominance. Yeah. Tell you what, how are those goals looking? Over the past 15 years, we've barely grown at all when it comes to the market cap of our corporation. But to be fair, that's not counting the subsidiaries that we brought in. And it's expansion time. Damn, those stock prices that I just sold are going to go up and up and up now, aren't they? Well, Aperture Science continues to go up. Cap King... Cap King doesn't have anything, I don't know what's listed there. Plague Hearts has some in Caesar's Oil, so good for them. And I've got mine in Shekel Master, as I'd expect to. Go into e-commerce, undercut the aperture. Jake, where did you find this 90 themed game? It looks like King of a Hill-like game based on being the king of retail. It's more than just retail. It was recommended to me on the Longplay list. I passed over it because it looked like old ass. And a lot of elements of it are old ass, but it's still the best economic simulator that I've played. I find all sorts of games. People keep asking me that. Where did you find this? How do you come up with these games? Well, I play a lot of games. Ask Jake is having a lot of trouble, but I'm glad to see Twatch has market domination. Tempting to link it to my own search engine, but there'd be no reach whatsoever. Well, glad to see it there. I still don't make anywhere near the amount of money that I made way back in 1994, though, which is a scary thought. Where did it all go so wrong for us? Also, let's not forget that I have to repay this loan, oh god, this year. Where am I going to drum up 1.3 billion? I might have to go public with my wee guy. Well, hopefully during these boom times, these relative boom times, my bank looks alright. It went wrong when you discovered the stock exchange, yeah, played it poorly. The other bank loans would not cover this. Or would it? Well, it kind of would. Well, I can deal with that problem when we get to it. But I am curious about what my wee guy is worth. What am I looking at? Corporations, our own guy. Guy's been zigzagging like crazy. Don't like to see that. Come on, it's boom time. It's time to make all that sweet money. Your annual profit's just not... Oh my god, Aperture Science is almost making $1 billion. He's 10 times stronger than me now. I don't know how he does it. Well, actually building 251 retail outlets is probably a big part of that. With an expertise in footwear. I don't feel like the king of capitalism today, that's for sure. Alright, let's see what happens when we come to having to repay that loan. The thing is, I spent 15 years not being very proactive. See, building up all these, getting my industries going, that was great, but something changed. Maybe it's the fact that I had actual competition, the one thing I cannot stand up against. Or maybe it was just the fact that I didn't... I poured money into a bank instead of going into other products to dominate. Because looking at my products, they do well, don't they? Don't they? Yeah, look at that. Look at my shampoo. Shampoo bringing in the dosh. Others are just mere mockery to what shampoo is. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong side here. That's Aperture Science dominating shampoo. Ignore that I said anything that I just said there. Drugs. Right, there we go. Cold pills. Everything else just a mere pretender compared to my Pantocrator of cold pills. How's the milk doing since people want your tech that badly? B for bottled milk. Honestly, it doesn't make that much money as a single product. But I have the market dominance, except for Vancouver. There's something those Canadians don't like about my milk, probably because they're too poor to afford my milk. I don't make a huge amount on it, probably because of freight costs to get over to Vancouver. Chumru, you're completely right. We will be stopping once I have to repay that loan. And I'm sure I'll find a way to worm around it. But this is good. This has been a long play to really tell me what the weaknesses I have. That car liked to zoom around a lot. Oh, he's still at it. What a wee beastie. There are clear deficits that I have in my knowledge of how to play the game. Well, how to play it effectively. And I need to patch those up. I don't know if there are strategy guides online that are worth reading about how to actually do well at stock or how to expand better. Get over that hump. See, my first start was so strong. Very quickly I was making 100 million profit whilst my competitors were absolutely not. And I didn't take advantage of that because I didn't really know what to do. Hopefully I don't have to restart though. I really hope I don't have to go that back. Seeing as how cities are growing, investing in real estate was the right decision. How much money do I even make on my real estate though? It's going to be really funny if I find out that, you know, that's where the real money was and I should have kept at it. I mean, this thing makes moderate profit, insufficient cash. Bank loan, you must repay it now. I'll get to it, I'll get to it. Corporation, Cap King, firms. Okay, so 44 apartments here make me 25 million per, I don't even know per what, year? My telecom certainly makes a whole lot more than that. Commercial buildings look alright as well. It's just slow, easy money making that way. But it certainly cost a lot to begin with. Although thanks to the retail development, it wasn't that bad at all. Look at those retail stores. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's a good point. Why are my retail stores all failing so badly? Might have been during that big crunch we had. People didn't want to go to my convenience stores, but I sell bread there. Everyone loves bread. Am I... Well, no one has demand for my bread. Oh, I've been completely squeezed out. Ouch. They'd fought on the cigars. Ah, well, that's recession for you. Oh God, the ground is going a bit weird here. Maybe I've been playing the game for too long. Yeah, that fixed it. Right, the game says that I need money. Fortunately, RRG is willing to give me that money. Surely. Yeah, there we go. So I can grab that in order to repay that. I would honestly like to refinance you, but that'll... Well, I'm in a much lower debt now, so that's alright. Okay, we survived. I will be back with this game, hopefully fresh with new knowledge on how to make more money, because I'm really stalling out at a certain point. But that's okay. Not all of my long plays are... Well, actually, usually my long plays have a lot of fumbling to begin with. But hopefully... And if you know some good strategies in this game, I'd love to hear about it in order to up my game a bit, because there was this moment where I was just kind of paralyzed. Okay, what do I do now? And during that paralysis, well, all I did was sink myself into debt and fiddle with stock market. Gotta do better, and I intend to. But that'll be for a later stream. For now, well, I'll be back with a weekly one-shot tomorrow. And aside from that, it's a cheers and a cheerio.